Competing in front of thousands under the lights, each player is seeking one
Alles geil.
respect.
Erster,
Respect of
ja.
your teammates, but now it's time to earn the respect of your rivals, your fans, and most importantly,
So, warte mal.
yourselves. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host and welcome
Muss ich wieder
to
den Chat
the
hinbekommen.
BRAWL Cup live from the
Hallo Yoshi.
Music Hall in Berlin.
Beste Mal.
We've seen
Naja, stark.
heartache and we've
Hallo Matze.
seen triumph on the main stage already. And it's only been one day. Imagine what we could do with 3. And so without any further delay, it's time to kick off day 2.
Hallo Levin, hallo Flugsaft, hallo Hassan.
Make some noise!
Hallo Ang. Ja, stark Hassan. Hab ich nicht gesehen, aber stark. Welchen Brawler? Hello Omar. Wait, I don't see the YouTube chat right now. I don't know why though. Ah, now I see you. Okay. Nee. Hallo Juni. Hä, wieso funktioniert das nicht?
Also from me. Hi, I'm Sunny. I'm here with Ark and Kenny today.
Boom,
And
bro.
Berlin. Ihr könnt das
Alter, Maurice!
Ich bin
Like von
dabei
Prime!
hinter der Bühne. Wie laut seid ihr wirklich?
Ah, jetzt sehe ich euch. Hallo Juni.
Schon etwas besser.
Danke, Maurice.
We are here today to witness
Hallo, Kasa.
6 teams fighting for the last
Was hab ich
spots
getippt?
in the Players Championship Sunday.
Boah.
And gentlemen, which teams
Immer
do you
links.
think have the most
Außer einmal Revenant, als die rechts waren.
It's a good question. I think
Ich weiß
for
nicht
me,
mehr.
I think Crazy Raccoon definitely have some of that pressure. As the
Muss ich
current
gleich die
reigning
Begegnungen
champions of the
sehen.
world coming in mid-season
Wer spielt denn
now,
überhaupt? Ich weiß gar
we're
nicht.
looking to them to really demonstrate that
Nehmen wir
they are
Pizza?
still on top of the world.
Geil. Welche?
I strangely think it's Toxic Lotus, who were last year's Cinderella at this event. They've already left fellow countryman Ace0, and now they're the only one remaining. If they don't pick up a big victory today to move on tomorrow, it's just going to be our big 4 regions left.
So we want to have a quick
CL gegen
look at
Eternal.
what we have seen
Also heute wird
today.
geil, ehrlich.
Already day 1 is in the books and
Also
the
wirklich
favorites
ist
have
nice.
delivered. Humble looked every bit to defending champions, while Bounty Hunters impressed in their debut to claim
Vielleicht Toxic
second
Lotus,
playoff
Stripe,
spot
vielleicht
in
bisschen
Group A.
weniger.
Group B, they
Aber
played
sonst
at
ist wirklich
just
jedes
only
Match
round
geil.
five
Wirklich,
and
heute
then
ist geil.
spoiler, but only round bounced back in a dominant fashion to
Bis auf
punch
Toxic
the
Lotus
ticket
maybe, aber
through
sonst ist
to
wirklich
day 3
top.
as well. For A0 and BC Gaming SA,
Gestern war ein bisschen langweiliger, teilweise. Alles links. Ja, links ist oft besser gewesen. Ich bin ein Revenant-Fan, Juni. Ich mag Revenant.
They did show some fantastic
Hallo,
moments.
Mattis.
I think for me specifically, BC Gaming had a really great showing. A0, no doubt, going to be able to take that valuable LAN experience as well moving forward.
Aber alles links. Verstehe ich. Wenn ihr alles links macht, verstehe ich. Ich habe auch alles links, außer eben bei Revenant. Da bin ich einmal nach rechts.
Success last year at that. I think A0 especially just couldn't get out of their own way a little bit, and sometimes that's just the jitters of the land stage. I'm not in that locker room. Don't 100% know what went down, but inexperienced. I would say yesterday went
Hallo, Pauline.
according to plan, if you will. Very predictable.
Wieder nicht gewettet.
On
Ist
that
egal.
Tuesday, though, we've had
Ihr
some
könnt auch nur am
very
letzten
chaotic
Tag
events
wetten.
recently, and I have a feeling that
Reicht.
Group C and D
Ehrlich,
will shine.
es reicht.
The favorites proved why they are called the favorites. They won in the end. We had to say goodbye to 2 teams already, as we have 4 groups of 3 teams, and only the top 2 teams of each group will advance through to day 3.
Gar
After
nicht.
today,
Nee, das
we
reicht
will
auch.
know the final
Du schon
4
recht.
teams joining the playoffs.
It's really looking quite spicy today. I'm
Passt
not gonna
alles
lie,
auf
I feel
YouTube?
like yesterday
Akasa
kind of
Juni?
went according to kind of what I could foresee as being the most likely outcome.
Hallo, Justin.
Today, I feel like we could very
Voll
well
zum
get some
Wetten.
upsets.
Das geht schnell.
We also want to have a
geht
look
ehrlich
at
schnell.
which
Unter einer
brawlers
Minute.
we've seen yesterday. The meta comes together from all around the globe. We have
Alter!
some EMEA draft, mix it with East Asia draft, NA.
0%
This is the
Winrate
result so
Sirius.
far. The 5 most picked brawlers yesterday. Interesting
Wie geht's dir,
also to see
Justin?
Sirius there. He got a little HP nerf, Kenny, and now
Krass.
he's not globally banned all the time anymore.
0%
super
ist
small data
krass.
set. I mean, obviously a 0% win rate is not something you want to see. But on the other end, at Colonel Ruffs at the
Zed
top, this
gewinnt
is somebody
beide-
I expect to see
ja,
a game called out
Zed
a
gewinnt bei
ton
Gruppen
this
dann
weekend.
gut.
Brawl Stars Goodest Boy
Ja.
is so well-rounded. The
Ungefähr
hyper
ähnlich,
charge
Juni.
especially empowers teammates. It's almost like you're giving a solo showdown drop to these teammates to
Du hast
power
auch
them
bei
up.
Justin. Hallo, Rian.
Yeah, I feel like Sirius will probably maybe show up again
Was
this
ist
weekend. But,
World Cup spannender.
that win rate definitely a tough thing to see. Colette banned out so frequently, yet to really kind of see her even thrive. For Lumia, I'm
Lumi,
really impressed
100%
actually
win
with
rate.
her specifically since the updates and those balance changes
Hallo,
come
Colin.
through.
Ich würde aber gerne sehen, wie
Quite-
oft die gepickt
quite
wurden.
high in that
Nicht wie oft die
regard.
gebannt wurden.
100% win rate. I think that we need to keep a close eye on her moving forwards.
Lumi super strong now after the buffs. Roche still up there as well, despite
Ich hab's auch ein bisschen gewollt, dass ich lauter bin, Juni.
in the last months. He's still super strong, and we'll see if he's going to be banned a little less today. We have some different teams today coming up. All of these teams are not just playing for honor and glory, they also take home some cash prize, and on top of that even a world final slot for their home
Die
region.
BSC Points sind big. Diese Punkte hier.
If they come second still, and some BSC points.
Yeah, the BSC points are really nice.
Hallo,
All
Tamias.
these teams are here because they're leading their region currently. If you go the distance and get first place, 70 BSC points is more than you get for winning an
Ja, ist halt
individual in
Twitch,
the
Colin.
first split. That's
Ich hab die
crazy.
Werbung ganz
But
low.
there's no
Lower geht
amount of
nicht.
money. The intangible, of course, the World
Ist halt
Finals
Twitch.
and the LCQ slot, especially with the nerf EMEA, if you will.
Das ist
losing one
krank.
of their
Das ist
roster
fast ein
members.
Monthly
I know this
Final Win.
region's definitely feeling the
Fast.
pressure coming
Ich glaube, es sind
into today.
100
All these teams
im
here
Second
today
Split.
are here
Das ist
to
verdammt
win
viel.
that World Final slot for their region.
Und in einem Monthly
And
Final
I'm
kriegt der
sure
Zweitplatzierte
you
noch
want some
Punkte.
rewards
Hier
as
kriegst nur
well.
du
If
in der
you're
gesamten
watching
Region.
over
Das ist
at
mega viel.
BrawlStars.com, you can get these lovely rewards. Today, we don't have a pin for you. We have this wonderful spray, so make sure to lock in your predictions now. You still have a couple of
Hallo,
minutes
Society.
before we kick things off with our first match of the day. How was your prediction going?
Der YouTuber keine
yesterday? Did you
Werbung,
get the
stimmt.
pin?
Absolutely smashed it, got the pin. I was trying to wait for it to come through so I could actually show it live on stream as well. But as you may have saw yesterday on the stream, it definitely pays to stay on that event site. You know, you may get rewarded in kind by doing so. So keep your eyes glued.
Hallo Jase.
And of course, we are all here to
Übrigens,
celebrate
Jase.
Brawl Stars. It's not
Warte, ich
just
mute den
us.
kurz.
It's even we also
Sagt
have
was
some
Wichtiges?
lovely streamers here from the Spanish language, Portuguese, Japanese.
Ich habe mir überlegt, ob ich wieder ein paar Analysen machen will. Müsste dafür aber ein paar Scrims haben. Also falls jemand eine Community Scrims hat, auf Audio, also auf Video aufgenommen, könnte man maybe was machen. Weiß nicht. Vielleicht Jase oder so.
The pros themselves. I mean, it's a lovely little dynamic that we're having now on these casting desks to get their first-hand ideas when it comes to draft and their insight.
Was Scrims? Scrims sind so, wird gesagt, Trainingseinheiten. Juni. Hallo Gabor. Da simulierst du, blöd gesagt, ein Turnier. Also du gehst gegen ein gleich starkes Gegnerteam im Testspiel.
This is certainly a banger match to kick things off today.
Hallo Elf.
The reigning champions of the world. Crazy Raccoon,
Ja, aber von außen gesehen ist es einfacher, Polina. Wenn ich mitspiele, kenne ich schon, was passiert, weißt du? Hallo Dave. Alter, Sandra! Stark. Friendly Bet, genau, unter zwei gleich guten Teams und das Ziel ist, dass man besser wird. Hallo Leo. Ich spiele das alles. Crazy Raccoon, Eternal, Revenant, Foot, Tribe und Toxic Lotus. Ich sage Eternal ist underrated. Die sind nicht so schlecht. Ehrlich. Endlich 200 geschafft. Das ist stark. Das ist viel. Ist Raccoon? Ja.
They can redeem themselves today. What has to happen in order for them to this time win against Crazy Raccoon?
I think Motep needs to leave LCQ of last year in the very back of his mind. I mean, that was on home turf, you know, like the Brazilian crowd was going absolutely nuts.
Dieser zieht Bro sein T-Shirt runter.
Continue that, what was looking to be a sweep of Crazy Raccoon, and then Crazy Raccoon dug deep and just found the ice in there. They always tend to do. They are land demons in the greatest sense of the word. Nothing seems to penetrate them.
Hallo,
and to reverse with the LCQ, that changed
Hallo,
the
Gugu.
course of the entirety of the narrative last year. By doing so, Crazy Raccoon went to the World Finals and won the whole thing. But Motep knows best. Potentially.
Tensa ist brutal, Joni.
I think we're not gonna see a 3-0 in this match. That's exactly what I want. We also just have seen the global bands down there.
Und so Tensa, ja natürlich, ich bin besser als Tensa. Easy.
She got a little buff and now she's super strong.
Ich würde gerne mal gegen den spielen. Wenn dann jetzt in Ranked, aber das wird nichts. Ja,
And now as we see the maps, it even makes more sense. Penal punt, for
Ja,
example,
ich finde die auch gut, ehrlich, die sind gut. Das wird ein geiles Spiel.
For example, she has these ice rinks. Chester would also still be a very good option. Did you see the other global bans? I think Mortis was amongst them.
Wouldn't surprise me. He does that a lot.
It's a good guess.
I feel like Mo is going to be that broader
Will ich
escape
kurz
through,
gehen?
though, as it has
Nee.
been for the majority of yesterday. It's
Ich
that
fokus
Mo
mich jetzt
which
auf
is
Konten.
not quite globally
Hier
banned
oben.
and not quite in
Ja, bloß lass mich
Oh,
kurz.
bans.
Can't be that bad, right? Come on now. Come on now, people.
I think that is one of the most dominating polls we've seen all weekend.
I think so. 6% is the lowest we've seen so far. Well,
Ja,
let's
das ist
see.
doch voll
Eternal,
übertrieben.
you now have
Eternal
the chance
ist
to
natürlich
prove
unterlegen, aber Bro,
everyone
die sind nicht so
wrong.
schlecht.
Just, yeah, win.
Just win.
Easy as
It's
that.
that simple.
It's that easy.
Genau, Colin, ja. Der unser gegen Humble und so immer 3
I mean, for me-
Die sind stark, ehrlich.
We joke,
Die sind gut.
but this could be an upset. I'm being serious. Crazy Raccoon do have the second lowest scrim win rate of all teams in this competition. Now, as we know, scrim rates don't reflect everything. But I've got to ask the question, why are Crazy Raccoon scrimming so little? You know, are they playing on Smurfs? Is there something in the back pocket that they're not telling us? Or are they just kind of coming into the to the event and thinking, do you know what? Hey, let's take this a bit chill and see by not doing a ton of...
Ja, das ist
well,
so
we
matt
just
ist,
sit.
ja.
I mean, usually those guys just
Aber
have
trotzdem
a lot of
6% ist
fun
wenig.
also on stage, so maybe
Für so
they
ein
were
gutes
just
Team.
enjoying the beautiful
Also,
weather
ist
in
wirklich
Berlin.
wenig.
Well, it's not that nice. But hey, you can still enjoy the city itself. Like with our Star Park. Just outside the Uber Eats hall, we have a little setup for you guys. So let's check it out.
Who are you guys rooting for?
Crazy Raccoon! Humber!
Humble!
Nah, Crazy Raccoon.
Set aside.
Hä?
Oh, wow.
Who are you rooting for?
Er steht auf Windows, aber für Crazy Raccoon.
Humble, let's go Humble!
Footy Sports!
I love food! Humble!
Footy Sports! What team are you voting for?
I'm rooting for everyone!
We've seen some very strong teams so far on the main stage, but you know, it's the weekend, so we had to pull out the big guns, didn't we? It's the challengers taking on the world champions. Berlin, it's time to kick off day
Ist Felix
2,
auch da,
and
Levin?
it's Eternal
Also,
and Crazy
BH
Raccoon.
Felix oder WhatsApp? Wahrscheinlich. Oder jemand anderes. Ja, Felix, okay. Edgar ist ein Scammer. Ja, oder?
Boy, do we have a story for you. On the one side, we have the current Brawl Stars World Champions in the form of Crazy Raccoon. And on the other side, in the camp, we have a personal vendetta that stems all the
Recht.
way back
Ja.
to the 2025
No cap,
Last Chance Qualifier. In another timeline, the 2025 Brawl Stars World
Ja, aber
Finals
Gessi ist weg, Juni.
very,
Also bei Foot
very
spielt Gessi
different.
nicht.
But we
Also
are right
für diesen
here,
Brawl
we are
Cup.
right now, it's the Brawl Cup, and it is time to kick things off with Eternal and Crazy Raccoon. Let's do this.
Reingesagt. Er wollte deinen Account haben, Bro. Pass auf. Das ist kacke. Moja. Wieso hat er eigentlich einen Nametrack gemacht zu Moja? Ich sag Moja Goku, hat viel mehr Aura. Ja, weiß. Hatte Probleme. Ja, genau. Hallo Timmy.
The pressure is on. World champions on the left-hand side. On the right side, we have a
Das wird
revenge-driven
gewinnen.
roster.
Wahrscheinlich schon Crazy
They
Raccoon.
want to win today.
Ich will nicht sagen
Exactly.
eindeutig, weil Eternal ist auch stark, aber Crazy
Crazy
Raccoon ist...
And I'm so happy that
Naja,
Tommy,
ist
that
auch
I
Crazy
mentioned,
Raccoon.
is globally banned, and Tester, I also mentioned, so good on a map like this one because you want mid control. On Pin or Punt, you have this square of bushes in the middle. It's all about mid control to be able to score in the long run.
Yeah, for me,
0% win rate.
Here, M's actually open here, which is a very rare thing to see. Honestly, normally very much highly considered in the ban. Sirius is that first brawler pick coming through.
Any
Meeple
tips?
is a
Crazy
pick
Raccoon.
that could also shine on this particular map.
Danach
Really button off. Yeah, there you go. Sirius M's
wieder
very
Crazy
much
Raccoon.
An
Danach
anti-tank at that point with Chester off
Revenant.
the board, and then you saw several bans go through, including Crow, Otis, Colette, just amidst all of this.
Dann
At some
Foot
point,
2
you grab
Wins
your own.
und
A
Tribe
lot of
1
times
Win.
with these professional teams, the way they construct a draft is we're going to go with anti-tank early to ensure ourselves a little defense, and then work our way and see how the aggro sets up.
Hallo T-Rex.
Now let's see what they're picking on the left-hand side. Something with range, maybe. Meeple would still come in
Also,
as one of the mid-brawlers.
Ellie wäre
for
offen.
range and mentions of Meeple,
Also ich kann mir
of course,
vorstellen, dass Crazy Raccoon
shuts
Ellie
down
geht.
your opponents. Mo is coming in as the aggressive brawler. Never mind, they double down. Ellie coming in as well. Now on the right-hand side, do we have enough to deal with that double
Der Karl ist halt ein
aggressive
bisschen
pump from
anfällig.
the left?
Aber ich check den Karl-Call, ja.
Well, there's going to need to be
Hello,
something
Mika.
more, I feel, here. But I'm pleased to see the Mo pick. I really do like to see that brawler come through. Kenji could be an option here, just to go on the Uber.
Wir müssen die Büsche
Something
wegbekommen.
to battle against that alley to distract, I think, is going to be a need here. The aggressiveness of that alley is going to be a problem.
Going to be putting a lot of faith in these last 10 seconds. Motep eyeing that screen. 0 for 6 in Brawl Cups, MSI, and World
Gott.
Finals in the past. For him, a pick
Okay.
in off of
Ich
second
gespannt.
beach, a huge momentum swing. Can't wait to see how it all goes down. Let's take a look and see what Reddy and Uber have to say.
Thank you very much, Kenny, and great to hear from the desk. This is such an interesting draft, actually, because Crazy Raccoon often have been
Luis.
considered pretty safe.
Südamerika mit dem Basta. Was gestern auch Südamerika? Weiß gar nicht mehr.
Super
Die
exciting
haben-
to see. Sirius gets snapped up yet again right at the start of the draft here for Eternal.
Doch, was Südamerika, ne? Bounty Hunter.
Max HP
Ja, du hast recht.
a little bit more fragile these days.
He struggled here in Berlin as well. He's boasting a 0% win rate at the present moment. Was picked 4 times and didn't win a single one of them. Though admittedly he was picked later in the draft, so now it's
Ja, Mo ist
refreshing to
auch
see him
gut.
picked up earlier as a priority rather than as an afterthought.
Tensai looking for the Infinity Gauntlet of Brawl Championships. He's won at LCQ.
Die lassen sich sofort nach hinten drücken, weil Ellie kriegt hier zu viel Value. Ist eigentlich schlau. Weg von den Büschen einfach.
There's scores to settle indeed. Tensai going to be struggling to get to grips with Jubilee, but eventually he'll have what he was looking for. Kawa pressured down. Motep's going to be forced out of the way, and Milcreo
Es ist halt immer noch Crazy Raccoon.
enough to just walk it in.
As much as Kawa was able to offer there, a bit of a waste of the super. It's not going to cost him too much, but little micro interactions, you need them as much as possible to best a team that is going to punish you for every
voll.
misplayed interaction.
Na, war gut vom Basta.
Does manage to rebuff Tensai on the right side. Milcreo needs to be encircled. Kawa has the super. It's an attempt at a trick
Da darfst du den Ball nicht abgeben, da musst du den Ball halten. Aber Control halten.
So much after it ricochets.
Hyper super there for Moya, but doesn't opt to make
Aber
use
Crazy
of it.
Raccoon
Motep
gut.
will be run down by Tensai.
Aber hier muss man den Ball halten, wenn man hier nicht durchkommt. Wir waren die zu zweit.
Crazy Raccoon in no hurry here to expose
Aber
themselves
Sinn.
to an equalizer. So they'll bide their time in the middle of the map, and the buck stops with Eternal. Milcreo does actually retrieve the ball.
Warte, spielt Tensai kein Speed Gear?
Milcreo with a hyper charge and on top of Motep. Yeah, the pop rocks are going
Chat?
to do him in the end. Jubileo healthy enough here, but Milcreo.
Der spielt kein Speed Gear, kann das sein?
A few changes to Brawl Ball. The ball goes a little bit faster, rolls a little bit longer than before. It's just been observed on the other side of the patch. It's a minute difference, but at the
Ich hätte gesagt,
professional
Speed Gear auf Ellie ist must
all
have.
sorts of difference. Positioning also completely crucial there. Sirius wasn't able to wedge himself between the goal.
Damit hat man auch mehr Range.
He knew he was gonna get taken down. It was all that
Je schneller
pressure.
Ellie ist, desto mehr Range hat die.
Builds up over time.
Je langsamer, desto weniger. Hallo Maria. Dementsprechend, also Speed Gear ist schon wichtig auf der.
They're going to use this as a springboard for an attempt at a goal, but first they want to farm up their supers, especially if they can get a Chester bomb.
Bernard, of course, for Friendzoner now with the
Mo hat
buff, he
Speed Gear.
can stun if a player is knocked back into a wall. That's something Tensai especially has to be very wary of. He's looking to pressure the series for the time being, though there are some shades in play. That's Kawa taking
dir
down.
nichts. Ja, aber lieber
Tensai looking
abgeben.
for more. Motep under extreme pressure. It's another elimination for the alley. An easy goal for Tensai.
Crazy Raccoon steamrolling through this so far. This is going to be tougher for Eternal
Man
to take
kann's
the bushes
versuchen,
initially.
aber-
Motep's even willing to expend his hypercharge just for the 20% speed boost. Now trying to get Milcreo on the right side. Needed that last shot. Didn't
push.
get it, but Jubilee punches
Good.
through with the hype equipped Moya. An opportunity for him to get his super.
Ja, okay.
Eternal to farm up utility of their own. Overwhelming Crazy Raccoon just by the use of supers. We'll see a little bit more in here as Motep creates a screen and a shade in from
Gute Mo
Sirius.
Hyper.
Moya though tearing up the back lines, has the angle, not a block in sight. Moya even goes for the trick shot to finish things off.
Da ist halt Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon happy to start these off with a pretty aggressive draft. It's great to see the little genius Tensai out there on the alley, absolutely dunking on this Eternal roster and kind of exposing the squishiness, right, of Sirius. It's been an issue already so far. I think the Buster pick into Chester makes perfect sense. You get a lot of value out of deflecting those projectiles, but Crazy Raccoon really
Denkst du, wir
overwhelming.
dürfen jetzt auf so lange Weg? Nee.
Yeah.
Also ich kenne niemanden,
But it's well earned.
der so viel Haare föhnt wie du. Wirklich. Du verbringst ein halbes Leben damit. Übertreibe nicht mal.
You also have Moya, Tensai opening up those backlines with their dives in. Of course, Ali, it's part of her kit. And with Mo, you're going to have to work for it. Get into the backlines. Disrupt the Sirius. Squishy is one.
Mir gefällt Buster nicht auf der Map. Weiß nicht.
Your shots pierce, the shades are not an issue at all.
Here's your stat count back here. You can see that Moya, someone who we didn't highlight so much over the course of that game, was putting out some really nice, consistent damage. Obviously, with that playmaking potential of Mo on Brawl Ball, something you've got
Das
to
stimmt,
be
Driven. Aber gefällt
very
mir.
wary of.
Also,
But Mo
weiß
doesn't have
nicht.
to do
Es
too
gibt mir
much
nichts,
in
dieser
that
Pick.
regard. A lot of the time, it came down to forcing a fight, right? With Ali's mobility, with Mo's mobility, you could dive on in. You could basically get a team wipe. You'd have 2 players up, and then you could walk it in.
Auf der Map, ich würde Range gehen. Ich fand Range da viel geiler.
And yeah,
Mit Buster hast du
sure,
halt keine Range.
this is bringing back memories for Motep. This is a difficult team to go up against.
Aber
And this
Felix.
is a Crazy Raccoon that, you know, frankly, have high expectations as current world champions, and they haven't really slowed down a whole lot. So you've got to be on your guard.
Revenge possible for Motep. LCQ could have gone very differently. The World Finals, our champions would look very differently if you'd managed to finish off.
Hit Edgar Shadeban. Was haben die vor?
It's weird to see Crazy Raccoon with their backs against the wall.
Hello, Doctor.
At LCQ.
Uncharacteristic.
But it had been a weird year for them. I think like the balance of power in East Asia had fluctuated a whole lot. Even that rival team who also were at LCQ looked quite impressive. Were able to, you know, put on some, you know, decent performances as
Sirius 5-mal gepickt, 0 wins. By the way. Hello, Cow.
But this Crazy Raccoon team, I think in the lead up here, what back-to-back monthly final wins, running into this tournament, not much has changed for these guys.
Yeah, in fact, it's kind of the opposite of how they began the last season, where they started off with a win and sort of peered off towards the end and then had to work their way through LCQ. This time they had a rough month 1 versus A Division and then managed to power up in the subsequent couple of months. Here on Deathcap Trap, we have talked about Crazy Raccoon's draft approach of being really consistent stuff, right? And pretty safe, a little boring.
Bro, what will play after, bro?
They're going mode, like they're going
In 2 or 3 hours, bro.
They'll just take Chester here and move on with their lives, I imagine.
And as a first pick too, like this was the highest priority. A reaction also of Stu and Janet, I think, puts a large priority on getting away from this mode. This has been picked up as a first selection. There's still other things that could appear here, like
Prediction.
Lily to
Von
get
diesem
those
Match?
gems out of their clutches.
Keine Ahnung.
It's a very viable strategy.
Ich hätte 3-0 gesagt. Crazy Raccoon.
Give a hypercharge to an aggro brawler and have them punish the gem carrier until eventually you break through, steal all the gems at the
Also
end,
das erste Game
Yeah, so important.
hat mir deutlich besser
to
gefallen
combine
von
that
Crazy
rush with
Raccoon.
a brawler whose hypercharge basically gives you a guaranteed elimination. I don't know how easy it is to find those on Janet though. She is particularly slippery, hard to catch out. Tens are going to go for the Gus here. So,
Bans über normalen Bans.
obviously a pretty reasonable
Das hier sind die Global
someone who
Bans.
is safe. This is
Anfang
a
der
card to me that is,
Begegnung
much
kannst du
more
2
in line
Brawler
with what we
bannen,
expect
Blind
from this
Pick,
Crazy
also
Raccoon
Blind
side.
Bans.
It's gonna be tough to
Und
break
die werden
this
über
down.
alle
There's
Sets
also
hinweg
no
gebannt
obvious
sein.
dive, elements to this lineup. I
Das sind
mean,
einfach so
do we
Global Bans,
really
die darf man
trick
nicht picken.
here? Do we need something from Eternal that can sort of force the issue? Because obviously being able to dive on a Ruffs, for example, or on a Mo outside of Super could be important, but they're also playing a bit more of a longer range game.
Digga, einfach Ding Draft.
Gus at the mid basically.
Only Realm.
Also, Penny's a win condition.
Schneu,
here.
ja,
I feel
Schneu.
like that turret could be under some scrutiny at the hands of Mo
Moya,
with the
yeah.
dive forward. Yeah, and there is counterplay also. Like Penny's gonna be bringing that salty barrel so that she can deal damage to him in close range. But no stuns really to deal with this Mo. No great way of escaping except for Janet. But what does that mid matchup look like into Gus? You're outrange. You're gonna be out DPS. Sure, you can shoot through the Ruffs bags, but you don't really play Janet on lane. She's here to be a gem carrier. She's here to be safe. We'll see how it works out.
You've got a player at that Gus gadget as well. That Kooky Popper out of nowhere sometimes can score the elimination. Motep already getting tapped up by Milcrayo, a fearsome opponent even on his worst days, I'd say. And that speed zone should help dodge these projectiles, and still Motep was going quite low. Jubilee wants to get aggressive and make the most of this window where Mo does not have super at his disposal. Moya will be forced back, but only for the time being.
Moya now encroaching on this left lane as Jubileus soaking up a bunch of the fire. Motep also retreated way back to get back to max HP, putting quite a bit of damage. Now getting punished by Milcreo, who only needs one more shot. Now it's time for Jubileo to spring into action. But Moya and Milcreo are calling shots quite well. Onto Jubileo, however, on a characteristic brawler for him as well, will pick up the first interaction on the left side and start to pressure Milcreo. Wall break on the left side means it's less of a stronghold for Jubileo to hide behind. He was considering playing around it. You can see he didn't want to break walls. He brought speed zone instead, so it is going to hurt.
Tensai's been beating the pants off of Kawa so far, but only just now as he got the elimination on that brawler. Crazy Raccoon able to take a bit more map control, but the
Jubileo, das ist brutal gerade, ne? Also ehrlich.
for this Japanese squad. Moya not in a position to win
Gibt
that
Moya gut Druck.
and can only hope to somewhat contain
Aber Tensai gewinnt halt gegen Penny. Dementsprechend kann die Mitte nicht reinpushen. Ausgeglichen. Stark,
Will be intercepted by Milcreo. He gets tapped up a couple times. Kawe has a fresh turret to place down, but he is on super low HP. And he still has to contest Tensai on the right side. Jubileo going in super aggressive. Hypercharged Pop, but this man just entered the Matrix. Now getting peppered with fire as Milcreo just doesn't want to risk it. Pops the Hyper and the Super at the same time, but continues to get pressured from the right side by Kawe.
Wenn sie den Jump bekommen, gewinnen sie. Fliegen sie auf. Jetzt muss Tensai überleben. Das können sie nicht ausgleichen. Das war so dieser wichtige Gem hier, was aggressiv gegangen ist.
Tensai still able to pick up the stew though, and Motep is too low to get close. Kawa, like you mentioned, could be a win condition, but that turret was left around for so long. Crazy Raccoon not really feeling the pressure from this Eternal composition.
Intelligent play. There's so many different ways you can play.
Das ist eine aggressive Jump.
That you can break, and you have so much selection. And they opted to break open the walls that you usually use to hide behind at mid. That's where you place your mid brawler. But Gus knows, hey, I'm actually winning this interaction versus Janet. I completely outrange her. Yeah, give me some more room to walk around. And once the turret was up, it wasn't even that much of an issue. There's plenty of room to work around because you've eliminated both of the choke points.
And Janet's fight only really matters when she is ahead in gems or in a countdown. If you're behind for most of the game, all it does is kind of keep you alive in situations where you otherwise would have been taken down. A timely super for Milcreo denies the pitch, and all of Eternal get flattened. This is not looking nearly as close as the previous round. Jubileo lane swaps into the Ruffs matchup, so Moya now has some room to breathe.
Ich glaube, fürs Tippen kriegst du 25. Wenn du richtig liegst, kriegst du 75 dazu. Das ist, ich glaube, das ist so. Also wenn du falsch tippst, kriegst du 25. Oder fürs Tippen allgemein.
Positioning for Jubileo's gadget. He continues to march forward into Tensai, picks up the kill. Now Motep trying to encircle behind Milcreo. That's going to be the super for Milcreo. 1-2 shots for Motep. Will get him low. He risk-setting pinch walks right into it from Milcreo. And Eternal probably going to get surrounded and extinguished here at mid.
Nee, die spielen gut mit Ski. Eternal spielt gut. Aber Tensai difft die halt. Also dieser Kawe, die Penny, die macht nix. Die hat gar keine Value. Null. Was, Levin?
Damage from those bombs. A pretty anemic performance here for Eternal as Crazy Raccoon returns to their safe consistent drafts and just slowly choke their opponents out of the match.
Never adjusted the lanes at all. They have the exact same positions every single time. So it's really just
Ihr könnt voten, Eternal ist richtig. Wenn ihr auf der Webseite seid, drückt auf Eternal. Hallo Blatt.
Doesn't matter if he's at home on a webcam or in front of a crowd. This guy is born for the stage.
Yeah. Brings the vibes to the team. You actually saw him sort of resurrect a team that looked pretty deflated at the last chance qualifier. Everyone started shrugging and they were having a good time doing the dance. Brought to the World Finals as well.
It is kind of crazy.
Ja, Gabor, kann man. Weiter kann man bis zu 1000 Punkte gehen.
Does get a bit tense, does get a bit reserved.
Sven Spray.
And the addition of this Milcreo onto the roster, I feel like it really gives them that spiritual leader in a way. Helps them loosen up when things aren't going so great. So far, that's not really had to be drawn upon. Right now, it's just about having fun.
Hello, Comic.
Yeah, fun times, of course, though, are not exempt from criticism. One of the biggest things about Milcreo when he joined this roster is people were concerned, how is he going to fit into the squad? Tensai is supposed to be the mid. He's supposed to be the anchor for the entire team, and Milcreo is really like a stable player, but that's the role that he's fulfilling here. Now, not to say that Tensai didn't just do the same on the right lane. Look at the stat comparison there. It was
Rekord-ranked Elo. 10.069.
Yeah.
A Gus. Someone who's not exactly known for having ridiculous high peaks in terms of damage, but safe And serviceable.
Ja, stark, Colin. Ich hatte auch einen Luckiest Day.
Let's move over to safe
Am
zone
ersten
now.
Tag, glaube ich.
To get
Oder
them
zweiten.
spilled. And I'm expecting more, again, of these like fairly safe drafts. A lot of the time, you know, this Crazy Raccoon squad really want to try and get some combination of Trester and Ruffs. Ruffs already is going to be banned out here, though, by Eternal.
Lenken die Server, Endlich.
Interesting to see the Eve ban
Hallo, Fett.
early on here from Eternal indicates that they've done some research. Eve is a pretty viable selection here.
Ja, Melody wird bestimmt gepickt von Crazy Raccoon. Denke ich schon.
So it must be something they're going for specifically. Kaze picked up early on. This is a first pick worthy brawler. She is just that good. She takes up space in mid. She pushes everyone forward, and she's going to be accounting for a bunch of safe damage. Now, since she's first pick worthy and the priority
Hab's gesehen, Fett. Trotz Wintrade. Hat's nicht geklappt.
This has been willingly allowed through.
Colt, yeah.
Ist
I mean,
peinlich.
also first pick Bell
Bin ich
would
ehrlich.
be the go-to here for Crazy Raccoon. It's so up their alley, given it's a brawler that doesn't really give away too much of the game.
Nee, Pasi.
When you get that early map control, and
Heute sind
you
alle
can
Games
stand
gut,
a
ehrlich.
bunch of mid, and that's the first pick here.
Ich hab gesagt, Toxic Lotus ist hier ein bisschen Außenseiter, aber sonst sind alle gut.
Also can maybe open things up for another brawler that they want to play that would be just, you know, pretty weak into Bell. I sort of anticipated Crazy Raccoon to
Bell
play
ist gut,
something really
allein wegen dem
conservative
Meme.
here, given
Du kannst
sort of the reputation
zwischen den Gang
recently
auf
of
Safe
playing
Zone
these super safe comps.
diese Minen setzen, dann kann die Kase da nicht durch. Die kann durch, aber dann wird die wahrscheinlich sterben.
Otis here, the follow-up. Pretty reasonable, especially against someone like the Kaze. Like, being able to meet the Kaze out is going to matter a heck of a lot. Some comps you see people like try and draft a Melody in just to like fight Kaze in the 1v1. That's probably a little riskier than a team like Crazy Raccoon is going to want to be.
Okay, well, Crazy Raccoon had the last pick to work with. They're afforded the privilege of not being made to pick up a Kaze early on. They get to react to it with their 2-3 turn and then pick the ideal last pick over here. Really helps to have that aggro, and this is why the Eve was banned. They want to be the sole people floating over the water. Now, the issue with Angelo is that he just doesn't have good burst damage. He can do 4,000 damage a shot. He is the superior sniper, but he's not able to sustain that. So something really beefy towards the end of the draft, it can counter this.
He also just, doesn't do a lot of damage to the safe, right? In terms of deep, like,
Stimmt.
he has the high peaks, but his DPS
Weiß
in
nicht,
general
was die machen.
is sort of low. So, often see Angelo pick
Dann
up 'cause
kriegst du
he's
3 Elo
across the
minus,
water
Mart.
bodies, so we can access
Und wenn du dann
the
nochmal
map.
verlierst, dann
Very
kriegst du so
good
viel Minus, wie
high
du Minus
personnel
bekommst.
on this map. It's not good for that
Du hast so einen Checkpoint quasi, so einmal bist du gesaved. Also du bleibst einmal auf Master.
And also, like, Rocket Rain on the safe in a pinch is a very reasonable way to play that.
Oh, totally. Especially if you get the correct lineup, you're doing like an
Shade!
entire shield worth. Okay.
This is not really Crazy Raccoon coded at all. In fact, in the last like, couple of weeks, they've played this.
Finde ich geil.
This,
Der wird wahrscheinlich rechts hochgehen.
Setup.
Über die rechte Lane. Links genau. Ja, ich glaube eher rechts.
I do love this though, and again, it reminds me of the first set's draft where they go for something a bit more
Es
aggressive,
geht,
more
Pasi.
high upside, but potentially higher risk as well.
Aber mit den Mechanics da, die werden da wahrscheinlich alles dodgen
I'm a
können.
bit puzzled. Into the Brock. What is Brock here for? Break walls. What does Shade do? Goes through walls. This is not a brawl ball situation.
Ja, so exotische Picks finde ich auch geil zu machen.
Go outside of everything is breakable unless you're hiding inside the unbreakables on the left or right lane. I just don't really see it. Motep should be breaking open these walls early on. It's going to be the first one onto Tensai on the right side. It's actually
Ja, er wird alles dodgen.
Tensai still marches forward. No one can hit these shots on him.
Der hat 2 Sniper auf seiner Lane gehabt, der ist trotzdem zu Tor gekommen.
One who pushed forward allowed Moya and
Das ist
Motep
krank.
to get into mid positions. He's gotten 15% off the safe.
Look, the map being open doesn't necessarily hurt the rest of Crazy Raccoon, right? You've got really good burst damage if you have to defend at any point. And yeah, look at this. Obviously, star power taken here by Tensai means that he has that damage reduction during his super, which is really important because he knows he's going to trade damage. So this is just a high pressure comp from Crazy Raccoon. Milkray already has a hypercharge ready.
Well, there's the hypercharge. Didn't
Ah,
make
schlechte
too much
Ulti
of an
schuld.
impact. Tensai is going to move forward with the hardened hoodie. Has a bunch of damage resistance as he goes for one crit.
Digga, wie kriegt ihr da das Schild? Bro, bitte.
It's a huge lead on tempo for Crazy Raccoon at the moment. Eternal still haven't been able to make one solid push in.
Again, the more that map gets opened up by the Brock, the less impactful for holding chokes the incendiary fields become. There's ways to get around them now.
Gute Ult.
Fanstorm, though, to get some safe damage away from Jubileo. That Kaze is still a problem, and Moya, even after muting the Kaze earlier, still
Ah, die müssen das Schild rausbekommen. Sonst lohnt sich das nicht für Kase reinzugehen. Hallo Margi. Es geht hier rein und nee, es lohnt sich nicht. Die müssen das Schild rausholen. Sniper.
That crack on the safe. That was unfortunate though. The follow-up of Brock with the rocket rain did not make any impact at all.
Nee, das ist eine wasted Hyper. Die Hyper bringt nicht. Wie sollte das Schild aber nicht raus? Hier, Tensei muss einfach rein, Hit machen, dann vielleicht 2. Aber lieber als da sterben. Low-key. Hallo Kiroxy, hello Nestor. Hallo Irumagan. Ja, aber da musst du auch noch das Schild rausholen. So jetzt, wenn der vorhin das Schild hier rausgenommen hätte, theoretisch hätten die jetzt gewonnen. Ist jetzt eh nicht wichtig, weil sie eh gewonnen hätten, aber in manchen Situationen wäre das wichtig. In manchen Games sind das diese Unterschiede.
And you're right, obviously, there being wall break on the side of Eternal makes it a little harder for Shade to do what he needs to, but it's just not efficient or convenient for the Brock to clear all the walls on the map. It also
Mistake. Wollt ihr das machen oder was? Oder hab's nicht gesehen?
And Tensei has a built-in dash with damage reduction, a range increase. He just wants to go after the safe.
Just a couple things that come to mind here. One of them is that we
Ja,
saw
das stimmt,
Shade
Maurice.
played yesterday by Only Realm, and it was a pretty sorry showing
No
here in that
cap,
final
Pelikan.
set. Difference here is
Ja,
that
Tensei ist nur,
Brock,
also
Angela, they don't have that mobility
geisteskrank,
equipment that would
ehrlich.
allow them to stay away from Tensei. And it's so difficult for them to play into.
Value bekommen mit Shade auf so einer Map echt nicht einfach.
Really limits the Kaze's ability to DPS the safe. Whereas Tensei, so far, almost being ignored. Oh, that's a big clap. Jubilee's got to watch out. We've got the safe knocked. And every time Jubilee goes down in front of his own safe, that's time he cannot spend being aggressive himself. Nice footwork from Milcreo here, outranged by the Angelo, but nice little mark on the Jubilee, and he's going to win the 1v1 against the Kaze.
Ich glaube, ich könnte das nicht mal in Leather machen.
I don't know why he was straight line
Er macht das gegen E-Sportler.
He would be able to win on an HP basis, but he needed to hit every single crit, and he just didn't do that. Another nest egg.
Viel Spaß, Digga.
One after the next. Milcreo's going to do it again. He just needs one more shot. No.
Wenn die Kase rausholen, wäre gut.
And he's going to trap that safe in the
Ja,
edge of the
machen die
fans.
auch.
But should be down to 75% now with Motep launching a couple rockets over there towards the safe, and here comes the lineup with the super as well for maximum DPS. Down to
Also ich fand Motep heute gut. Der hat jetzt mit Brock. Weiß ich nicht, ob das schlau war. Ich finde Pick nicht gut.
But Motep is marked, and Milcreo's got the fancy footwork. Frankly, Motep's just not a factor. Oh my goodness, Milcreo just went 1v2, bro. You ain't beating these guys, not on that fundamental level. These mechanics from Crazy Raccoon are out of this world.
Moya on the right side should expire. Milcreo going for a little bit more. Now it could be a base race. Tensei's gonna have to do it solo. Motep in.
It's over already.
Ich meinte, ich habe gestern Swisser gesehen, CM. Im Publikum. Aber ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob er es war. Und Marv glaube ich auch. Aber ich bin mir nicht sicher, ob sie zwei waren. Ja, Crazy Raccoon ist krass. Sie keine Menschen, Bro. Mann. Ich kann Bro sich so wohlfühlen.
Or for Tensei. Good to see the little genius get to throw down on the stage. Let's head down and hear from this team. Of course, Bunny standing by.
Well, 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 welcome back to the Winners Circle.
Wir können damit pivoten. Digga, ist Moja so groß?
I want to ask, firstly, what a great performance, by the way.
Wie groß ist Moja?
Analysts were talking before this game.
Ich schau nach.
And they were discussing
Wer hat was schätzt ihr? Wie groß ist Moja?
expectation on your shoulders being the world champions. Coming into this match, do you guys feel additional pressure, or are you good at blocking that out?
Ah, fuck, sieht man gar nicht.
話ではやはりその世界チャンピオンという重みが大きくプレッシャーとしてのしかかるのではないかという懸念も話されていたんですけども、実際皆さんはそういったものは感じられました。
Okay, wie alt schätzt ihr ihn?
いやまあ正直去年チャンピオンを取ってから絶対勝たないといけないなみたいなプレッシャーは感じていました。To be honest, he was kind of
25, 19.
because he did take the world champions title and this year he will like
21.
Another title on the cards, possibly for
21.
Crazy Raccoon. Now,
22.
yesterday we saw you guys in the arena. You were here, you were watching some of the games. So I'm just curious to know,
Er ist 21.
outside of competing on the
18.
stage,
Nee, ist
what is
21.
your favorite thing about being at these LAN events?
10. August,
Because it's amazing to see all the
04.
fans, isn't it?
昨日皆さんがステージの端っこで観戦を楽しまれているのを見たんですけども、実際こういうオフライン大会で皆さんのこういうオフイベの楽しさ、競技以外にどういったところにありますか？どういう楽しみ方あります？
やっぱりみんなで勝利を共有できたりとか、一緒に応援できる、自分のこの好きな選手とかを一緒に応援できるっていうのはすごいいい場だなっていうふうに思います。
Yeah, he loves these LAN events because he could share the moments.
Ja, Pelikan. Ich sag, Foot wird Gruppenmeister. Der Tensei ist krank, wirklich. Unfassbar.
Enjoy. So that is one thing he loves to do.
Well, he's clearly having a great time here on the main stage. Of course, the crowd's going crazy. Berlin, make some noise for your first win and day 2. It's Crazy Raccoon!
Jetzt diese Dampfer.
They are looking super happy. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon for the first win of the
Ronaldo oder Messi-Frage.
tournament for them. A quick 3-0, not a single set drop from them. And we talked about it already, that he mentioned it himself, Macreo.
Also wenn ich mich entscheiden müsste, ich glaube, ich würde auf Tensei gehen. Aber, also... Punkte. Ich habe 735. Jesse kann nicht spielen, weil er nicht einreisen konnte. Wegen Pass oder irgendwas. Irgendwas war da. Der konnte nicht einreisen. Ja, Kase, der kommt immer wieder. Der kam vorhin. Wann kam der rote Button? OG ist alt, ja. Warte, ich kann nachschauen. Aber OG spielt ja nicht mehr, Bro. OG ist ja mittlerweile Coach.
We talked about the shade yesterday already, and I
OG
said
ist 31.
it's kind of a Zeta Division pick. We never have seen them pick it up. It's super exciting to see now the Seed 1 East Asia.
Sein letztes Achievement ist 2023.
Das ist
ein bisschen näher.
Unfortunately, He's just not about kills.
Yeah, true. I mean, I
Hello,
shout out
Max.
to him though. I mean, that's really commendable on that Angelo pick. But I think just out mechanics all round, really. Crazy Raccoon was just absolutely dominating them. I mean, Eternal gonna have a think.
Ich glaube, jetzt kommt Eternal. Nee. Nein, ich glaube, jetzt kommt Crazy Raccoon gegen Revenant, ne?
Yeah, I mean they're a really quality team, and I thought their compositions were.
Tensei gegen Sergeant.
In that game where their fundamentals were exposed as not being on the level of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it doesn't only need draft.
Was nichts
There's
gewinnen?
multiple
Ja,
things that
Crazy
come
Raccoon.
together. Communication, synergy, mechanics, and draft. And I agree with you. I don't think they were missing in draft. They need to step up.
Crazy Raccoon wird da durchmarschieren.
We have a little bit of a break now as we head over to another team in this group. Crazy Raccoon is going to come right back out.
Yeah, that's a scary prospect, isn't it? Because, you know, that's the best time when you're
Ja, das sage ich immer, Alexander. Das zeige ich immer. Und die Antwort zeige ich auch dazu.
Cycle, repeat, and then just be at the top of your group. I mean, it could be a very quick day for the World Champs at this rate, but for Revenant X-Spark, you know, this is going to be super, super interesting. A team that have got by far the highest scrim rates, but that's because they've been scrimming within their home region.
Yeah,
like,
the data is skewed, bro.
It's so heavily skewed towards in their favor. And, you know, coming to the event so late on the 13th of May, they haven't really had the chance to scrim against
Ja,
some of their best
oder du
teams
tippst gar nicht.
Speaking of course,
Tag 1, Tag 2, machst Tag 3 nichts, kein Voten. Schaust nur zu, drückst richtig und du hast alles.
I don't know. I wonder, like,
Yeah, the
level of last year's roster, right? Because the name brand power not quite there. With Jay obviously going into military service in response to the moving into the coaching role, I'm excited about Walkthrough. This fresh 16-year-old potential prodigy, right? We love those stories. We don't get to see Guesty here, unfortunately. So hopefully that storyline at least gets some payoff in RNT.
So we get to meet the third team of this group. See also in a second. First up though, we have a little something for you. We all know that, yeah, there's always a lot of talk about exclusives in-game. Now we have something physical for you whenever you are actually coming.
Ich glaube, man kriegt QR-Code jetzt, kann das sein? Mark, danke für Raid! Über den Stream, bitte gemacht! Hallo Mark, hallo Ruby.
One of them, Ark, to
Was machen die?
Berlin, to BRAWL Cup. You're getting one of them as well. Super exciting postcards. And Ark, Are you gonna send one of these to one of your loved ones?
This is the thing. I've not heard anyone at the event say
Okay.
this yet, but I think
War nur
it's
Werbung, kann das
super
sein?
cool. Like, and shout out to you if you're that guy or that girl.
Hallo,
Send
Jolli.
it to a loved one back home and be like, you know, here's a little gift from me. Super cool. And I
Das
really
ganze
hope we can
Finale?
see more of
Morgen.
these postcards go into the events and to the rest of the year, so you guys can collect them all and have something really awesome.
Wegen
to flex
Boosten.
again.
Nee, der konnte nicht einreisen.
In-game and outside of the game. I'm gonna
Er
put
kann
this
nicht
on for you,
einreisen.
honestly.
Oder er konnte nicht einreisen.
Fridge magnets too.
How am I
right?
flexing this
Let's
in
get
game?
that going.
Maybe for the future we get some magnets too.
Okay, yeah, right. Yeah, let's get, yeah. We're really revolutionizing the
26
idea of,
Pin.
like, Brawl merch.
Nee, das. Also du meinst WM?
Bring the retro
World
back.
Finals, das
The two of
ist.
you
Boah, weiß
should
ich gar nicht.
appreciate
Wann
that,
ist das?
honestly.
I don't know what you mean. Do you know what you mean?
I have
That's
no clue.
crazy.
But it's worth mentioning as well, like on the
November?
back of these postcards is
Dezember?
a QR
Irgendwie so.
code. And that is
Das
what you
dauert noch.
scan, which will then give
August?
you
Nein,
that asset
August ist
in
nochmal
game
für
as well as
Finals.
a blue ticket for the Brawl Cup for the regular ticket holders and a gold if you're a VIP holder.
November?
It's a sick
Okay.
flex.
Super rare.
Sorry, I'm just
Definitely. So you get
holding this
something for
phone.
outside of the game and inside of the game. I'm tempted to just turn it around for everyone on stream, but not today. Maybe later. Maybe you get something else later. There's still this lovely,
Whoa,
beautiful
whoa, whoa,
button right here for
I
all
heard
of
it's
you
quite
at
sensitive.
Well, it's got
It's sensitive.
emotions of
Well,
feelings,
anyway,
yeah.
let's head into our next match of the day, won't we? It's Crazy Raccoon once more. They just get a little bit of the break.
Oh mein
this
Gott.
round against Revenant.
95% für Crazy
A little
Raccoon.
bit of a different tournament to even get here. They did not have anyone. in the finals in
95%.
Southeast Asia. They had a separate circuit.
Den da. Ja, mein Goat ist da.
And it ended in a 4
Sergeant.
double
Das ist mein
elimination
Goat-Chat.
bracket
Der hier.
where They clearly came out on top. They demolished everyone else.
Yeah, they actually played Overthrow twice.
Du musst belieben.
First time sweeping in the quarterfinals.
Sergeant auf der Ellie oder auf den Brock. Wow.
Two sets across that bracket. So close games though against ABC in the semi-finals. But again, I'm always so reserved with Revenant. You never know what to expect. When you look back to the LCQ last year, Sergeant beat Crazy Raccoon there.
Yeah.
Just putting that out there. And going into that event, it was very much the same question of like, how are they going to fare? They beat the world champs. They were like the only team last year that really kind of
It was the
Made that.
birth of the Giga Chad.
Ja, glaub ich auch, Joni.
Right, this guy on an individual basis was like kind of dominating some of the most legendary names in Brawl Stars, and I think we knew he was good. I think he really put his name and his region on the map. The rest of the team is where the question marks are, right? But they've got young talent. I love this idea of like a veteran like Sergeant who's still at the top of his game, bringing some younger talent in. And Hiroshi on this roster was, you know, one of the shot callers, I think, on that KDS team. So has experience at the top level as well.
I think that phrase of yours actually describes it perfectly. You never know what to expect from Revenant X Spark. Last year at Worlds, they came top 4, a true Cinderella run. We didn't see them all the way at the top. Now, I think we warmed up to the idea a little bit. I even said,
100%
dude,
Mitski.
if anyone
Sergeant
can be
ist so
Crazy
gut.
Raccoon, might as well be Revenant X Spark. Let's see if they will
Hat Aura,
actually
rede mal.
in the next couple of minutes. These are the global
Was meinst du,
bands
Karl?
for the series. Naja,
Das Global Band?
Bro, we just don't get to
Stimmt.
see you this week, and it seems Lumi's band out as well, and Otis
Rank
and
Carries
Ross
am Ende der
once more.
Season
We
immer
saw
wieder.
a lot of them
Ab und
already
zu
global
mal.
band. Otis,
Ja, ja.
I believe
Aber
we
nicht auf
haven't
eine
seen
Person
yesterday.
spezifisch.
No, and I'm looking forward to it.
Sondern
You
eher
might
auf alle.
smell some tankier brawlers to come through as well. Colette as well now is going to be banned quite
Master,
consistently,
ne, paar
so
Games
across
einfach.
the
Bis zum,
sets too.
ist unterschiedlich. Wenn du kurz vor Master bist, dann ja, aber
Too far as well. So, yeah, kind of interesting
sonst
stuff,
immer nur ein paar
in
Games.
terms of these global bans. Definitely some big heavy hitters are going to escape through. I just kind of want to circle back to Sergeant though, because like he is the hard carry on this team. And in every event, like we look to him to really be that playmaker every single time. But the team has changed so much since the World Finals. You know, responses
kurz
there
vor die
now as
G2 dauert noch
pushing
5
Rocky
Stunden,
is
Karl.
on the stage. But it is down to having two new teammates who are
Bro,
actually have to
erzähl
really
doch keine
step in
Scheiße,
to
bitte.
let him pop off.
Yeah, I also think that, you know, he also might not have that role in the roster anymore as being that centerpiece player. When you bring a young player, a
Alles beim
16-year-old, very talented
Sergeant
individual,
Glaze.
you kind
Bro,
of
ist auch der Goat.
space to demonstrate
Sergeant
that
ist der Goat.
progression. Hiroshi, to me, by comparison, is a bit more of a veteran.
Ihr müsst es akzeptieren.
Roster, but that's the question.
Achte gleich auf Sergeant.
Or, you know, walk
Ich
through
sag ja
and
auch
rise up
Tencent.
and sort of be that superstar.
Ooh,
This
this
is
is
brutal.
insane.
Yeah.
So the lowest number we got to up to last match was 6%. Now we're at 5% for Revenant X Spark. I believe Honestly,
Oder
they have
vielleicht die-
more of a chance to beat Crazy Raccoon than Eternal.
Carrying
Maybe that's
Boost.
just me.
Boost bedeutet, jemand geht auf deinen Account, was verboten ist, und er spielt für dich. Das heißt, du machst dafür nichts. Das heißt, es ist richtig peinlich, du musst dich dafür richtig schämen. Und Carries ist, dass jemand einfach dich carryt. Ihr seid zusammen in der Lobby, du spielst selber, du erreichst es selber, aber jemand hilft dir.
Let's bring them in.
Whether you like it or not, each team is making a statement every time they step
Wer
out
seht ihr
onto
gegen
this
BC? Boah, weiß
stage.
ich gar
Every
nicht.
win is a message. But has that message been received? It's time to find out. It's Crazy Raccoon and Revenant X Spark!
Sergeant, tapfer Name. Hallo Jana. Ich mach morgen Wetten, ja. Morgen Kanalpunkte wetten. Das ist Sergeant hier, der in der Mitte. Das ist Sergeant.
Can the reigning world champions have a clean run through the group stage?
Prophetten. Ja, schon Crazy Raccoon. Also Crazy Raccoon wird das gewinnen.
Carries a certain weight in Brawl Stars esports. Or can their opponents
Ja,
match
Yoshi.
their energy? The newly formed Revenant X Spark, they have the opportunity here to send the community into an absolute tailspin with arguably the biggest upset of the year so far. So it's time to find out. It's time for Crazy Raccoon and Revenant X Spark. Let's go.
Genau, Razor, ja. Korrekt. Ja, Gabor. Okay. Ach so. Auf Twitch gibt es die Funktion, Joni, da kann man Kanalpunkte. Danke, Frau Lokal. Da kann man Kanalpunkte in so einen Topf schmeißen, so eine Wette. Und danach wird halt das Ding gemacht, und wenn ich es wenn ich das Resultat wähle, dann kriegen alle, die darauf gewettet haben, eine höhere Anzahl an Kanalpunkte zurück. Danke für den Follow, Jolli. YouTube geht auch, geht nicht, ne. Es geht nur auf Twitch, das ist so eine Funktion. Sergeant only.
A strong leadership core still, of course, with Surgeons on their side and the response.
Ich hab Platz gebraucht mit Ski. Ich hab so viel löschen müssen. Ich hab viel weniger mittlerweile. Amber First! Und Ivan! Boah, weiß ich nicht, Jungs.
Yeah, for sure. I'm looking forward to the
Weiß ich
match
nicht.
with, many of the others actually here today. I think this is going to be potentially the one that could cause the upset. Looking here for some brawlers that I think could be on the horizon here. The Kaze is definitely up there for a Crazy Raccoon style pick.
Ranking
Shade
is
actually could make an
Master
appearance
2.
considering the Eve and there the Angelo is banned out as well. Pierce, open here, 8-bit. Things like this can really pack a massive punch onto the safe. And there is one of them. Pierce going for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Pierce and
Yes,
O'Brien,
it's obvious.
This has been a little bit of a shakier map for Crazy Raccoon over the last week or so. But yeah, Pierce, Kaze,
Ja, den habe ich nicht,
definitely
Joni.
common picks to come in. You notice they had to ban the Chuck because they were second pick. Pierce and Kaze coming in together. Kaze, they only won one
Rank
of
Pick
6
von Mark.
games with that
Keine
brawler
Ahnung.
in the last
Ungefähr
week or so.
gleich, glaube ich.
Yeah. Again, the idea still, of course, is going to be to run it up. You can close the gap with that mobility.
Ich glaube, wir sind
and then
beide
try and
kurz
run
über
on in.
10k.
On the side, I think, of Revenant X Spark, it's interesting to see they banned the Crow out. That's quite a prolific
Yeah,
brawler, but
Maurice.
you can still bring Bow, Nani, also an option if you want some sharpshooter.
It is interesting indeed, as they have last pick, they still banned out Crow. Now with the Ember, you already mentioned Shadar could definitely make up a showing here. Charlie, as a counter to Kaze, maybe could come in
Shade!
their last pick. Now let's see if they're actually going to go with that, or if they just want to double down on the damage. So far, with Ember, sometimes we call her the second-hand Melody. It's just really good at dealing damage if she's ever get close enough to save. Otherwise, she's just
Gefällt
more
mir
of a
nicht.
defensive option. Melody actually still left open too, so some damage could also come through that brawler.
Crying out here for 8-bit. I really am. I mean, I like the Amber because it's a bit more control-based. Melody doesn't really pack the biggest of punches. It's kind of more a
Weihnachtsbaum einkaufen?
Is a very safe kind of brawler pick, very much.
Das musst du mir erklären, Fruchti. Boah!
Brawler for sure.
Oh, Jungs. Ich hab euch
Some
gegläst.
consistent damage output at safe range here. I have seen this team try and go for the Otis on this map recently. That hasn't worked out as well. I think 8-Bit is probably their...
Wofür habe ich euch geglaced?
Banned out. Charlie doesn't seem good here, really, to take her alongside your team. So yeah, I think 8-Bit is a very heads-up pick. I like the Amber. There's a lot of long straightaways here. You
100 draft.
Serpentine, especially for 8-Bit, who's very slow. Amber could find an edge there.
And for you on the mic today, or for this match at least, we have Trev and Kenny.
Thank you very much, Sonny. It's good to be back for another day in Berlin. I'm Kenny Barlow.
Hintergrund? Nee, das musst du mir erklären, Fruchti. Wie du gehst Weihnachtsbaum ein. Den musst du mir erklären. Auch wenn du es mir privat schreibst, den musst du mir erklären. Was soll Draft? Die haben gar keinen Draft. Okay, Sergeant, sag mal her.
Yeah, the Sergeant versus Tensai on the left-hand side, that's going to be one hell of a matchup. Superwalk getting a bit of progress on the big stage here, but early on, Tensai destroying their lanes, getting full control, just choosing to wait a little bit for this Fanstorm to come in, want to get a bit of value on the safe and on the opposition too. Nice daggers flying out of Tensai, who played phenomenally in that match just moments ago. A speed run, if you will, and so far so good for the East Asian.
Thanks for the map.
Superwalk has to back away. Sergeant respawn. He's gonna have a hard time.
Keine Ahnung. Es macht ja keinen Sinn. Das ist ein Agro-Brawler, das ist ein Controller und ein Bow.
Has the ability to walk over water. We're in trouble. Now Sergeant just looking to clean up.
Macht keinen Sinn.
Tensai still escapes.
Yeah, Tensai's going to get this crack as well as keep his super. Might try and stay alive. You saw him. Oh, got the Fanstorm down just about. Actually threw it into the air as he was falling. So a bit of damage from beyond the grave. Tensai here. Revenant getting their first signs of life and first damage on safe. Sergeant will cycle out that hypercharge, but chooses not to go.
Okay, Sergeant.
And extra credits there as well for the 8-Bit on defense. But
okay, Sergeant.
Really gonna have to capitalize here because they're already sub 25%. I think Tensai just knows the writing on the wall. They should have this in the bag, especially with another brawler up the middle from the distance. Smooth sailing for CR.
Der Draft ist, hab ich gedraftet? Was ist da passiert? 50%? Ja, aber weil die durchgegangen sind, Okto. Weil sie die durchgelassen haben. Die haben ja nicht defended die ganze Zeit.
As well as the scoreline early on, and they're actually triple midded.
Once Sergeant got booted up, the supers provided. They got a ton of kills off it, got some immediate pressure, but in a moment like that, I mean, now kill going down. Hiroshi doesn't have the range to contest with Mukrio either. This might be a comp diff. I'm not sure if it's a skill diff. It might be both for crying out loud.
It seems like that's the case at the moment. Two of them on the left-hand side here as Sergeant kind of lurking around this wall, knows he can go across that water.
Yeah, okay.
From Tensai, that's surely going to be a kill on Sergeant too. Superwalk.
Oh god!
And all control remains with CR. Fanstorm still in Tensai's hand, but they've managed to keep Milcreo a bit further off the safe. But as I say that, he throws an extra credit straight towards it.
I mean, Hiroshi's been puppy guarded. He is trapped on this top right-hand side. He's trying to move around, do something more creative, and on top of that, Sergeant on this spawn.
Gibt noch 2 Sets.
Sitting duck. They have not let him escape. Finally,
Gibt noch 4 Sets, ja.
Haunted Hugs going through. Milcreo, low HP, manages to stay alive a little bit longer as Tensai will clean up top. Oh my goodness, now he's got a hypercharge ready for the next save. This is dreadful.
I mean, Amber trying to get something done, but it's only 18%. Tensai will go for a few more dashes on the safe, and he hasn't even used that hypercharge to get the third crack. Now the Fanstorm comes down, and that's more damage piling on.
Running laps around Revenant X-Mark right now. Couple new teammates alongside Sergeant, a long time great in this game, but right now they are facing a heavy amount of pressure as Tensai dives in, and similar to their match number 1, making a light work of every opponent in front of him.
I mean, I don't know about you, Kenny, but I think a lot of us here on the desk at least expected a bit more from Revenant X-Mark. So
das war
over the next few
nix.
sets they'll be able to sort something out.
Das war nix.
As happy as ever, they're laughing. I don't know if that's just because of how hard they've got beaten and trying to be a bit light-hearted. But you know, why cry when you
Hallo Nike.
Sometimes if it's so bad, the only thing you
Nein, Juni. Ich habe auf Revenant getippt gegen Eternal. Da habe ich auf Revenant getippt. Nicht jetzt. I don't know.
In the game, it shows too. I'm a big proponent of let your game do the talking. And CR just haven't even had to catch their breath. It feels like they've had their way with every single draft, every single moment. You can kind of see here in the replay. I mean, it sounds like Sergeant's just kind of reassuring his team. Let's write this one off, on to the next. We'll go into
Jubileo.
different strategy, new outcome. Let's just try and reset.
Absolutely. Like
Motep.
As dominant of a
Und
set as it was. You know,
Chat wir noch?
require 2 more to be able to beat them down. It's, you know, they're not out of it just yet. As poor as they seemed and as good as
genau,
all day long so far.
Coebr. Das muss Nono aussprechen. Keine Ahnung. Jubileo? Ja, Weber und Motte.
Obviously a completely different roster. Having Response, I'm sure, is a little bit of a comfort blanket, if you will, having his previous teammate there.
Das ist krass, was ist.
Significantly less experience, and this was the big question mark rolling into this. It's why I struggled to pick
I don't like it.
overall. I felt like CR were a step above everybody else. After all, they're the defending world champs, 2 Grand Finals wins. You have to just let the results speak for themselves. But between
Das J wie aussprechen? Jubileo? Bei Spanisch? Nein, Portugiesisch. Brasilianisch, sorry. Brasilianisch.
Well, we've kind of got a glimpse of it so far, and it's not looking the best, Penny, at the moment, to say the least. But should be able to see the draft in just a second.
No, wie spricht man das aus? J-U-B-I-L-E-U-R. Jubileo. Hallo, Jesse.
Stereotypical start. It's going to
Nee, Nike.
how they answered this Mortis. Do they grab some kind of anti-tank, which it's a little bit
Mortis first.
that. You see Otis in that global ban on the top right, so no mute button available, but still several.
Das sind alle 3 Brasilianer.
One do they want for layer cake? Do they want something
Alle
like
3.
That's exactly where I was going with that. They wanted Chester to kind of have that burst damage, because when Mortis dives in, it's a real issue. Especially with 4 bells on him, it's just so much for a Mortis to tackle. So as good as he is, this is, I think, an appropriate measure.
Absolutely. It was on the tip of your tongue.
Jubileo. Jubileo.
It was just about coming out, yeah, buzzer beater as the Chester was picked. So Superwalk.
Ich weiß, Herr Kaiser, so ist es ironisch. Ich habe einen Brasilianer im Chat, das streamt auch. Ich gehe nur auf den Sack die ganze Zeit mit Brasilianisch, weil in meinen Augen spricht er Brasilianisch.
No Edgar, no Shade, no Kit. So a lot of those aggressive options were removed, so it makes sense even more why so they would pick the Mortis there. But Leon still available alongside the Lollipop drop.
Jubileu.
Very valuable asset for the team as a whole. Invisibility is always nice. There's so many good perks.
Geil, Jesse.
Now if they go thrower as well, I might add, if they want to play from the distance.
Nein, Nike haben wir nicht. Sergeant noch. Sergeant. Sergeant, komm hier! Nee, warte. Das ist mehr russisch. Sergeant, was machst du? Ein Mini-I? Ein Mini-I? Loslassen, Mark. Ich weiß nicht, worauf die muss schauen. Das T, ein stark betontes D. Sergeant. Sergeant. Warte, wir haben noch Ding. Wir haben noch TTS mit einem Inder. Warte mal.
You don't have any long range options. You don't have any throwers right now, so I'm curious which direction we kind of go here with this 6 pick.
Absolutely, should be coming in very shortly, and I do like that.
Yes, Ravena.
I think it's a solid one at that. Going to be able to keep the majority of my range, and that is something that Sergeant's always trying to pick up. So I would not be surprised to see him pick that brawl.
Ich habe, warte, ich habe Hans dazu.
Warte. Ravena. If I'm looking down the barrel at Sergeant on the trunk, I'm quite scared, Kenny.
I'm absolutely scared. It's a great brawler overall, one that this team is
Sergeant. Sergeant is my goat.
Every ounce of strength coming in from that army of ants if they want to deal with defending world champs. Crazy Raccoon so far.
Was mit dem Draft passiert? Ich habe 2 Sekunden nicht hingeschaut.
So calm, cool, collected, jovial on stage, but cold-blooded killers on that field. Let's see what Stasis and Jasons can do about it.
Well, the early lollipop drop is placed down, but Sergeant gets caught out scouted. He's just going straight for it.
What, Sergeant?
The trade's there, and the lead remains with Crazy Raccoon. But what a way to start. That's a confidence builder.
Flashy play off the rip, though. I mean, that's significantly more than we saw maybe in the entirety in that opening set. So nice to see that Sergeant still got it. Super walk on this left-hand side, flanking though, and especially with this.
Ich sag's euch, Sergeant ist der Goat.
In the backline, it's gonna be really difficult for the Revenant roster to take
Was hat er gemacht? Double Kill. Aber ist dann gestorben.
Force them away, especially with the incendiary that lurks after that. It makes Revenant trip up a bit.
Yeah, I mean, with Leon on this left-hand side, one of the few brawlers that Tensai might have a bit of a decent say in, unless he's cycling out some of those supers. So not the worst.
Kann sein, ob du. Wenn überzeugt, ja.
Teammates to start building something, but other than that, he's just feeding a lot of penny shots the other way. There's a gadget from Sergeant again. He's going to go in, goes to the right hand side, but
das war nix.
Das
war nix.
Hiroshi trying to get Moya, and I don't think he's going to be able.
Nee, schlecht von Revenant.
Remains with Crazy Raccoon after that. Big scrappy fight.
Interesting choice there. Sergeant, I think, relying on Super Walk to get the follow-through kill, but just didn't happen quickly enough. And now Sergeant with low HP is going to have to dive away for now. The team is going to have to regroup. 45 in the clock, still plenty of time. A 3-star swing or the blue star could be all they need. Eyes on Moya for sure.
Yeah, this hyper.
Digga, Squeak, Penny Turret ist aber auch ein Abfuck. Raus. Sergeant, bitte.
And go down. They got one in there on Tensai, but the lead just keeps on lengthening every time Revenant try it.
They have an answer to the lollipop drop as well. Squeak can just drop one individual shot, exhaust one ammo, and that is it. Now they know and have eyes on Sergeant as well, and with 15 on the clock.
Ja, der Squeak schießt so. Oh! Okay, stark von Sergeant. Stark von Sergeant. Ja, okay. Keine Mates. Das Ding ist, das Penny Turret schießt ja dahin, wo du stehst. Und der Squeak schießt dahin, wo er dodgen will. Also das Penny Turret dodgen will. Er muss sich entscheiden, entweder er fliegt ins Penny Turret, in die Schüsse, oder er läuft in den Squeak rein.
Sergeant had a couple of good plays, a couple of double kills in there, but every time there was a big team fight, it ended Crazy Raccoon's way.
CR's team play, I think, is what preserved
Basic Game Sense. Ja, aber was willst du da machen? Es gibt mir eher um die Comp zwischen Squeak und Penny.
But they just knew what they were doing. The Squeak Super also. That was insane. I mean,
was willst du da machen?
Coming out as well. That's a trick that I forgot Drunk had.
Yeah, it was really
nice komplett geknallt.
By Sergeant as well, but regardless of all that, you can heal 10k HP, but if you're going to take another 10k damage, you're still going to go down. Lollipop drop on the left-hand side, and they find a good shot to Sergeant. He just kind of moves away from that Lollipop.
Aber ich glaube, die machen es absichtlich, Fruchti. Die lassen sich absichtlich da hinten droppen. Erstens wegen Penny Turret. Und zweitens, wenn die hier sterben, was sie machen, also was passieren wird wegen dem Trunk, die spawnen direkt in dem Trunk drin. Also die können ihn sofort wieder rausholen. Ja, easy, Yoshi.
So many sub 1000 brawlers right there as Sergeant just asserts his dominance up the middle of the map. Milgrio still tapping. Tensai there to assist. You look at the DPF summers after this, and I imagine it's not high for Tensai, but his kill count will be. That's his role. Just scoop in, grab the kills, and then get out immediately.
Yeah, the Penny turrets are up now, and should only be a couple of shots off a hypercharge. Replaces it in the back, and all I'm seeing every time I look at Chester is he's slow. Tensai's gonna get the kill on Sergeant, and Moya just holding firm.
Komplett auseinandergenommen. Und Squeak Die holen sich Bluestar mit Mortis und danach Squeak Penny, also boah. Gut von Sergeant. Wie schippt Chester aber die ganze Zeit? Tensai sollte nicht reingehen, Bro. Sergeant! Er ist der Goat.
Starting to feel a little hopeless in this arena, but we're due some good Brawl Stars, folks. CR are just that menacing. We're finally starting to see the ceiling of this composition. Trunk has been making play after.
Ich sag's euch, Chat, es ist verdammt gut.
Maybe it would have even been a higher score in that game number 2. So much left.
Hallo Fake Lol.
Revenant X-Spark.
Jetzt stellt euch mal vor, er hat Mates wie Moya oder Milcreo. Anstatt ein Hiroshi und ein... Wer ist der andere? Superwalk. Wisst ihr, was er dann kochen wird? Versteht ihr, was er da kochen wird?
It's just 1 star at the moment. It's the 110 side picked up right at the start. He tries to go aggressive on Superwalk now, but that leaves an opening for Sergeant in the backlines. Tensai with a super. Down he goes, and Penny will be there to tank for Tensai to stay alive.
Nee, unmöglich, Jase. In seiner Region, wo es niemand gut. Er ist der einzige gute Spieler in der gesamten Region. Das ist der einzige gute Inder.
Low HP grabs one, but in the meantime, Tensai will take off for the top. It's an even trade favoring CR.
I mean, that's all all these games have been, even trades favoring CR. 1 for 1, and all the time the stars go CR's way. This one,
Physik ist wieder Amerikaner. Die sind nicht in der gleichen Region.
CR are going to be 2-0 up or Revenant even score.
They're requiring a lot out of Sarge. Their fearless leader, hypercharge being
nah.
going down left hand side. Milcreo.
Okay, passt. Was? Oh!
Second
pick,
Fruchty,
into Mortis.
Need a couple of kills unless they can get round the back and get Sergeant down. The only one with any real stars on the Revenant Xbox side. Tensai going in.
Digga, Sergeant ist fett, bitte, ja. Ihr sagt, ich übertreibe. Er carries seine Mates gegen Crazy Raccoon.
Crucial moment for Southeast Asia's superstars is now Sergeant with 5 on his noggin. Hiroshi under heavy fire.
Ja, Hiroshi wird eh sterben. Crazy Raccoon weiß das, die farmen ihn einfach die ganze Zeit. Schaut, die gehen nur auf den Tester. Die gehen nur... Oh, Sergeant. Oh mein Gott, er hat keine Mates. 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 Er hat keine Mates.
Stressful one for sure for Crazy Raccoon at the end, but I just felt like they were non-stop farming Hiroshi at the end. The other two were surviving well, and it was just going to be chest to death after chest to death after chest to death in that squeak matchup. And eventually, knew he had to try to do something, relieve some pressure.
Ja, das randoms, no cap.
Overextension, which just cost him that set. Really unfortunate.
Ja, aber Sergeant ist in da. Chat, falls ihr auf der Webseite seid, drückt auf Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon ist die Lösung. Test an uns. No cap kann sein.
Clear answer is yes. That composition was built around Sergeant's shoulders, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
Warst du noch nie Master, Fruchti? Du warst noch... Bist du an 3 Peak?
Yeah, listen, I'm not gonna lie, and you know, I'm not trying to pick on the youngest player here, but to be honest, I didn't see Super Walk throughout the entire game. Like, he was
okay. Wollte gerade sagen. Aber vom 9. System hast du noch nie gehabt?
I just didn't feel he was that present, and I'm not sure he's kind of being really passive because of how young he is and how inexperienced he is on these big stages. But those kind of
müssen wir ändern, Fruchti.
As I said, Hiroshi was kind of getting farmed through there as well. But you mentioned Sergeant, going to be the one with the big stats, 10 kills, which is more than anybody in the lobby. Tensai Moyo Milkreo 6-7-4 across the board, so spreading the workload pretty evenly.
I think part of the issue for Super Walk there too was just the
ja, Joni. Also Sergeant ist wirklich verdammt gut, aber... Nee, getrennt, Kona. Oder?
Precise precision of that button, and you're kind of eliminated as well. So I just think if Leon's in a supportive role, it's really difficult to shine, and you saw it there in the kill count as well. Probably one last chance. They only have one set to go, and Revenant X-Spark in a world of hurt right now. This is not resembling the same of what we saw at LCQ. They certainly haven't felt that. I don't have the same hope that I have. They need to find it within themselves, within this young roster, to try and provide for this very beloved, tiny region, just trying to prove themselves yet another year.
Absolutely. The thing is, if CR wins
ja,
as well, it sets us up for a great...
Stellt euch vor Sergeant anstelle von Nob.
At the Brawl. Chester, as expected, as usual, going to be one of the first picks coming out. So versatile, so strong at the moment. Ban-wise from Crazy.
Der Call wird zwar krachen mit Indisch und Ukrainisch, aber Russisch. Aber hey.
And then Nita going to be the first pick coming out of Revenant.
Anti-tank, anti-tank. Especially with Colette ban, Crow ban, Ims. I'm going to keep calling it out because the order of operations a lot of the time this weekend is going to be each team ensuring a way to deal with tanks. The game revolves around
Übersetzer im Scrim.
And there are a ton of good ones in the meta right now. These are top 2 choices. I really like Chester, and obviously to get a spawner in Nita, not a bad consolation prize.
Digga.
Absolutely. I mean, the mobility that Stu brings to the table is really...
Letzte Worlds. Da hat Revenant schon auf Hard Rock Mine Nita gefirst-pickt und es ist völlig nach hinten losgegangen. Jetzt picken sie die wieder.
To get their second brawl, and you mentioned so many anti-tanks off the board, so they've kind of got to pick the ones that are left. So, I mean, you know, they can't...
2 Übersetzer gebaut. Genau, der Übersetzer übersetzt mit Übersetzer und der Übersetzer übersetzt zurück.
We're expecting a tank to come down because there's so few tank counters, and you should be able to occasionally run through an eater anyway. Sandy, can't say I would have expected that one, but I don't mind it at all.
I wonder if Trunks still comes through here for this squad. It's a brawler that shows up here. They kind of need a tank at this point. Otherwise, I don't know if they're gonna have...
Also man hätte nur Frank picken können hier, sage ich. Und Frank ist gebannt. Also die wissen ganz genau, was die machen. Das Crazy Raccoon draftet crazy. Ash spielt Nita, ist scheißegal. Ash kriegt Nita so schnell tot. So schnell. Ehrlich, das ist egal.
I personally just feel like Nita's kind of one of the tank counters who occasionally you can just make that breakthrough, especially so early on as well. So they're gonna have to be cautious they don't get over another start.
Sergeant Rosa, wahrscheinlich.
Not having the most range in comparison to like the Chester, who's the tank counter.
Crazy Raccoon draftet krass.
Ash gonna have more range than the Rosa, so they're just gonna be careful in that early game, I feel.
Tensai's had a long road in this game, the most tenured in our history, and he's on a quest this weekend to be the first to survive.
Rosas kacke in der Meta, korrekt. Aber Rosa tut das Matchup gegen Ashe. Und auch gegen Sandy.
No good, but Sargent taking off down the left-hand side. He and Moya are dueling advantage. Moya now Tensai capitalizes as well. The robotic rats rushing at Super Walk as he tries to deal with multiple enemies at once and doesn't stand a chance.
Yeah, well, there was a goal scorer opportunity there, but it was quickly shut down by Super Walk. Milcrow getting so much supercharge here. He's just finding a few pokey shots here and there. Rose is not going to be able to do anything. There's the unfriendly bushes, but a hypercharge on the right-hand side from Moya. He is still slowed. Now they start to bounce into action as they're getting into the back lines. Super Veil from Milcrow, Tensai just now.
Stark from Sargent.
Sargent gets the kill. Huge from him. Little invulnerability there for Super Walk as well. And that was a great defense.
He's unbelievable. I mean, again, I truly feel he is one of the greatest on the planet. He is such a proud representative of this region. If there's somebody I'm entrusting, it's going to be him. He's going to have to take on the Goliaths once again, though, as Moya sweeps away.
Moya macht das sehr gut gerade. Moya ist sehr, sehr gut. Der ist geisteskrank, Mann. Wirklich. Sage ich seit Jahren, der Typ ist krank. Er hat halt leider keine Mates, weil jeder in seiner Region Arsch ist. Seine Region ist so arsch, die haben 0 World Slots. Die haben keinen einzigen World Slot. Die einzige Chance, wie sie durchkommen, ist durch LCQ oder wenn sie Brawl Cup gewinnen. Das ist die einzige Chance. Weil die so kacke sind.
They committed every resource. Now look at the bottom. They're going to match with 3 straight hypercharges. Milcrio, Moya, Tensai the only one left, and there he goes as well. 2 go down.
Ja, Trico macht das gut.
Trying to fend for his life. The Bruce Bear, the only last line of defense. A Bastion trying to block them all off. His Stu will pass it forward. Moya slides it through. Crazy Raccoon on match point.
I mean, it's just huge, and you know, we both said it there.
Was ich krass finde an Sargent ist, Bro, wie wird er besser? Er hat ja keine Scrim-Gegner. Er hat ja niemand. Wie wird man da besser? Das verstehe ich nicht. Ja, Sweep. Ah, schwer. Moya macht das sehr gut. Seine Mates, Kona. Na, schlau gemacht. Aber jetzt ausnutzen, Jungs. Jetzt müsst ihr es ausnutzen. Geht raus. Vielen aus dem EWR. Maybe. Genau, Juri, ja. Heute ist letzte Phase der Gruppenphase. Letzte Phase der Gruppenphase. Bin kacke. Du weißt, was ich meine.
Just out of striking distance of Moya now goes in, heal for Moya, throws out the robotic rats, will be able to defend this for now. It's just a back and forth, nobody really overcommitting.
I mean, Sargent's just in the middle of everything. He's getting slowed by the Chester, damaged by the Sandy Super, and forced to back all the way out. So regardless of all those kills coming in from...
Ich glaube, ich habe mehr Rosa-Ults gesehen als du Ults, kann das sein? Das ist, ich glaube, es ist alles Best of 5. Vielleicht Finale nicht, aber ich glaube, es ist alles Best of 5. Ja, Moya ist krank. Ehrlich.
Speed zone going down, immediately eradicated by Milcrio, and the entire roster of CR will walk an easy one in, just 1 goal away from moving on to day 3.
Yeah, it's looking short for Revenant at the moment. Hypercharges for Milcrio and Tensai as well. Hiroshi trying to make the move. Sargent yet again on the left-hand side, winning that match against Moya. He pops a heal, but inevitably should fall.
Stark.
Closing down on the rest of them.
Passen. Oh, Stu!
Sargent might burn.
Stu!
And that will burn a lot of the clock, and the control's going to be back with CR2.
Phenomenal defense coming out of CR. There was a real opportunity for Revenant X-Spark, but every time it seems they have an inkling of...
Dass da der Ball nicht durchgekommen ist.
Just taking away dreams. A double stun coming out of Sargent, now up in the face of Moya. The boxing botanist doing his best, but just can't do enough. Superwalk now grabbing the ball, has a super available, gonna be cautious.
Die haben das. Reverse Sweep. Reverse Sweep. Was passen soll? Da war eine Hyper. Ah, passen.
Smart from Revenant, but still a lot of work to do. Hypercharge available though for the Stu in overtime. That'll go a long way, but Sargent gets hit by the gadget or the super of Tensai. Moving this ball up now. Sandy Super comes in.
Reverse Sweep.
Push from Revenant.
Mach es.
Back though, Moya pinching in, and it's just Hiroshi left, but he survives it out.
Very good kill. They get the
Eine
up on
Wand?
top.
Nein.
Now they can't make a pass forward. This gives Sarge time to recover. This is an interesting one.
Also eine ist übrig geblieben, aber pass halt bei der anderen durch.
But he's pinned up top.
Yeah, you know who Milkrayer wants. He wants to get his super off Sergeant here. Moya back down the left-hand side with super in hand, and a Ganju was used by Sergeant, but that's not doing anything at this point. Big plays coming down, and the Sandy super might
Konnen die?
Now they're gonna pin this in the top right hand
Oh, das
side
wird
with
nix.
CR
Das wird nix.
slowly walking forward. The greatest show in
Aber Stange, der 210er Streak, stark, Bro. Das nicht passen konnte? Nein, Quatsch. Kann er easy durchpassen. Nicht mal schwer.
It's a different story from LCQ as Reverend X-Mark get battered by Crazy Raccoon in their opening game of Brawl Cup. Big things from Crazy Raccoon, they'll be coming out of this group at the top, and we're going to a decider between the other two.
An interesting one to say the least, but we
Onkel, wollen wir es testen, Jase?
Everybody's favorite interview on the stage. Let's see what Barney has to say alongside these players.
They're all so super keen to come
Sergeant,
over
doch, Sergeant gewinnt danach gegen Eternal. Dann haben wir Sergeant-Interview.
Moya, how's it going, man?
Chat, wie findet ihr Moyas Haare?
Getting a clean run through the group stage. You've got to be happy with that, right?
Ihr könnt MVP voten.
嬉しいですか？
嬉しい!
Happy!
Happy, very, very happy. Really, you know what? I want to ask you a question. Because what's it like coaching these guys? There's a lot of
Null,
positive
Ork,
vibes
W,
on stage. They're all really
Top.
happy when they're playing, even when it's not going their way.
Extrem hässlich, ist tough. Das MVP, einfach voten, Nike, ist egal. Ich sehe deine Punkte.
100% trust in them, so I have much more worries as long as they are in a very serious trouble. So
Ich weiß es nicht, Stange.
sincerely believe them.
Irgendwo in
Proud
Berlin.
of them right now?
I am.
Good, you should be. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise right now for Crazy Raccoon!
Top 3 schlechteste Frisuren jemals. Das ist wirklich kacke.
What a performance today of Crazy Raccoon.
Also wollen wir es machen, Jase? Ernst gemeint?
To make it a clean run. 6-0, not a single set dropped. We now got Trav here on the desk. How was it to cast these guys today? They're looking unbeatable.
Wir machen.
Bit
Okay.
of a speed run, I'd say, so far through the first couple of days of Brawl Cup.
Über Kanalpunkte. Weil.
I mean, they tried
So, warte mal, ich verbinde kurz mein iPad.
But there's moments of brilliance from Revenant throughout the series.
Zeige ich jetzt, was das Duette machen
For the
soll.
most part, Crazy Raccoon are so much more consistent, and I think the Sergeant, for the most part, and you know, for the existence of him being competitive, is pretty much alone.
Also. Welche Map war das? Sneaky Fields. Kann jemand kurz ein Frank sein? Ein Frank einfach, der ihm die Hyper feedet. Wo bist du? Ist eigentlich egal, was ich picke. Weiß ich ja, was du. Okay. Chest holt die Hyper und dann ultet er mich. Hyper ultet er mich. Discord? Ja. Ausrufezeichen Discord. Interessant. Bro, es ist kein schwerer Pass. Es ist wirklich kein schwerer Pass. Wirklich nicht. Ich werde es eh verkacken jetzt. Aber es ist nicht schwer. Nur das Feeden. Ja, gib ihm die Hyper. Was macht ihr? Zeigen, wie der Typ verkackt hat. Weil anscheinend war es schwer, beziehungsweise nicht möglich, aber ich zeig's euch. Also, da kommt jetzt ein Hyper. Hä? Wieso ist der Ball stehen geblieben? Was? Wieso ist der Ball stehen geblieben? Mach nochmal. Hast du nicht geschossen? Doch, hab ich. Hier. Ich laufe jetzt hier entlang. Hyper kommt. Ist das verbuggt? Mach nochmal. Ist das verbuggt gewesen? Die 3 Male? 2 Male? Kann nicht sein.
I think Kenny as well. Kenny as well. He's
too,
showing up looking like a son or something like that.
Skill issue. Ja, oder?
It's a tough
You
contest.
always want to look sunny. What can I say, you know?
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I'm coming for that title for the
Hinter einer Wand.
caster, I feel.
Ja, aber Bro, dann... Nein, okay, schau. Ich weiß, was du meinst. Okay, er stand hier. Ich weiß, was du meinst. Er stand hier, er konnte nicht passen. Okay, entweder macht es perfekt oder es geht nicht. Okay, sehe ich ein. Aber dann lauf halt zurück. Dann lauf halt zurück. Mach halt diesen Shit. Weißt du?
Still, they collected some global stage performance experience today. And left hand side, Eternal, we had them might even taken a couple of
Ja,
sets
einfach
of
diesen Shit machen.
and it did
Diesen
not
Shit, da
look
kann man
as
reinrotten.
convincing as they hoped themselves.
Yeah, it just felt like they were like just playing into CR's trap the whole way through.
Hier, wenn es jetzt aufgeht. Zurücklaufen und rein.
There wasn't really kind of any synergy going on. It was just kind of like playing through the motions of allowing a sweep to occur. On the other side with Revenant, I felt like there was a bit more of a attempt.
Das muss ein Pass sein.
Like, you know, Sergeant was the playmaker and the teammates that around him just got to.
Er ist auf Discord. XRAE.
Try to bring some of their own
Ganz normal.
confidence forwards and just
Was machen können?
depend on Sergeant.
Um die Wand. Wie diese
For Eternal, I definitely feel like
2018 Fußball-Edit so. Um die Wand so. Weißt du, so ein Bogen.
they've got to start to talk.
Sagst du, gewinnt jetzt? Ich sag Revenant. Ja, okay. Ich sag Revenant macht das, Chat. Andere, genau. So Modric, weißt du, so über und dann so was zu drehen. Zum Bogen. Endstand 3-2.
A couple of very young talent up there. Super Walk, fresh 16-year-old, and the 16-year-olds have been popping off in every single region so far this year.
Yeah, it has been the year of the underdog. It really, really has. And, you know, we've seen that across the regions, not just in places like, you know, EMEA and also in East Asia, but, you know, across the board.
Aber No Cap, es war schlecht von ihm, ja. Das ist so. Das war nicht gut von ihm. 100%.
You've got to really be maintaining that in the game because the brawlers that are coming out are having new.
Wenn er es verkackt, okay. Er wird es nicht mal versucht.
Draft as well. I always kind of go back to draft as one of those things that, you know, if you were here in the really OG
Hallo,
days
David.
of Brawl, you know, you kind of like were able to live with
Rückzieher,
that,
hä?
like, you know, initiating it. Whereas now the new players are coming in and they've been born with draft. You know, there's that to have to consider too.
We now in the BSC also have global bans, so a total of 10 bans. Trev, you just casted Revenant X-Spark's game. What would you ban against them?
Yeah, I mean, I think Trunk's got to be one of the ones to go, and so many of these tanks. The thing is, he's good. He's so good with every tank and every aggressive brawler that there's only so many you can ban out, regardless of having these global bans.
Bro, ich hab's doch grad gezeigt.
See him on the stage. Colette and Nita are going to be banned out. Nita seems like a bit of an odd global ban to me, to be fair. It was played. Yeah, this is the thing, but like, I don't think Nita's the best tank counter in the world. That's the thing. But then Mortis and Pierce over the other side, a bit more normal for me.
Coach Trev says,
ja, danke, Fakelon.
They understood. Tank counters. Okay, sir, we're gonna do that. Colette and Nita out of the way on the left-hand side, and then Mortis and Pierre on the right side. Pierre,
yeah, red fix.
Overall here in Eternal, we do have a couple of very gifted players when it comes to sharpshooting.
Ja, easy, Colin. Ohne Problem. Easy. Einmal richtig voten, auf die richtigen Quiz-Dinger tippen, MVPs voten. Das reicht.
Amazing when it comes to those tankier brutes, but he's also got some serious sharpshooting.
I tell you what, Sergeant's going to watch this.
Sergeant ist Kona-Niveau. Nein, Sergeant ist lieber Kona. Nee, morgen Pelikan.
God, they were glazing me so much. I love it. But it's just It's true. Like, he's such a good player. It
Morgen im
I'd like to
Halbfinale.
see him compete in some of the other regions.
Mach ich eine
If he
Wette.
came to EMEA, I'd like to see how he holds up in the average month.
I mean, this broadcast has been in the past the origin of the Chad meme for Sargent, so now we get to glaze him a little bit. We also see the maps now, Bellsrock, to kick things off. A very sharpshootery map. We have a lot of range going on there. We can break up the map also
APEC.
with Ruffs, for example, with Griff.
APEC
now,
ist
with
doch
Buffies. You can break up the map
Rejects, Crazy Raccoon und Zeta, oder nicht?
So, yeah, sharpshooters
Ist das nicht
is
APEC?
what it's all about on this one.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a lot more of Ruffs as well as the weekend continues. It's just so helpful now to be able to supply that hypercharge, and you know, as now every brawler has one, there's just so many more options.
Doesn't matter what you pair it with.
It doesn't matter what you pair it with. It's always going to provide some value, and for brawlers like RT especially as well.
Epic
that's a
shit.
brawler that can take a lot of
Asian,
hypercharge,
Pacific.
and boy, when he gets it, is it? So I think Ruffs is going to have a very
Das ist
very good
APEC,
time at this Brawl Cup.
We're also going to see the poll in a couple of minutes, and yeah,
Ist das East
whoever
Asia?
voted on Event the
Ach,
Process
APEC ist nicht mehr
has
das,
really
oder
been
was?
kind to the underdog so far. We had 6%
Asia
for
Pacific.
Eternal win against Crazy
Ah ja,
Raccoon,
das ist okay, das ist nur Asia
5%
Pacific.
for Revenant X-Spark. What's your guess? How is this one gonna look?
Oh, Stars.
Now, I'm going to guess
Server.
probably somewhere around 69-31.
You're so
I'll go with
smart.
that too. I reckon
Just
that's about
putting out
right.
there. I'm just putting out there.
Yeah.
Also APEC ist Japan, Singapur, Hä?
No?
Ah ne,
That's
No?
how I feel about
I mean,
it.
when
Yeah.
we just discuss experience, especially on stage, I think Eternal is still a slightly bit ahead.
I find that a bold take.
Valid.
Yeah, I mean, experience, absolutely ahead. But in terms of who I would have thought would win
ach
this
keine
game,
Ahnung.
I mean, for me, it'd be Revenant X-Spark every day of the week.
We did think, by the way, that Nita was a bit of an odd ban. Naja is banned out instead. Makes sense. Honestly, it would have been weird having her open. I think she's so far been 100% global banned.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think for good
Nee.
reason though as well. To
Die war
the
im
charge coming forwards as well. It's just how are you supposed to dodge that? How are you supposed to do anything against that? It's just so dominating. So I think like Naja, unfortunately for this event, could well be out of the picture.
And I'm pleased. I'm pleased about that too. To be there. I think there's
APEC is
very
Asia
good reasons
Pacific.
Global ban at every game, and the thing is, even if it slips through those global bans, it's not going to go any further than either. It's going to be banned out regardless.
We're going to find out now who's going to be the second team making it through to the Championship Sunday. Revenant X-Spark or Eternal?
If we were to order these matches in terms of importance in Group C, this would be at the top. Now you got to think about it.
Ja,
right?
auch
Only
doch.
2 teams can make it out of the groups alive, and so one of these next 2 teams will be sent home. So the
Hervorragend.
stakes have just been raised. Ladies and
Vielleicht
gentlemen,
nächste
make some noise
Season.
for
Mal schauen.
Revenant X-Spark and Eternal.
Wenn ich nicht nochmal gebannt werde. Anfangsseason. Dieses Einlaufen ist so kacke und so schlecht einfach. Einfach sein lassen, ehrlich. Mach du erstmal Digi 2, TC.
2 teams in search of redemption, one with an entire region on their backs.
Ja, oder Jesse? War wieder nicht so.
Searching. They've got a score to settle, don't they? They have a score to settle with some of the best teams
Ich weiß doch,
in
TC.
the world. And so,
Ich nerv
both
dich doch
stand
nur.
in each other's way, but only one can be the unstoppable force. Remember, this right here, this is an elimination match. So it's
Herzlich
time
Ruhe.
to see who's got
Wollen wir
the
schauen?
keys.
Ich hab Timo und Zen. Ah, er ist ausgesprochen. Jubileo. Motab. Hallo, no name. Tribe spielt danach. Tribe spielt nach diesem Game gegen Foot. Und dann ein Game Pause, glaube ich. Und dann wieder. Super Walk. Digga, wer nennt sich Super Walk? Sogar Batman hat mehr Aura. Bro, was für Super Walk? Mach ich nur noch. Warte mal ab. Ich komme noch Top 24. Versprochen. Ich mach's. Von letzter Platz in Top 24. Mal schauen, Match. Ich habe nicht geschaut. Gutes Zen. Ich glaube, ich habe nie mit ihm gespielt. Aber der sollte gut sein. Haben alle gesagt. Jubiläum. Jubiläum. Ich werde es schaffen, Bruno. Ich werde es schaffen. Wenn ich keinen Avenger habe.
Who are you putting your money on here?
Yeah, I've said Revenant X-Mark, and I think I'll stick with that one, to be fair. Like, as you mentioned, yes.
Okto, soll ich nur noch das Bild zeigen?
Kind of presence on the
Ja,
stage,
super.
been around for a bit longer. But
War
I just
letzter.
think Sergeant, when his back's against the wall, he'll pull his team through. And I think it'd be a big thing for this region to get some extra spots as well, considering how
Shadow und Klimbacher sind auch gut, Titzi, ehrlich. Welches? Mit den Avengers.
For this draft. Let's see. Brocky's banned. I was going to say, it is a big sleeper pick for Motep on the side of Eternal, so good awareness from Revenant to secure that one out of the way. Mina as well, I quite like that. Gene,
Ich weiß nicht, David.
that I see on the side of Eternal too. So, Meeple is going to be
Das hab ich mir
available
geschickt.
potentially here.
Was?
So, Bell as well, long range sharpshooter ideas. I do like that kit ban.
Okay, warte.
For sure, but it could open up the door to potential things like Edgar. That's kind of like a bit of a wild card for a pick.
Aber du hast das, Titzi, oder?
As that first pair of hands.
Titzi hat das safe.
Do you like it though? I think in scrims it didn't go too well for them. I have a 0% win rate for them on Gus. It's gonna be their first pick here. Let's wish them luck on the right side now. Answer to Gus, of course. Any other sniper that could come in with something aggressive, or as we already mentioned, just open up the map. Brock, of course, is not going to be.
Ist nicht meins, Okto. Ist nicht meins, Bro.
I like Leon on a map
Ich
like
find's
this
nicht.
one as well. Such an aggressive pick would also quite suit Sergeant, and there he is already.
Yeah, I was going to say, I would have quite liked, I do like the Leon as well. Pierce still on the table as a sharpshooter as well, but as you said, it gets a bit harder to open up the map when you don't have the roughs, you don't have the Brock on the table. It's harder to make those moves. Griff, as you said, it's a wall break that there's a chance, but then when you break up the map, if they take
Ich hab's schon
sharpshooters, you're
geschickt,
kind of left
Doktor.
out in the open yourself.
Squeak coming through, good for control, for sure. We saw it already with CR today. It's
Weiß nicht, nur noch. Denke nicht.
Really, really wonderful results, especially in knockout.
Sehr wahrscheinlich
Coming
nicht.
in now for Eternal. Rico potentially could be an option here. Depends at this stage of the draft with the wall break.
Kann ich das nur noch schicken, Okto, oder ist das die Firma?
It's a bit of a risky brawler to have, but it does wield some good value.
Danke.
And as well is available here. The question is what they're going to be combining this Gus and shielding. There's a 4 coming forwards now. It's going to be very good in knockout.
Schlimmer Mara und ja, das Quick Sound, ja. Gegen Ice, Utopia, Levin, Shadow, Titzi, Krimmacher, kam.
Exit brawler we haven't really seen from many
Jesse.
teams on a map like this one, but quite often played in scrims from
Ja, viel Erfolg dir.
coming in as last pick. Still everything open for that Rico you mentioned.
Jetzt
and
schick, ich
really
darf
locking
nicht,
down the
Bruno.
mid lane. Nobody
Ich
can
darf
break
nicht.
open the map, so definitely would be a good pick here. They could also double down on that thrower, pick one up themselves, or whenever you see a thrower on the other side, why don't you just pick something aggressive, you know?
Yeah, I was going to say, I think aggression would be the route I'd go in. Forces the Meeple to take Rage Quit as well.
Warte mal.
Meeple's a mansion, which
Ich hab kurz nicht hingeschaut. Was ist beim Draft
I think that
passiert?
aggression, probably a great shout.
Du darfst nicht. Ich darf nicht, nur noch. Ich darf nicht.
Occasionally, which would be the-
Okay, wo ist Shadow?
I like it.
Bold, but it might work.
You have
Ist
to
ja
be
nicht meins,
bold when you
Okto.
are the underdog. Now, we have 2 underdogs on stage. At least both of them
Was ist?
not
Sergeant auf Miko, Bro.
so far today.
Sagst du gewinnt?
For
Ich sag
the
Revenant.
back to Uber and ready.
Overall.
Thank you very much, gang.
Das Game sieht eher nach
Any match in this group that
Eternal
matters.
aus, aber
It's this
mal
one.
schauen.
Both of our teams here fighting for survival and maybe with a
Cheated
actual
das?
opportunity
Hm,
to
weiß
show
nicht.
the world what they're made of. This new look
Ich glaub, da haben wir ein paar Leute gemacht.
against an Eternal squad who look really good domestically. It's always the asterisks next to some of these underdog teams. Now it's time to show out on the
Okto 1 bis 10.
with the Miko from Sergeant. Surely a wrinkle in the plan.
Yeah, it's the aggression that they needed to also get around Motep's defensive
Ja,
capabilities.
Sergeant macht das
Sergeant
gut.
with the slow
Die haben
and
direkt
Motep's
Druck.
gonna get him within one shot range.
Oh,
There it is.
Hiroshi!
Bump away Hiroshi, drop this down to a 2v3.
Eine Ruby-Firma.
But
Das Thema ist schlimmer, Bro.
Kawe, pretty helpless in close range, and a victory for Superwalk versus Jubileu. It's just an opportunity for Sergeant to get his super, which is going to be instrumental.
Okay, warte, Sergeant macht das
Miko
gut.
is really hard to fight like this. He has such wide invulnerability windows. If you can't crowd control him, this is going to be tough. Right, this is very
Hulk ist mega, ja, ja.
being used here to try and drop on top of Moten. You'd expect the rage quit would be in response, but Sergeant is just going to jump on away. Doesn't find any eliminations though, and now he'll be able to use a lollipop drop while he waits for reloads.
Wonderfully done. A huge slow. The rebuff.
Digga, hat Meeple Gadget und Meeple Ult einfach gebaitet.
Open a window for a push in from Sergeant. He's gonna
Du kennst das Shadow.
as Jubilee tries to hold on to some sort of security on the right side. It's going to be suppressing fire from Superwalk that keeps Eternal against the wall. And this poison is
Film,
going to
ich glaube
be
auch.
spawning in any second now. So Eternal
Auch
need to
wir
push out of their backlines into mid.
Sergeant here just looking for an angle on this left-hand side. And obviously dodge away from a lot of these tick mines, and here comes the aforementioned.
Hello, Sharps. Hey, you can send it to me, Sharps, if you on Discord.
For Jubileo, and Motep is in trouble here. Caught inside one of those quick bombs. Jubileo is able to find a super there, and the double tap on Hiroshi. The Sergeant is in there like swimwear, and Superwalk fancies.
Sergeant ist zu gut, also ehrlich. Ich sag Sergeant.
Dirty out of Revenant X Spark. But questions about kind of what it was supposed to do.
Top 10 E-Sportler aktuell.
Pretty bad against the tick. Last pick of Eternal. But D'Amico, I feel like really ties it all
Top 10
Yeah, I
E-Sportler.
think the idea of Squeak here, it felt a little early for the Squeak, but the whole concept
TikTok.
is
It's
that
sending me on
lock down a lane,
TikTok,
make a
Sharps.
lane impossible to fight. Now the tick comes in, and what tick does is just make all of your lane
Übertreib.
rotations
Nee.
nightmarish. And then you have the Meeple also with its gadget, should be able to blast something
Ja.
aggressive like an ollie away. But
Ja,
Meeple undoes
Top 10 kann
all of that
hinkommen.
because now it becomes ridiculously tight on timing it to be able to knock him back when he's in close range.
And I feel like almost
Bei dir das Sergeant. Ey, noch der Goat. Sergeant Glaze Party machen wir hier.
constantly dodging those mines. Lollipop drop on the left-hand side makes it even easier for Sergeant to dodge these incoming projectiles. Jubilee will have to build that super. We have a head first here for Kawa, but again, something that can also be dodged away from.
Moja me creo Tensei, Site, Luki, Gesti, Angel, Bobby,
That lollipop drop.
Jaxa, Anus. Nein, Jaxa. Nein, nein,
A
nein.
little bit of usage.
Er wollte zwei Leute
Revenant
reinsneaken.
X-Spark slowly being backed away.
Bobby kann man drüber streiten, die anderen gebe ich dir.
Really, really terrible. Sergeant's gonna try and bait it out of Motep. Slow him down. Superwalk's gonna hit him with the wind up. The final shot coming in as well, but Sergeant's
Stark
still
von
out of
Revenant.
ammo. Has to get in close range versus Kawe.
Boah.
Knocks him into the mine. Excellent close range tick play. Kawe could manage to clutch this up.
Stark.
No, hypercharge popped. And nothing out of that in the final
Hab ich gesehen, Okto.
Hypercharge. You want to combo that
Und genau
with
deswegen würde ich ihn da nicht mitzählen.
in a complete waste, in my opinion. Just not a great play.
Look at what Eternal have to do.
Besteht nur aus Leuten, die nicht dabei sind. 1 Joker.
Have to last hurrah, knock back into mines in order to get rid of the Miko. That's not something that you can
Melty
guarantee. It's not something you can do with
ist auch dabei,
consistency
100%.
either. She takes a hit here from Kawa,
OP
the
auch.
super for the Meeple is down.
Ach scheiße, warte, das sind noch voll viele.
Hide behind the second layer of wall, still being tapped by Jubileo and will be forced further back.
Doesn't seem like he really minds. He just doesn't want to get knocked back by Jubileu. Knows that there's a risk of it for Kawe. He's trying to open things up. Also
Gesti.
keep the
Ja, okay.
leader of
Ja,
his
Gesti
roster from getting
vergessen.
backed away too much. If he can slow a target, they're going to combo it with a walkthrough and just get that wind up. Almost found its mark onto Kawe. Now it's going to be used on cooldown for probably the rest of the round until the final seconds, where Kawe does have the super to use. Stun on the right side, but it goes in favor of Hiroshi. Hypercharge out now. One of them is going to hit Jubileu, but Superwalk's going to have to tank this head first. Kawe and Jubileu.
Digga, ist er kacke?
2 versus 1. Superwalk.
Also ist mal so ehrlich. Ist Hiroshi kacke?
Anything to this tick.
Rather, the Meeple hypercharge at the ready here. Crucially, it's Gus's, in fact, that Jubileo's been able to build up. He had to tank a bunch of squeak damage earlier in the round with that super. Kept him alive long enough to win the fight against
Hello,
Sergeant.
Tweak.
Got to respect this Miko.
That was a whiffed combo right there. Sergeant went in and slowed Jubileu, but Walkthrough just didn't have a sight line to hit that windup on him. Keep in mind, folks, it's in excess of 4,000 damage with a single squeak shot, so it is a ton of utility. But they're going to just be playing around their 2 gadgets, synergizing as much as possible, just waiting for that next opening, basically. Though they are keeping in mind the presence of hypercharges. This is a countdown to chaos, as Miko would say, with Kawe ready with his hypercharge for when things are locked in close quarters.
Was, das ist eigentlich eine Drecks-Hintergrundmusik? Also, das triggert mich. Man hört das schwer raus, weil die Caster viel reden, aber versucht euch mal auf die Musik zu fokussen.
Sergeant could be close to one, however, he's just going to have to work.
Fokus auf die Musik.
There he is, gets it after one shot, might want to jump to the sky, now in a safe spot, away from Motep.
Boah, Meeple Gadget.
And no impact from Superwalk.
Charlie Team, wie scheiße, wirklich.
And this one is brutal.
Starting to see some of the weaknesses there for me.
Sure, no squeak.
Wind up that he needs to enact before he can get up into the skies. Is this one of his most vulnerable states? That's why that Miko super rarely gets used. In fact, it's rarely an escape tool.
usually just to get free positioning. Also, while in the super, you move ridiculously quickly. It mirrors the high speed in the game. Whoa, what a melee!
Hört ihr die Musik nicht, Chat? Digga, holy squeak.
As everyone goes into this prison of bushes to expire one after the other, now Motep is just going to become super fodder. He'll probably keep shooting, so it would be best to dispatch him now instead of trying, you know, extract more supercharge from him. Really efficient round one. Not the greatest play for Eternal to bunch up at the center, and I cannot believe Superwalk actually managed to pull that one off, blindly aiming a shot down the center.
Yeah.
Das war ein Gangster.
Against the squeak, not ideal at all. Sergeant takes a lot of map control just by standing on that left-hand side, but eventually has to respect Motep's super. There's already a shot through the wall. Now might be an opportunity to force a gadget out of Kawa. Yep, there's the last hurrah, knocks Sergeant back. Head first here, should be kited away from fairly effectively. He'll tank the hit instead. It'll live to fight another round.
Yeah, Superwalk missed both of the shots.
Digga, hört ihr die Musik nicht? Hör ich Stimmen?
But now Kawa doesn't have it. He's going to be halfway to his next super, laying down as many mines as possible to take Sergeant.
Nee, nicht gut von Sergeant.
Away from this pretty fed tick super. Superwalk's able to dispatch it, but it costs
Der Ult sollte nicht auf den Tick gehen, der kann sich ja vorbereiten. Das ist viel zu early und auf den falschen, ja. Das war nicht gut, das war... Digga, Hiroshi!
That's all going to be on Super Walk here. This one's going to go to the wire.
Revenant X Spark, back him all the way up into the poison. He's not going to feed any abilities. If
Ganze Runde, wenn man die Lobby sieht.
Some win conditions now manifesting for Eternal.
Ganze Runde, wenn man die Lobby sieht.
However, this just puts a bigger target on his back. It means that Sergeant's going to find a way to get to him. He's going the left lane.
Ach so.
His target is this
nee.
right lane. Just trying to play around, maybe open up some opportunities for Superwalk to land that windup and get some meaty damage with the sweet gadget.
Roshi, speed boost here coming out of that lollipop drop. Going to force the gadget.
Digga, check die Musik, bitte, ja.
Just also use and going nowhere in particular right now. Jubileu, dangerous moment for him. Somehow, a stay of execution extended.
Jubileu is going to need this the super pretty soon here. Sergeant continues to press him. On the left side, Kawe sticking close to Motep, you know, minding that they need to stay spread apart, but he has to stay alive for the end stages. So where's the damage on Jubileu? Hiroshi out of nowhere, no! With a couple of attacks, Jubileu with the super just in time. But now he doesn't have that knockback.
Wie ist das kein Kill?
Gets a free meal on the right side. Hiroshi cleans up the kill. It's 2 versus 2, but Hiroshi and Superwalk...
Nicht da rein, nicht da rein, nicht da rein, nicht da rein, nicht... Ja, Felix!
1v2 for the youngster might just be too much to ask. Kawa into the gas. There's the super out of Superwalk, but not enough time, not enough connection with those globules.
Hiroshi.
Eternal, hard-fought series so far. In the first set, they'll notch it up.
The scrappy set one in the match that matters most in this group. The one where a team risks getting sent home, and in all likelihood, the one that was most prepared for. You face up against Crazy.
Ja, der wird nervös sein, 100%. 100%. Aber das sind doch falsche, falsche Entscheidungen. Du kannst doch, hier sieht man es gleich bestimmt. Hallo Kabus, da seht ihr es. Das ging Ende, hier. Nee. Irgendwann auf der rechten Day ist er nach unten gegangen. Einfach oben bleiben, Bro. Er ist unten durch 2 Leute durch. Völlig dumm. Ne, sieht man nicht mehr. Garayu. Ich weiß nicht, was er gesagt hat, aber Garayu habe ich verstanden.
Needs to be able to get a heck of a lot of damage done. Doesn't quite pay off that position. Don't expect high DPS in general from Miko there. Very technical brawler for Sergeant to have.
Ja, Eternal ist gut.
And you put yourself in harm's reach playing that brawler. You take space, you've got to take risks in order to do so.
And looking at the stat line, I feel a little bad for putting even more pressure, putting the onus on walkthrough, considering that he got so many kills. He was a DPS squeak out here, and folks, I am partial to a DPS squeak. It's just so entertaining for me to watch. We're going to be moving over to dueling beetles, where a control brawler like Leon could be more at home. I think it was a huge struggle to play that one, and to tick just like not really a great matchup for Leon.
Ist gut.
A lot of those abilities.
Lumi, Mina,
Die spielen halt gegen Tänzer, gegen Sergeant, ne?
Yeah, Meeple, Ems, and Pierce taken away. Poco is a no-brainer. Eternal really like to try and play some of these tanky brawlers. Poco obviously pretty potent here with that hypercharged super that gives that sort of lingering shield. If you are going to combine it with tanks or anybody with larger health pools.
Ja, okay, Draft ja. Draft gebe ich dir recht, 100%.
Also have
Draft
the
ist Arsch.
ability to nullify
Gebe
any
ich dir
sort
recht.
of crowd control. So if someone gets a sweet idea and decides, you know what, it's time to play Lu to counter this sort of death ball strategy, the Poco double tank that we saw in the days of yore, not gonna happen. No, you're gonna have protective tunes up in your face.
Yeah, we'll watch it after the stream, Sharps.
Very curious. I can think of a lot of different ways to deal with this, but considering that Revan and X-Bark have the last pick, they can probably counter anything that is tailor-made to
Nein,
deal with
Pelikan.
Pam's turret.
Wird schon öfter
Something like a
eingelöst.
thrower is a pretty common reaction to
passt.
this, but picking that on the 4-5 turn is a huge risk.
Still remaining is Otis. Leon is an option to be snapped up. Kenji, we've also
Digga, was ist das für ein Draft? Poco first, Pam second.
About what kind of tanks that Eternal are hoping to pair up with the
Poco first, Pam second.
is an option, and yeah, okay, going for the Chester here, obviously really solid side laner, and honestly, which was just with insane damage output, especially the gadget that gives him a random buff. Honestly, getting extra reload speed or extra pure damage is kind of nuts.
Red Chester, man, it's all about Red Chester. Just pop that gadget and pray that you get the reload speed, because you get to push all the way up to the enemy side. Of course,
Weiß
it's
nicht, Nono.
possible to mess up, but it's just such an insane buff for this brawler
Das
to
getippt,
have. You know, just
Revenant.
another thing up his sleeve in the bag of tricks. So you got to commit with this Poco. Yeah, pair it up with the Lu.
Ey, das war mein Profilbild! Das war mein Profilbild!
Large in the crowd. It's true though. It's true. He really just is that guy. He's molded this new team around himself. Hiroshi, who played for KDS in 2025 and Superwall.
Ey, also wenn die jetzt was Werfanfälliges gehen, ist das Ding over.
Road to Brawl Cup came out #1. That's why they're
Ist die
here.
nächste Planung?
Unscathed.
Nee.
However, these guys can bleed even in the home region.
Did Hiroshi play on
Wie finde ich dieses Bild? Das ist tough, ne?
back in 25? He's been floating around a couple of those. Top
Ja, okay, Kase.
Either way, here's Kaze to round out the draft.
Ich finde Kase einen
for
richtig
Eternal.
schlechten Pick.
So pretty aggressive in your face with strong crowd control. It's going to be a little bit hard for Revenant X-Spark to drive.
Wer war bei
shrugs
Navi?
this
What
off
is?
effectively.
Ich sag
Might
Larry.
try and look for something slippery.
Nee.
Obviously, like Lollipop
Ich will gar
drop
keinen
is
Werfer
pretty
gehen.
important. You want to try not to get tagged up with too many
Ich
of
würd
those
ein Otis.
Lu on kits early on.
Also
Last thing
Otis
you
hat
want is to have,
verdammt
like, a
Matchup,
Chester
sag ich.
or someone who's quite zippy normally stopped in their tracks. Stu sometimes has been reached for here. Don't know if that's really what you want. Oh my goodness, the Clans.
Ah, ich sag Otis besser. Clancy Otis, gleicher Prinzip, aber von Otis kannst du von Anfang an mitspielen. Wenn du mal Controller hast, weil du von Anfang an mitspielen kannst, hast du halt Pam Turret. Clancy gefällt mir nicht. Hook Gadget, halb so wild, du machst trotzdem 4K Damage. Hello, Domestos.
It's the same stuff that we say about Surge, for instance. You just got to get past that first stage. So what build do you go with for Clancy?
Geschlafen
Are you
bekommen. Das war kein Nerf.
you getting that level
So ein
up
Bugfix.
early on? We'll have to see. It's time for set #2. At the moment, it's Eternal leading with 1 set.
Jubileo is going to be first onto the hot zone, of course, and will always be playing up against this indestructible barrier. Hiroshi having to play towards this left side. Once they've got a healing turret in play, they're going to be in great shape.
Pan so fast, Clancy will get the golden stage. If he gets it fast, I think Sergeant will, Revenant will win. If he needs too long, it's gonna be a lose. Im Jahr drin. Zeit Release, Bro.
And here comes Sergeant to blow up some bushes, makes it difficult for Eternal to exist just on the perimeter of this inner radius. Revan and X-Bark, however, do have the turret set up. It's going to quickly be dealt with. Jubileu in a ridiculously aggressive position as well. Will earn his hypercharge alongside Cowan.
There's not really anywhere for Revenant X-Spark to hide now. Fanstorm gets you behind walls, so does a loose super, and Screeching Solo is a very obnoxious star power to take on Poco. It's damage that you cannot mitigate. You are going to get hit by it. Hypercharge here for Motep means you can play that much more aggressively.
In the next videos I already recorded, Domestos.
So far, Revenant X-Spark have got nothing to say here on Hot Zone.
No, and they've even gone silent here towards the end of the game. Revan and X-Spark basically put down their tablets. You saw Pam standing there in the corner. They knew that this one was over. That's brutal right there.
Du hast mich verkauft.
Even reset if you acknowledge that it's actually impossible for us to come in the last 15% come
Ich
back.
spiele nicht gut. Clancy war auch ein
You
Kackpick.
just put all the priority on the early
Clancy
game.
ist kein guter
Clancy
Pick.
is not an early game brawler.
You don't have time. Yeah, you want the game to go long, but you don't really have staying power here on the point. Your Pam is a side laner. So it's not like you have her to play around.
Und ich sag, Pam muss
Not getting
Mitte.
any value out of the mama's hug either.
Okay. Hiroshi on the left side pressuring things back. Sergeant not in the greatest matchup, but he's going to take what he can get. The damage onto Motep, but he is pushed away on the left side. Jubileo feeds that initial super. Sergeant helps pick up a couple kills. They want
Und jetzt Kontrolle halten.
Kawe, and Sergeant's actually going to go for it. He's just him, but Kawe's just out of range also. Lanes now shake up. Jubileo going over to the right side once again. Wants this pan matchup. Doesn't seem to really mind it into the assassin form. Manages to seduct that entire scrap sucker and close in for the kill. Earns.
Wie kriegt Niroshi da kein Kill, aber? Bro, bitte, Niroshi, bitte, ja?
It's looking pretty scary. Revenant X Spark realized they still could be fairly active in the early game, even with the Clancy that's not at full power. Hiroshi's able to set up a turret at the back of the zone.
Clancy's Gold, das gewinnen die. Der Start war sehr gut. Bro, Sarge kriegt nur Bomben.
And Motep is flattened.
Ridiculous how differently this one's going, and it really just comes down to the early game Pam matchup where she got her turret lightning fast and everyone was able to sit inside of that healing radius. Hiroshi gonna pop it hypercharge style on the zone. Superwalk and Hiroshi get dropped down just a little bit towards the end, but this one was solved in the early stages of the game. It is about the early game matchup for Pam. Get the turret, place it down. Guess
Und
what?
deswegen Otis. Weil Otis kannst du von Anfang an gewinnen.
He deals great damage and he doesn't have to think about staying outside.
Clancy bist du am Anfang ein Anker.
And also, this composition from Eternal doesn't do a lot of damage outside of the Kaze. Between the Poco and the Lu, you are really there for utility. A lot rests on Jubileo's ability to get into the backline, but you can see just how difficult that is. Red Chester, bro, that is scary to go up against.
It is just gruesome. Sergeant on lock with the dodges will eventually expire at the hands of Motep. Same Fate meets Superwalk, and Hiroshi has to back away. He knows better than to feed any more super to Kawe. An aggressive turret placed down. This is to support Sergeant. It is the entire plan. Get this Jester forward and have Pam heal him up. We're gonna see all that healing coming into play. Hypercharge popped for Motep, goes down immediately after.
Das ist Overkill. Lu und Kasold gleichzeitiges Overkill. Eins hätte gereicht.
Skating ring placed down at mid, just gonna bide their time, wait for this matchup versus Jubileo. Hiroshi knows that he can.
Weil jetzt hätte man wieder eine Lu-Ult als Beispiel.
Also retreating. Revenant X Spark on top of this zone. They're trailing at the moment, but they have all the control in the world.
See that Fanstorm placed down to take away the healing turret. The edge of it doing that damage over time, but Hiroshi has another one to replace it with. Kawa actually pops the super to try and control the left side lane, and that's the Clancy going down. Jubileo tries to go deep, still gets a super off, but where's the...
Er hat den Bild getroffen. Sergeant sieht nichts. Er wusste nicht, wo er ist. Er war blind von Kasold. Ist das krank.
Hypercharge stun onto Hiroshi, thinking of popping down the hypercharge turret in return, gonna go for
Ja, hat Lu gut gemacht.
Another shot down to Kawe, but no kill confirmed.
Digga, Satch hat nur Bomben.
Jubileo eliminated. Motep
Krank.
falls immediately after, and Kawe completes the team
Kann
wipe
reden.
for Revenant.
Trotzdem, trifft das erstmal.
Battle's far from over. Is still trailing by 15.
Ich weiß es nicht, Fake, lol. Das weiß ich nicht. Gute Frage. Stark von Revenant. Und jetzt mit Gold Clancy sollte ein Win sein. Der Control, Gold Clancy, Pam Turret. Hatten eins.
Seemingly have their backs against the wall. Superwalk's ready with his super. Jubileo managed to debate it out without taking that much damage. Still gonna see
Ich weiß es nicht, Fake, lol.
Superwalk on desperately low HP. It's a successful
Lu macht das gut.
and Superwalk still with just one tap of HP left is going to make this a close one. Super out. Gets a kill on the right side. Sergeant pressing in, but Motep is still alive. Second victory for Revenant X Spark to take set number 2 and equalize the series.
Insane fight there on Dueling Beetles. And it's much closer than that. Not quite a tie, but Eternal slowly lost their grip on the game. Multiple loose supers thrown in, but the damage follow-up just wasn't there. It's hard.
Was sprechen die überhaupt? Ein Inder, Malaysia. Chat, die Antwort ist 2 LCQ, 2 World Finals.
With the early round aggression from Revenant X Spark, they gave themselves more of a buffer to get
English.
Superwalk where he needed to be.
Was spricht man in Malaysia? Malaysia. Was spricht man da? Weißt du das? Ich weiß alles, Jesse.
That right there is provided by Pam, getting the turret early, placing it down. Superwalk's able to sit inside of it. Same goes for Sergeant. That's how they get their damage. That's how they have their sustain, their survivability.
Er ist einfach reingelaufen.
In so many situations, however, the raw aggression that we saw from
Englisch,
Eternal
Chinesisch.
made this possible.
Echt?
You have to
Okay.
also play ridiculously evasively around this. You cannot afford to feed loose supers. That was one
Malay.
of the biggest differences that I saw from game 1
Ist das ein Dialekt oder ist das die Landessprache?
Far fewer supers, but it picked up in frequency in game number 3. That was a pretty slow game.
You see, we talk about this comp not having a whole lot of damage. When your Poco is doing the lion's share of it, that tells you kind of all you need to know. Good throwing from Otep here. Just a little bit limited in range a lot of the time. And trying to push a Pam down.
In Singapur auch Bahasa. Was ist Bahasa? Ist das die Sprache?
So that aside, we now have
Was meinst du, Nadine?
We're headed over to Hideout, folks. It is bounty time.
Alle sprechen heute doch Englisch. Okay, ja, okay, dann wird's Englisch sein.
Tempo. It's going to be all about kills, slow and metered play, or will someone
1-1, glaube ich.
picking up that momentum? All your questions answered in a moment. That blue star hotly contested off the bat. That's going to be the first bit of action that we see in one of the hugest things that we consider in the draft. Mortis globally banned, not a concept here. Gene also gotten rid of. Does assist in diminishing any possibility for someone to grab that blue star and immediately.
Muss mal schauen, ob es noch in der Galerie. Ich hab's bestimmt noch in der Galerie. Ich such's mal. Wann war ein Worlds? November, ne?
I want to put this on your radar now. Look out for like a random last pick Edgar if there's the possibility to run that on this map. Obviously Edgar with a bit of extra mobility now with that scarf gadget, allowing him to cross the map a little bit more effectively. Get the little move speed boost off the back of it. Eternal like to draft more like those. It's interesting, they usually like to draft the gene-based comps. They've actually got rid of that, so they might want to try and go for like an early Jaeyong pick here. It's going to be a Nani off the bat, and there's that Jaeyong I mentioned. So they want to have something to answer the sharpshooter presence, bring a premier sharpshooter in. Oh my gosh, locked in so quickly. The Glowy, pretty powerful out in the open, but the Max feels like a bit of a throwback pick.
Yeah, I'll tell you how this is going to work. Essentially, you're going to try and press Glowy and Max into this one lane, and you saw this many different times before in different ways with like a Byron and a Max hammering down one of these lanes, just trying to
Glowy wird nur Max supporten, Titzi.
full advantage of kind of a
Sergeant wird Max gehen, Hiroshi wird Ding gehen und die werden ihn nur durchheilen. Deswegen auch Crowban und Bell. Geiler Draft. Sehr geiler Draft.
Hold down this combination together. I honestly think that Lumi should be able to do this lane solo. We'll see whether this was really accounted for. Lumi late in the draft was not fully accounted for in a notable match yesterday into a Shade matchup, so it's possible that this one has actually just flown under the radar. She did get a recent buff that kept her pretty low-key until the last few weeks.
Yeah, look, I mean, the biggest thing that was attacked for Lumi early on was her massive health pool. That was brought down. It's actually been, you know, nudged back up a little bit more now.
Futter SK. SK. Ich habe damals bei SK als Community-Team gespielt. Dementsprechend habe ich auch die Sympathie zu SK. Oh, Sergeant of Pierce.
And Jubileus attempting to hit these shots. He's already used his gadget. Hiroshi and Superwalk is saying just outside
the range.
Single Morning Star so far. And we'll see Superwalk get the initial kill. Another one on Dekawe. Jubileu at risk of being taken down at the hands of Sargent, who's provided a wide open mid to work with because of the aggression in the space created by the Max and Glowy combo.
Nächste gewinnt Revenant.
Superwalk could shrug off all manner of poke damage and start to play that more aggressive. Weekend Mori didn't really leave a scratch on the Max at all, and if you need B, there's phase shifter. You also have your super to give yourself that burst of speed. This is tough to play into.
Like, how do they even push Revenant and X-Spark to their side? They're able to move backwards so easily. Jubilee on the left side is still working on getting this matchup going, and it's not going so well. He had to back up so much off the beginning. I really thought he would like genuinely be able to slow down his opponents. They do catch Sargent in a rough place, but no one's there to take full advantage. They don't have Nanny over there on that lane to play against the Pierce. Instead, Nanny's been forced into this horrible matchup against both Max and a Glowy that keeps
Shieldster power
at all times a day.
Here's the peep. Multi, yeah, spray, a bit of damage, not bad. Hiroshi does have a dash gadget though with that insta-heal component. Here's the hypercharge coming in from Motep. The same though from Superwalk on this Max. Can they pressure Motep down enough? Grim and Frostbitten used in a blast. Pushes out the Pierce.
Stark von Eternal.
Sargent has his hypercharge. That could be a kill in the back pocket. Superwalk gonna defuse this peep on the left side, and here comes a hypercharge. Really ambitious, and Sargent's gonna miss it. 10 seconds to go. All the speed in the world, all the health, but lacking on utility for Eternal. 5 seconds to go. They don't have these guys close enough to the corner. Or could they? Hiroshi has that hypercharge. He's ready to use it. 1 second to go.
Stark for Revenant.
And healthy for Revenant X-Spark. And this is such an intelligent combination. They knew that no last pick would be able to disrupt the duo of Max and Glowy. The evasiveness,
Krass, mal passiert.
HP, the tankiness of Phase Shifter.
Das gesamte Game. Ein Moment nicht, ne? Wer gewinnt Championship? Dieser Brawl Cup? Boah. Also ich finde, der Crazy Raccoon hat bis jetzt am meisten überzeugt. Finde ich. Das waren schon die dominantesten. Dann Foot nach diesem Game. Danach kommt Foot gegen Tribe. Stark von denen. Leon, boah. Okay, warte, das spielt gut. Lit Drive? Nee.
Super actually procced. It's going to be an appropriate retreat on the left side, and Cowie is exactly where he needs to be for this long-range matchup, trying to circle all the way around. Might even go for Sergeant here, who doesn't have a way to play around it, though not too much damage onto him. Just going to drop him within a couple of shots from Jubilee, who's having an excellent matchup on the right side. Now finally finding his groove with 5 stars to his name.
Yeah, he's brimming with confidence, and that was an amazing blast beat to catch out the low-health Pierce.
Weil er noch gar nicht monthly ist dieses Jahr. Stark, Niroshi. Aber da musst du da... Ult! 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 Gut. Aber es war keine Hyperwurf, Bro. Normal Ult reicht. Na, weiß nicht, Rapid. Lane ist immer noch sehr, sehr guter Spieler. Boah, Sergeant! Das ist so unfair. Das ist so ein unfairer Spieler. Das ist krank. Wie kriegt er da diesen Kill? Wie?
Eternal cannot risk being taken down here. 15 seconds to go, and they cannot die.
You cannot get caught out in the opening against a Glowy like that. It's a slow exsanguination, but it'll be the end of you.
So krank. Nein, Kona. Ich nehme seine indische Currywurst.
An inventive last 2 picks in their draft. The Glowy Max comp locked in straight away. And now we see why they're so confident to slam that in.
Just really, really intelligent. A lot of the iterations of this have been, okay, we're going to do Max, we're going to do Byron. Byron was banned here for just, you know, just an easy, pretty convenient, stable brawler to play. But Glowy and Max...
Was macht Glowy Hypercharge? Glowy Hypercharge macht seine Ult in alle Richtungen. So... Es ist nicht nur in eine Richtung, sondern in alle Richtungen. Und wenn jemand getroffen wird, kriegt er einen Bellmark für eine kurze Zeit.
That's why we don't really reference their scrim results. I talked about it with Ark on the desk. They're a little inflated because most of those results come out of their home region, which you could argue is not as deep as the field here in Europe right now. Still, they survey those expectations, and a lackluster showing against Crazy Raccoon is followed up now by a really good look early in this series. I say early, but they're up 2-1 now in a position to take it away. Put Sergeant on a hyper carry role like this Pierce, give him a lane to work solo, let Hiroshi and Superwalk do the rest. That was a devastating performance on Bounty.
Aber Lumi hat Blacklist es gedacht.
Sergeant surrounded by a couple of not necessarily new players. Walkthrough is fairly new, but Hiroshi has done his time.
Nee. Nein, nicht in den Glowy mit Ult. Nein, nein, nein.
Successful composition around it. A synergistic one at that. We're now going on to double swoosh. There are going to be ample opportunities to break up that.
Was hat Gott gesagt? Was?
Well, and you hate to face the assassins that relentlessly target your gem carrier.
Yeah, I'm thinking Leon is going to be a premium here. Very, very powerful. Something that we've seen.
Ey, gute Besserung, Gott.
Snap up early and often in many of these drafts.
Bro, Banane.
The kind of map where like Griff is a go-to in the past.
Das ist der Beste gerade. Für mich Sergeant. Von dieser Begegnung. Melody. Nee, kein Aggro. Vertraut mir, Aggro ist nicht gut gegen Glowy. Wirklich, dieses Knockback ist insane. Ist mir egal, Banane.
Really safe first selection here, but
benimm dich oder geh weg. Entscheid dich selber.
Versatility of being able to play the bad side, you know, if we're talking from blue team's perspective, it's nice to have that fat splatter to open things up in the early game on the right side.
Was hast du in Deutsch?
Yeah, I think so.
Ich hab geredet wie eine Banane.
Could use this to open things up for themselves, but they also have the benefit of last pick. Though I think on the 2-3 turn, you basically always do need to have some kind of anti-tank.
mode.
Tippfehler liegt.
Snapped up first and foremost here.
Wenn von Globate wegschaut, dann wird er nicht gestunt. Maybe.
Also the ability just to
Ja, aber
snap
geslowt.
pushes pretty effectively. Most projectile splits into 4, so gives you pretty good coverage.
Und dein Fang-Ult kannst du dich ja nicht umdrehen.
Vision gear in your loadout. Bo, this is fascinating. Also, I think being able to feed Mo's super is going to be very important. That super totem now with that extra long range, thanks to the Buffy, makes Bo pretty devastating.
The only drawback of Vo, no pun intended of course, is that he has no close range capabilities basically. Like, he'll churn out damage, sure, but
falsch,
unlike
Doktor.
other sort
Gibt immer noch
of
Colette.
mid-range brawlers that would be strong as a mid here, he has no escape.
Kann die loslassen mit Bow?
Dash away. Of course, it's been
Bitte?
banned. Janet's wide open. If there were any threat of anything being dashed on, Meeple is going to be
Hallo,
also
Ang.
quite solid. You can rage quit, you can box the enemy, box up one of their lanes, disrupt the bushes. And I feel like this is time to run mansions of Meeple so that you can keep good tabs on
Ja,
rotations of other brawlers that
Das
get
ist so
close
starke
to where your
Interaktion.
gem carrier likes to sit. We're talking about the swoosh. It's the swoosh of the bush that gets close to the other side. That is the common avenue for an aggro brawler to push your gem carrier.
Eternal also have gone and tried to draft 2 of Revenant X Spark's most played brawlers on this map. Rounding it out here with a very safe mid in Janet. I kind of like that option. Obviously, she has the old very frustrating boombox gadget. Can reveal those bushes quite effectively. Penny is going to round things out now for Revenant X Spark.
I think we witnessed the Janet versus Penny matchup already today, if memory serves, of course. Penny should offer way more control.
Janet lane.
Noticing a lack of wall break here. All of those cards belong in the hands
Kann
of
sein.
He will probably be destroying the common
Weiß
strongholds
nicht.
for brawlers on this map, like
Triple
the edge of the
mid.
swoosh, as I mentioned earlier. Also in the mid, where the gem carrier likes to sit. It's where Janet's going to be most of the time. I think it's a losing matchup for Janet into Bo, personally. When you're fighting at mid-range, Bo just has way better damage. And I know Revenant X Spark are certainly hoping it's a winning matchup. They're just one set away from keeping their tournament lives alive.
Lane.
Advancing out of this group also very important at this stage. I set on Championship Sunday here at BRAWL Cup.
Digga, Sergeant!
Jubilee there, no two ways about it. He pushes him with a salty barrel and flattens him.
Hiroshi already getting these mines down where the Janet would like to sit. It's going to be important to win these side lanes to enable that mid. And an early
Die sind
turn
sehr
is
aggressiv, alle drei.
ridiculous for Sergeant. It's going to be so difficult for Jubilee to push in on this right side. All he really has is a fat splatter to deal with it. Kawi going to bait all of these mines out. Also,
Nee, so gut bin ich nicht
choice for
Sortex.
Hiroshi.
Nein, nein.
He's going for
Aber
additional
ich habe aufgehört.
vision in the bushes.
Aus zeitlichen Gründen auch.
That's quite interesting. There's able to see a little bit deeper.
Kann sein, Okto.
Superwalk just dominating this left side. There's just nothing to say about it. I
Wo
think.
Vision.
That's
Stimmt!
the Eternal safe side of the map. The Superwalk had a super very early on.
Stimmt!
He shifted away from that part of the map. Yeah, sure. What's this Meeple supposed to be achieving though? Kawa can really only try and force them all away with the mansions. He achieves that goal. More of those mines being
Wieso?
dragged out now. More of these hypercharged turret bombs being thrown in. Sergeant quietly is kind of taking over the game. Another salty barrel kill.
So beide Comps sind so komisch. Mit diesen Drafts, die fliegen beide sofort gegen ein asiatisches oder EMEA-Team. Instant. Instant, die sind instant raus.
Posture and how they walk to the enemy side. Revenant X Spark are going to be bringing us to match point after an incredibly dominant game number 1. And you see the smiles on their faces. Oh, they know this is a winning draft. It's going to take something special for Eternal to keep themselves in this.
Just not close, right? Really powerful side laners here for Revenant X Spark. It's a mode that just steamrolls that left-hand side. And Sergeant Clash is exactly the person you want in a really crucial 1 versus 1 matchup. Jubilee is swapping lanes with Kawa here. I don't know if that's going to fare any better really for the Meeple now, who does catch Sergeant in the mansions, but Motive already has to gadget jump away.
Look, you've already found that it doesn't work to put Kawaii on the left side, so let's not try it again. Let's just go ahead and put him on the right. Left side is going to be won by Superwalk initially. Motep at risk of getting pushed by Superwalk. He knows that it's not worth pushing this Janet. She's just going to jump away. Long-range snipe from Sergeant gets that turret up early. Whoa, what an aggressive placement. Now that oozes confidence.
Yeah, it tells you that Revenant X Spark plan to keep that line of scrimmage pushed very
Noch offensiveres Turret.
They're most sitting on a super, and Superwalk would love to do more and just run up on in there.
Wirklich schlau. Weil wenn da jetzt eine Meeple kommt, wäre hätte was zum Tanken. Ja, gefällt mir.
He thinks about some turret damage, gonna drop those gems deep behind his own lines. Revenant X Spark.
Ja, Eternal spielt halt nicht gut. Gefällt mir auch nicht.
Setting it at this point. You can see by the way Eternal, just the mistakes are ramping up ridiculously in frequency. Hiroshi gonna get 3 more gems.
Revenant gewinnt. Revenant Day 2, Day 3.
And Superwalk to create a buffer zone.
Here we go. 10 seconds left. Superwalk happy to give up his life for the cause, and Sergeant's happy to.
Hab's euch gesagt, Chat. Revenant gewinnt.
Pop gonna get behind the salty barrel, and there's a turret. The cower simply can't get
Hab's
past.
euch gesagt.
Revenant X Spark. Shadows of the past. The top 4 finish at Worlds in the back of their minds as they continue to wage conquest into day 3 in Berlin.
You can send one of his teammates to the military, you can send the other into retirement, but you cannot stop the chosen one of SESA in Sergeant as he advances on to the final day.
Gotta be happy with this result as Revenant X Spark because you didn't feel like you got to show the world what you
Ich
were made
kommentiere das mal
of
nicht.
against Crazy Raccoon. Let's get down that. We'd hear from them themselves with Barney and Sergeant.
Sergeant, congratulations. Before we
Sergeant
kicked off
interview.
this match, we were all emphasizing how important.
Wer hat besseres Englisch, ich oder er?
Now, off the back of a loss, you guys were backstage waiting to walk out for this match. What were you guys saying to each other? How were you keeping each other composed?
Ihr habt ihn doch nicht mal reden hören. Chillt.
I feel like in CR we somehow got outdrafted, which
Nein, Chat,
CR got
bitte.
outdrafted, they banned everything we play. But coming into internal, we knew we were gonna win. Like the first set, I think we just gave it away for free for no reason. But otherwise, I think internal was free, and like we haven't lost to Latam yet.
I mean, your region, you've been saying, is a lot more stacked than a lot of people think. You've got two younger kind of players joining you now in this roster. It's kind of, this is your time to big them up. How are they as teammates? How have they
Can I
been
be
gelling
pivoten?
together with you and your play style? How are they doing?
I feel like my teammates are very underrated. Sasa in general, we don't get the love we deserve. But especially Walkthrough and Hiroshi, they're some of the most mechanically gifted players. And this is Walkthrough's first LAN, so like having this achievement and not being...
Ich habe richtig Mühe, den zu verstehen, ne?
Well, you've done incredibly well, standing out here on the main stage in front of this.
Also ohne, also
How did it feel to get a win under your belt and now you're in Championship Sunday?
ich habe Mühe, ich verstehe ihn nicht.
I get to go to day 3 again, and I'm so happy to do it with a new roster so that we could prove that we
So happy?
deserve to be in the top leagues. So we're
Deserved?
incredibly happy with this result.
Nicely done, Sergeant. Thank you so much for joining me in this interview.
Ja, hab ich nicht
Boys,
verstanden.
Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time. It's Revenant X Spark.
Oh Gott, seine Hairline ist gekocht. Ich hab das nicht
The
gesehen.
applause is yours.
Seine Hairline ist gekocht.
And make their way through to day 3 as well. As Sergeant already said, I think
Wessen? Ganz links. Ich weiß nicht, wer das ist.
underrated.
Ja, der Rapid.
Them as well, and now they punched their way through. It got super close. This was, by the way, the highlight of the weekend so far. What an insane clawback that Hot Sunset. I already saw in Eternal's hands, but that was the moment where Revenant X-Spark completely turned around.
Yeah, it was a good job that I
Von
wasn't near
Revenant,
that
ja.
because I would have pushed it. I would have absolutely pushed it for that moment. That was definitely an oh my goodness me, if there ever was one. If I was on that desk during that moment, but I've got to say, you know, we were saying a lot about Sergeant coming into that match.
Der hat gekochte Hairline, Bro.
Playmaker.
Die Kamera war von unten jetzt hochgezeigt. Die Cam. Tut mir leid, ehrlich.
Against Crazy Raccoon is a really tough matchup, you know, to have. And going into this one,
Not now, Sharps, bro. I'm on stream, bro.
And for Hiroshi as well, playing a valuable support position. Not necessarily so flashy on the after stats display, but certainly for Walk, he was doing his bit. And that's donuts all round for Eternal. That wasn't on the bingo card, luckily.
True, but that really hurts to see. And in the end, BRAWL CUP is all about the battle of the regions. CISA now has their only contender still in the race. Welcome to the desk now, Spen. Of course, you're
Weiß
a
nicht, Jesse.
household name
Mal
in
schauen.
Brawl Stars.
Du weißt,
You
wie es läuft.
yourself, looking back at
Keine
your career,
Versprechen.
what has been your greatest achievement so far? Pushing
Kackfrage.
15,000 trophies with ARC in 2019, or winning a World Finals, I guess?
I mean, I did World Finals back when dinosaurs were alive. I mean, I've still got to hug on to that, but I guess playing with ARC's a pleasure.
You qualified for that World Finals too, right?
Humble ist noch drin, ja. Humble wird gegen Only Realm, glaube ich, spielen. Morgen. Erstes Game.
It's been a while.
Throwing everything out there now. I can't catch a break.
We did our research.
Oh my. We don't talk about last night.
But it's been a while, yet still you stayed a content creator, you play the game every single day. So who else should we got up here other than Spen, who is our analyst for this one? You know the draft, you know the players, and now you're gonna be here for the next match, which is Tribe. Excited for that one?
I mean, I'm excited, but I don't know what to actually expect, especially with the situation, which we'll go on to in a little bit later. I really don't know how these teams are going to face off. A lot of question marks on both teams, but it should be a banger. It's the game of the day, so I've been waiting for this one.
We now have seen 3 groups already.
Game of the day.
The last group we're going to see today. What do you expect out of this group D?
As Ben said, like, this is a
noch drin ist Humble, Only Realm, die spielen gegeneinander.
Tribe have been
Dann
playing really well
spielt
this year. They've got some really interesting scrims, and the way that they are kind of choosing
Zeta
to pick their brawlers.
gegen
Like, Killer's an amazing.
What did you just do?
Bounty Hunter.
I don't know, Glorio did it, so...
Dann spielt
Well,
Red Button.
We'll let him have one.
100 Punkte. Dann
Whenever we press this button for
Wer ist noch
a
drin?
highlight moment, a hype moment during
Press
the
Raccoon
game, you get
und jetzt Revenant.
over
Revenant.
on the event website. So you better make sure you're locked in the next time we're gonna press it. Event.brawlstars.com. Lock in your predictions. MVP votes actually get even more points than having the right prediction. I just saw.
Yeah, as well. Like, I mean, Sergeant was probably going to take that one. I think it's fair to say, but yeah, I mean, the event site is such a fantastic tool for us to be able to utilize, and I have actually just gone and got the spray. So it pays to be on. Yeah, already. You're talking to the guys, man. Come on.
You're living on the broadcast. Come on.
Yeah, how do you have time to do all of that? You're supposed to work.
I've
bro.
got multitasking going on here, but you're on your wildest streams. Even production, we're like,
Ich kasse
so many laptops. What's going on?
Was soll kann Tribe
Now want
win
to
versus
head over
Foot?
to Group D, where I'm really hyped for this next match.
Kann ich
I
mir
was
nicht vorstellen.
waiting for it the whole day because I finally think we have a close game on our hands. Foot is
Finally have a close
versus
game?
Gaming. And then as we look to the left, we see a bit of an unusual roster put together here. Guesty unfortunately couldn't make it due to visa issues. Lena steps up and jumps in. Are they still going to be as dominant? Is the huge question in the room.
Ja,
A
Glurak.
real potential for a Cinderella story, let's be honest. You know, for Lena, February was February with Navi, and then he got dropped and hasn't been picked up since, despite being such a fantastic player. A guy that goes back the test of time in Brawl Esports history. Now, for Foot Esports coming into this event off the back of April, which was a stellar monthly finals, they did not drop a set. 2 of the matches that they had in the quarterfinals and the grand finals were clean sweeps. So he has got some massive boots to fill. Guesty, of course, has been the household name in the EMEA region that we have been praising throughout this this period of the season thus far. And, you know, it's definitely a big blow for Foot Esports. We can't really sugarcoat it. You know, we were expecting that to be the thing that we should propel Foot Esports to go all the way. But for Lenan, he's certainly capable and a player that you've gone against yourself, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I've always said Lenar's always been one of the best aggro players there's ever been. But this season, it seemed like he wanted to take a different approach. He wanted to step back from a lot of the aggro brawlers, because he even said to me himself, like, he's just annoyed at having to play the bad matchup 24/7. So he tried to give that over to someone else. That probably worked against him, because why would you now switch like, what he was always known for? Like, you see Lenin on Kenji, these aggro brawlers, he's always doing so much. He's always getting 1 versus 2 and making so much space. So for me, it'll be interesting whether, like, how he'll fit into Foot's roster. Because
Lane ist für Guesty eingesprungen, Kiroxy. Weil Guesty konnte nicht einreisen.
Guesty plays a few like Mortis, whatever. So it'll be interesting how they gel. But if anyone can do it, I really think Lenar can do it. I really do.
Foot Esports so far has been the most dominant in the EMEA region, and we always hyped up the wonder kid Guesty, the 16-year-old that came from Metrenos and now up to the big stage, winning his first ever monthly final he has ever played. Immediately, I don't think we have ever had that happen before in Brawl Stars history. He's not here this weekend. We were wondering if he would be maybe a bit shaky, a bit nervous in front of so many people watching him, and now we have Lena. At least he brings up
Nee, die ganzen Punkte, die du jetzt verdienst, weg, lol, gehen flöten. Die sind egal, die kriegst du nicht. Morgen wird das unlocked und morgen kannst du dann wieder sammeln.
That Lena is playing for them. Here at least we have no nerfs showing from their side. On the other side now, we have Tribe Gaming. Talking about true and tested. Tribe has been the standout team 2025 already, playing for the NA region as the first seed in the Brawl Cup. And then disappointed a little, if we're honest here. Spen, you watched it too. Now this year, they're bringing in Diego Gamer. Is that going to be a better run for them?
I think so. I think Diego Gamer will be able to give them something that will probably lack in last year. Last year, I thought, especially at BRAWL CUP, it was more to do with the drafts. You know, even myself, I was a bit questioning. Like,
Ja, auch doch.
the
Das ist
draft
nett.
picks, you know, NA's always been known for their kind of quirky drafts, per se. But I think now with Diego Gamer, they've been looking a lot better with the drafts, and you can see with the global
What is Drafts global bans?
Most of them are just pretty standard. You'd expect most of those.
I see no Naja in the global bans. I think this is
Kann
the
sein,
first
doch,
time
doch.
we're seeing
Guter Call.
it today. No Naja. So
Guter
let's see
Call.
if she's going to be left
Mach ich,
open
glaub ich.
or still banned out in
Wobei,
the regular ban.
ja,
Global
ja.
bans, that means we won't see any of these brawlers in the
Doch,
next
diese
5 sets if we do go all the way. Colette and Crow we have seen
Das
today
Tribe.
already.
Ich sag Foot.
Ruffs as well. Otis, not too often, but honestly, all 4 brawlers super strong, makes sense. Do you see any targeted bans maybe?
Mal schauen,
Like the
Kau.
Otis ban for me, and that's
Hoffentlich.
kind of one of the brawlers that's just a very good answer to a lot of the tankier brawlers. So quite a nice, interesting one there, and Tribe are renowned for it.
Yeah, I'm very surprised I didn't see a Mortis ban.
Yeah.
Like, that's normally just banned out all the time. Mortis just makes the drafts so much messier. I suppose he's only good in 2 to 5.
Nee, wegen
maps
Visa,
on screen,
Kuna.
but yeah, I'm surprised Mortis has slipped through because you got
Der konnte nicht einreisen.
on the Mortis. We all know what he can do with the trick shot and so.
Yeah, that's the thing with Lene. He does really like to mirror a lot of Guesty's brawler picks, but like you said, he hasn't really been playing in that role for a while. So how that's going to fare for esports, we'll have to kind of see on the field. But he's certainly got that LAN experience.
13% only for Tribe Gaming. That's probably also a first. Usually the Tribe Gaming fans show up over at the website. This might be the first time they're actually below 50%, and quite heftily so with only 13. As you mentioned already, Lena now not only playing tanks, I'm still super hyped for this one because it's RBM versus Lena, the 2 best tank players in the world. What an exciting match we have here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just kind of blown away by that poll because this was the 50-50 prediction for me. I genuinely struggle with this, so I don't know how it's going to fare in that regard. I think Tribe are being a bit underlooked, to be honest.
I'm looking forward now
Ich
to
weiß nicht, Kuna.
hopefully the closest
Irgendwas,
match
es gab
of the day,
Probleme.
Tribe Gaming.
Es
Let's
ging
see
nicht.
if they can do it this year. Barney, bring them in.
As one group closes, another one opens. And
Bin gespannt, wie nervös Lane ist.
D is known to be the most
Weil die ganzen Augen sind jetzt auf ihn.
group. This first match that we have is
Wenn Foot rausfliegt, könnt ihr euch mal vorstellen, wer schuld ist.
Heritage, their name being synonymous within Brawl Stars esports and mobile esports as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. We have Foot Esports and Tribe Gaming.
Ist sie gecarried? Ja, und wenn er es jetzt nicht gleich macht, dann ist er schuld. Der nicht gestresst. Mara meinte, er ist gestresst. Er ist recht gestresst. Ja, Kuna. Jeder Set Lose, jeder Draft Lose, der wird unfassbar viel Hate bekommen. Unfassbar viel. Vor allem, weil er Navi zum Mund gemacht hat. Das sind die russischen Fans. Und mit Angel Boy und Guesty sind die Fans von Foot. Und die russische Community ist groß. Und wenn die wollen, sind die sehr toxisch.
They face off against one of the most experienced teams on LAN. Maybe you guys can call this one, but I certainly
Wen sonst
can't.
mit Ski?
I mean, even in the side of Foot
Was mit Joker?
Esports,
Er hat Vertrag mit Totem, Bro.
of Lenan. It's gonna pop off here on the main stage. I know it, you know it. Let's get this one started.
Ich bin Vertrag. Ja, kannst ja nicht jeden nehmen. Danke, Follow David.
Angel Boy. Lenon. Diego Gamer.
Bist du mehr? Naja, Lenane hat den Brawler-Pool von Guesty.
RBM.
Die spielen die gleichen Brawler. Die zwei. Hallo, Paul.
Luffy.
Danke dir, Paul. Was sagt der Chat, wer gewinnt?
On the right side, the NA roster rumored to be the most consistent roster
Kein Coach?
this year as well, despite not winning a
They
single
can.
monthly final so far. They
Haben die Coach?
qualified for every single
Tribe,
on the left-hand side with
Foot.
Esports.
Tribe.
They have been looking good this year. One semi-final entry and then 2 times
Wo ist Gesti?
winner
Gesti
of the
spielt
monthly
nicht. Der
finals
konnte
in
nicht
the NBA.
einreisen. Lane spielt für
So
ihn.
good to see actually. Foot Esports is smiling. We saw Nob
Okay, ist recht ausgeglichen, aber.
really being happy
1,
to see
2,
on stage again.
3
The first few
Tribe.
days, their nerves
1,
have been
2,
showing.
3,
They
4,
have
5,
not
6.
that
Ja,
much time
geht.
to prepare with
Gut.
Lana. He flew in on Thursday, I believe. They had 2 days of scrims to prepare for today. Let's see what those scrims have brought us.
I think you raise a really valid point about Tribe, though. Going back to last year and how disappointing their
Yeah,
World Cup
cool,
run was, they're actually coming in this year looking weaker in the
Edgar
monthly finals. I
first.
feel they've got a lot to
Boah,
improve
weiß
for that
ich
very
nicht.
reason. Edgar first pick. It's really, really bold here. It's kind of one of those brawlers that I just kind of feel is a real statement. It's a real aggressor in that regard. Ben, as you're looking through the drafts, kind of what are you looking out for?
I think for me, if you're watching Bobby's guide, for example, you need, well, we've got a tank counter in now. It's probably wise to go for a decent mid. You've got options like Stu, propping up in
Bei Jokers Predictions 4K für Foot ausgehen. Shit. 1, 2, 3 bedeutet das, dass ich das. Ja. Du kriegst 130% von 4K.
So Stu, again, came into the meta kind of out of nowhere. And as a safe gem carrier, I think it'll be pretty good into Edgar.
We now have some aggression on either side. I do like the Stu as well.
Map
Can always
falsch.
dash out of danger.
Denke nicht.
Right side now. I see Lily still left open. For me, always a must pick on any gem grab map. We're on Hard Rock Mine, by the way. Edgar first pick.
Ah, okay.
Aggression is there, and we have
Okay, falsche
players
Map.
that like to play aggressive on stage
Das
right
so
now.
komisch.
Let's see.
Das macht's für mich noch
Next pick
komischer, bin ich
from the
ehrlich.
side of Tribe Gaming is
Das macht's für mich wirklich noch komischer.
Gem carrier, okay,
Was?
something I see too often.
Nein, Hard Rock Mine ist safe falsch.
Brawler and Hot Zone now also popped out on Hard Rock Mine. Lumi coming in once more.
Safe wieder falsch.
Most bans
Das ist
go.
niemals Hard Rock
I'm
Mine.
actually surprised to see her slide through the bans in this one.
Yeah, I think with Lumi, I'm interested to see how Foot actually counter out Lumi.
Edgar dachte ich an Knockout. Nita dachte ich an Brawl Ball. Stu könnte auch ein Brawl Ball sein. Stu könnte alles sein. Dann sehe ich Finks, denke an Hot Zone. Und jetzt kommt der Lumi?
It's just which one they actually go for. We got Kenji, could be a good example of an aggro.
Ellie.
I'm trying
Free
to
Ellie.
think of other ones. Yeah, Kenji. We go with a Kenji.
Oder Kenji.
And we've got Lenane on Kenji, hopefully.
Was spielen die jetzt für eine Map?
I mean, this is set out to be a banger.
Foot versus Tribe Gaming. I hope you guys are ready
Tribe?
in the crowd as well. Berlin, seid ihr ready
Ich weiß
for
es
this
nicht.
match? And the casters are too, I hope.
We are absolutely ready. It's your favorite funk pop star alongside the accountant. We are ready to get Group D underway.
Gleich kommt Shooting Star.
From Dallas, Tribe Gaming 1 year ago.
Ich glaube, wir haben es falsch angezeigt, oder? Ist das wirklich richtig alles? Es ist alles richtig. Okay. In A-Draft.
Well, Lenane doing what he does best and running in a straight line of the opposition and almost worked there, just narrowly dying out to Diego Gamer in the back lines. Luffy doing more of the same in the reverse, trying to cut off the back line of Foot. But Lenane swoops in, helps pinch that and deals with it nicely. Gem-wise, it's
Stu hat sehr gutes Matchup, ja.
Once again taking off a Tsushimi slash, only connecting with one Luffy. Gonna be battling 1v1 situation.
Das ist in Berlin, ja.
Just a menace in this current meta. We haven't seen him a ton, it's for good reason.
Well, 5 is the count now for Esports. Tribe Gaming just getting started as they're getting this mid control. Here's the jump from the Edgar, not the best, but uses the gadget over the top two. Little period of invulnerability keeps Angel Boy alive thanks to Bruce. And I'm not pinching it.
Ah, no!
And Angel Boy might be too low to get him.
Oh nein, Finks hat aus dem... Oh Gott. Das hat noch gefroht.
Countdown starts and a long way to go for Foot Esports. 2 members of Tribe standing in the way as well. Hypercharge on the Edgar, jumping on in. Lenane trying to do and stay alive, but he's forced to use a super defensively. 6 seconds and with RBM in the back.
God.
All hope is lost for Foot in game 1.
Ja, Krona, das ist so, als würdest du mir das zugeben gerade.
Truly made the difference there. It seems like the strategy is just send Kenji up and make sure he's doing damage, being a distraction, exhausting resources. He is there to purely be a nuisance. But Tribe Gaming looking sharp.
So viel los. Ja, siehst du?
Storyline as well. Obviously, at World Finals, they also didn't win, but they did play some of the best competition. They lost to Humble, respectable. They were the second place team in the World Finals winners, the Brawl Cup winners from the previous time. And then they lost to CR in a buzzer beater, a double match point. Surely they've got something in there.
Great play from Lane there, showing why he was the one they picked up. Just waited on that Finks TP, and he eventually had to go backwards with the pressure from Nob. Nice pick up though from Luffy in the back lines to keep them out. 5 for Foot now, and they're starting to run away with it.
Nob claims the 5th, but has to back down for now as Angel looks to work around this right-hand side, low HP. It's tough to go against Illumia, especially with that ice that can go on the ground. This Luffy now with a super available.
Ja, Rapid, aber ich denke, der Sinn dahinter ist, dass Buffy, das Schild Buffy von der Star Power. Sobald du den Bär wirfst und du Gadget drückst, bist du eine Sekunde, eine halbe. Ach du Scheiße. Dann bist du eine Sekunde oder anderthalb, ich weiß nicht wie lange, bist du immun. Ich denke, das ist der Sinn dahinter. Du hast Preisgeld. Der Gewinner kriegt 35.000, 70 BSC-Points und für die Region kriegt er einen World-Slot mehr. Also der Gewinner kommt sehr gut heraus. Oh Gott.
Beautiful from Luffy there, jumping on in, and they're looking quite good again to be able to fend this one off. Diego Gamer hypercharge now being popped, and still 2 in the backlines. Luffy using his jump on top of Lane, and will get the kill yet again.
Draft gefällt mir nicht.
And RBM has a hyper to use as well. Nob going in, trying to get the damage, doesn't quite get it done, and they were still safe in the backlines. What a start for Tribe. I don't think they'd have thought they could do any better.
Still calm on the left-hand side, though. Angel Boy has been in this position countless times, and for me, on paper, this felt like a team that was going to be really.
Nee, Kenji hat mir auch nicht gefallen. Ellie wäre besser, sag ich.
The only time they lost was last year's BRAWL Cup champions Humble. Very respectable showing.
Aber
Finally, Angel Boy gets the
Lane ist einer der besten Kenjis, ne?
away from him just days ago. I can't imagine.
Es wird auch Ding sein.
Now you're changing up the language of comms. You're putting even more on his shoulders.
Comfort
He's done
pick.
this for so many years, and he's trying to complete the run. Never really made it past the quarter.
Bei mir auch,
Always a
Mitski.
group stage kind of guy. Always so close, well regarded. Kind of the sergeant of this region, if you will. We talked about him a ton earlier today. Obviously, a lot of stars in EMEA, but this is one that I think's due a trophy.
Yeah, really nice from Tribe though. Well drafted and well played.
Die drehen das noch, alles gut. Die drehen das noch.
Kind of operating not at maximum capacity at the moment, without Guesty being kind of the star man throughout the first half of the year, but Tribe nonetheless going to take full advantage of that and really do a lot of work. Not sure about that sign. We'll choose to ignore it, but
acknowledge.
But we'll acknowledge the stats. 0 for Angel Boy. Not what
Na, ich sag Crazy Raccoon. Auch so. Die haben mich mehr überzeugt. Zeta hat von Only Realm auch die Chance bekommen. Geht gar nicht noch so. Die phasen sich im Halbfinale. Oder? Ah, warte mal, könnte sogar sein. Nee, ich glaube, die phasen sich Halbfinale. Am Crazy Raccoon? Stimmt, ja. Ja. Einer von den zwei. Nee, stimmt gar nicht. Du hast recht, Okto. Seht, das im unteren Bracket gewesen. Humble ist im oberen Bracket. Du hast recht.
Bans are in then for Super Beach on Brawl Ball in set number 2. The Griff, the Stew, and the Shade for the side of Foot Esports. Over the other side, the Sirius, the Chester, and the Willow are banned out. Obviously, in addition to the global bans,
Nur Z, oder?
and Colette and Crow.
Hast du gewonnen? Ja, aber weil Only Realm die 2 letzten Sets verschenkt hat. Die hätten verloren gegen Only Realm. 100%. Die haben zweimal kacke gedraftet hintereinander. Also Only Realm hat das verschenkt. Der Lumi offen. Ohne Guesty, aber Guesty ist einer der besten Lumis. Lumi first, weil der unfassbar stark ist. Aber, jetzt kommt das Aber, Nadine. Lumi ist anfällig gegen Aggro. Mortis, Edgar, Ellie. Vor allem die drei, die countern Lumi extrem.
Kind of thrown him right to the top of the meta. We've seen him banned out so frequently, but it just doesn't seem like something that Foot are scared of, and I really think they should be.
Yeah, Edgar's threatening. It's not just a fan favorite, but it's also a very powerful brawler right now. Now they pair this with Mo.
Mo auch gut gegen Lumi.
It can be a mid, but most importantly, I think it's a great goal-scoring opportunity. It's a hybrid of the aggression that they want, plus burrowing underground for invincibility, and you know how fast it can be. If you use that hypercharge, you can just pop up in a moment's notice at anybody's face. Could be a kind of unique way to dodge out something like the drum beat of Lumi as well from that super.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of trading supers either way and making sure you're going to be in good ground. But as you said, it's one of the best goal-scoring capability brawlers.
Nono, bist du da?
Throwing the ball forward, you pretty much super the perfect distance to land directly on it, and then have you super again. So especially when you get to overtime or when the map's a bit
Cordelius.
more open, you can really score some great goals. Cordelius going to come in then, being a bit of
Gekackt.
a defensive brawler.
Nee, hat nicht gekackt, nee.
I wouldn't say
Nob ist mit Gems
it's
gestorben.
not uncommon here, but it wouldn't be one of the ones that I'd throw out to start with.
I think it only shows up because we just have so many anti-tank brawlers. I just
Hallo,
think there's
Asterix.
better defenders in the current meta. I mean, access to the Shadow Realm goes without saying. Very valuable. But the one thing missing from this composition right now is any form of aggression, a goal scorer of their own. There it is. They're gonna go with
Nina.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great brawler if you can play it well. It just takes a lot of skill to be able to make this brawler work.
Haben die nicht Free Mortis,
Kuna?
Kuna?
Able to do just that, because you know either one of the aggressive players, and Angel Boy or Lane, both going to be pretty capable on that, and a bit more maneuverability to avoid the Edgar when coming towards you or the Mo popping up as well.
Nee, Nita gefällt mir
Come
nicht.
in then as an anti-tank. It's been kind of
Nita gefällt mir
here and
nicht.
there over the past few series.
Unusual order of operations, but nonetheless, I think
Gegen Lumi, gegen Mina ja.
very solid start for
Aber die anderen Lanes?
trying to right the wrongs of their 2025 showing. Diego Gamer getting an opportunity with the new team as well. The
Die Rams werden alle Nita picken, Jungs, ne? Nur, dass ihr wisst. Die werden jetzt immer Nita picken.
Now they're taking on Foot, number 1 from EMEA this season, who have been nerfed a little bit.
Schon Kuna, ne?
Great player, but gotta get settled in. It's a
Und Cordelius ist auch
big
machbar.
just to step in and be the man.
Yeah, big boost to Phil when you're playing instead of Guesty. Angel Boy going forwards, managed to avoid a few of those shots. Diego Gamer just about clears the ball through him, and Luffy slowed enough to not have a breakaway play on the left-hand side.
Guesty konnte nicht einreisen, Theo. Dann ist Lane eingesprungen.
So his teammates can thrive.
Angel Boy positioned on this left-hand barrel as Diego Gamer has charged up that super, exits the Shadow Realm, now going at Angel Boy, is trying to dance away, can't do so though. Diego Gamer up in the faces of the enemy, it's going to corral and Foot on the entire left-hand side, and dive in from Luffy as well. The aggression.
Also, Foot gefällt mir nicht, ne? Ehrlich. Die gefallen mir nicht.
Brilliant plays from them, and just seems a little bit up
Draft und Gameplay gefällt mir nicht.
Esports plan really is. Luffy jumping up and going to be followed up by the Mo here as well, but Angel Boy will cycle
Sag,
down and
Angel Boy.
almost get the two-piece. Now, Lane going to be able to just realm him up and try and get Angel Boy to score this goal, but the super's missed, and a big opportunity is as well.
What a scoop. Now that ball's going to be positioned top right-hand side.
Vor allem die Drafts sind auch ein bisschen auf Guesty abgelehnt. Mit dem Stu, mit dem Mina jetzt, mit Lumi. Aber die haben niemand, die spielt. Das gefällt mir nicht. Und die sind nicht eingespielt, ja. Oh mein Gott, no!
Yeah, I think that might have been a goal if he grabbed the ball. It took him a couple of tries to get it.
No.
It was 2, I think, to try and grab that ball. And it's not the first time we've seen Foot Esports do this year. Really
Das muss ein Tor sein, ja.
a minute on the clock and so many hypercharges available. There's one thrown out as well. Diego Gamer taking out the mix. Luffy will go over the top towards Nob and really do some good work. He will be killed. And Lenane trying to get it in the backlines, but he's just in the
Oh
goal, but he
mein
still
Gott,
doesn't
Foot,
get it.
bitte, ja.
But RBM has
Ich glaube, maybe ist spannender Red Fix, ja.
in the pocket as well, and this ball
Danach.
is in prime SK Gaming positioning. It is on the top left-hand side, castled away. A full line of defense as well. It's going to take everything Foot Esports have in their artillery to get up there.
There's the ice rink. Diego Gamer just going to go really aggressive, even
Ja,
though
das
he's
war
caught up
zu
with
aggro.
that. And a hyper bear on
So
the
will
left-hand
ich sagen.
side available. But just to jump away from Lenane, he'll try and burn this down. Few shots to the wall.
Der Nita Hyper ist
And
krank.
Angel Boy seems to be the only one who's managing to
Der
make
gute
the
Nita
move,
Hyper
but
gewinnt einem das Game.
swamped. And a hypercharge not quite getting the job done. 10 seconds.
Das
I don't
war...
think Foot have got it.
Miserable
Ah.
existence as well for
Ja, okay, war gut, alles gut.
Part of the
War gut.
benefit with that Nita is Bruce the Bear. 4 members of Tribe Gaming at that point on the map, and they are excelling. Looking to bury the
Ja, es sind
demons.
viele Fehler
They
gerade
get a
dabei,
little
Nick.
lucky. I mean, it's looking like it right now. Foot Esports, I think, safe to say, we're the favorites coming into this series, leading into this week. But obviously, life happens. You can't win the match on paper. And Angel Boy, once again, going to be tasked with leading a roster through a difficult situation. Lots of Brawl Stars left to be played. Lots of opportunities for Foot Esports, but Tribe Gaming have snatched every one of them.
Absolutely, Angel Boy making some great aggressive plays, I will say as
Okay,
well.
das ist gut.
Kind of feels like the Sergeant situation yet again, just not being backed up by his two teammates. Trying to make the plays again now. Edgar's going to go super aggressive once more. Jump from the lane, should be able to kill RBM here.
Ja,
2v2.
Cordelis ist fein.
As well. Can't get it off, and yet again, they're in the goal, but they don't have the ball.
I feel like Angel Boy's been at the top of the map more than he has been on his own spawn side. He's getting a lot of kills, it's just not converting into goal scoring opportunities.
So well.
A double hurricane as well. A tropical storm on that right-hand side of the map as RBM tries to deal with him. It's the anti-tank for a reason.
Nita mit Jackie verwechselt. Wie passiert das, Bro?
Backed away. Angel Boy now cut off by the ice. Lana needs to take advantage of the terrain and go at this Diego Gamer making it.
Sergeant ist der Goat. Und Tribe kriegt grad Foot gut unter Kontrolle. Was heißt unter Kontrolle? Foot kriegt auf Schnauze. So rum.
So many blunders from Foot Esports. When you need to get these goals on the board is when they're making these big mistakes. The opportunities that they've had that they haven't executed is really worrying me. Angel Boy around the back now, hypercharge, and he does get locked down, but the synergy's not there.
Now RBM forced onto the ice rink, will back away. Diego Gamer unafraid though, holding his own against this ball right now. Neither team has scored in this game, but Tribe Gaming, of course, with less pressure on their shoulders. They've got the lead. It's Lana hovering over this wall. Diego Gamer looking for the angle. Now a dive in. Lana getting really aggressive. There's one looking for a second as well. The Shadow Realm going through his RBM.
Kann es sein, dass Nob nicht war? Oh mein. Boah. Das war niemals gewollt. Im Leben war das nicht gewollt. Das war nicht gewollt. Niemals.
Hypercharge coming in though, and they do shut it down, but a couple more follow, and Luffy gonna go in for the kill, maybe could have scored that too, but RBM not gonna get the pass off, the lockdown's jumped over, and Luffy will find
Schalp macht das gut.
Nob had a slim chance of stopping that, but a missed super and a well-timed Edgar jump will get them the goal. A lot of experience exhausted there. All those supers going down. It's going to be RBM versus Lana 1v1 advantage. Now a 3v1. Diego Gamer left all alone, but it's a rush of blue up the middle.
Stark, Angel Boy.
Finally on the board.
This is a Foot Esports we know. This is what we expected when coming into this competition. Lenane really doing some good work there on the Cordelius, and I think both of those goals partially could be credited to him as well on that right-hand side, realming people at the right time. And yes, we've seen him with a few mistakes, we've seen a few misses with that realm, but when it hits, it really works.
Foot Esports now moving their way up the left-hand side as Luffy dives in looking for Nob, grabs the kill. Luffy respawning.
Da muss nur kommen von den.
Right up the middle, a dive forward and an easy bucket, taunting his enemy as well. Tribe Gaming with an early lead.
Yeah, the lag walk only adds to the frustration that Foot Esports are going to be feeling at the moment. Hyper aggression coming through the mid now though, Bear being placed down, Lenane going for the south pass jump over.
PC.
And a little immune there.
Crazy Raccoon erster. Mit Abstand. Danach Revenant und Eternal, die sind raus.
But control and the lead in Tribe's hands.
A chaotic set, and it's Tribe Gaming who managed to show up amidst it. Now 1-0 up in this game as well. A pivotal one. If Foot Esports go down 0-2, that's a lot to ask. Lana has tons of experience, even a top 4.
Die müssen Edgar bannen, Bro. Die werden von Edgar eingeschult. Ehrlich.
Just a moment's notice.
Die werden von ihm, also Luffy nimmt die auseinander. Digga, 8 Jumps hintereinander hat er. Wir waren hier auf dem Brawl Stars, Bro.
RBM goes down 3v2 and the defense will hold firm.
Nice bit of synergy there as well, just knowing Lenane was going to come out of that realm directly on top of him. Luffy, hyper aggressive again, but making the move up top. Realm available, needs to be hit, but I think he might be able to walk anyway without it. And he hits it on point, and Foot find the answer.
Fireworks in set number 2. Foot Esports finally showing the potential that they have. It's been jittery, it hasn't been clean, but they're still in it. Now Nob with a kick forward, Gadget going down as well. Angel Boy, star of the set, looking for another opportunity. It's a double stun, a scoop up from RBM. Now one on the other end. As Nob stands up top alone. Damage gear coming out as he slowly reheals. They know where Bruce the Bear is. They have to take it down.
Yeah, just trying to keep him in the realm for now. Keep him out the way, and Angel Boy around the side when he's a bit disorientated coming out of the realm. Lenane moving around the right side, super coming in Angel Boy now, should be able to time that kill and gets it down.
Angel Boy gefällt's mir.
And a brilliant showing from them.
Angel Boy, I just watched his reaction on stage. You saw him off the get-go. Timid.
Digga,
what I'm used to seeing. This man is animated. He dabbed up Lana. He's known him for years. A big smile coming out of Nob. That was the momentum swing.
Bro, Fink sieht man an Brawl Cup überall. out in the open, Hard Rock Mine, im Publikum, Bro, Finks ist überall. Ihr könnt voten, Put Esports, ist richtig, Chat.
He was good enough there with Cordelis. That was a much better showing.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the thing. Like, FUT Esports coming into this competition probably were the favourites when playing with Guesty. But Lenane gets thrown in this really unfortunate situation, having to fill in. And I think this makes this game a bit more of a 50-50. You've got a team of
Übrigens, das Game hier ist sehr, sehr wichtig. Dieses Game hier ist unfassbar wichtig. Wer hier verliert, spielt gegen Crazy Raccoon morgen. Also dieser Win ist wichtig. Der Gewinner hier spielt gegen Revenant.
Look, they've been competitive the whole way through. This is a very good opponent that they're going up against, and they made it a close set.
1-1, ja.
The first one, there's no reason you should waver in that. But I can't help but bring up the mental thing.
Digga, Edgar hat mehr DPS als Nita und Cordelius. Danke, Brawler. Guesty eligible in Nob oder Guesty eligible in Lenane? Ich sag, Guesty und Lenane gehören nicht in ein Team. Die haben denselben Brawler-Pool. Die sind zwei unfassbar aggressive Spieler. Das geht nicht auf. Angel Boy ist auch aggressiv. Du kannst nicht beide in ein Team packen, sag ich. Hallo Darkness.
Gonna have to pick it back up now. Don't really want FUT to be kind of getting into this game, getting a bit more comfortable, letting the lack of synergy build, because that's where it would get a bit of an issue for Tribe Gaming. I mean, I would say you don't want Angel Boy to feel confident, but to be fair, like, playing Mina on that map, he did so well, and as you said, I think it was in game 2, he spent more of the time in just like chilling behind his opponents than he did in his own half.
He's unreal. I mean, the Mina gameplay was just stunning. One of the things that I will absolutely remember from this tournament.
Den ist aus der Schweiz? Ja. Welchen ist der hier? Der hintere. Der große. Okay, Angel Boy ist auch groß. Warte, ich zeig's dir. Der hier. Hinterm Haar. Das ist Nob. Das ist Lenane.
I mean, that was a performance and a half from Angel Boy on that brawler, so why not double down? Seems kind of, I feel slightly early. I don't think it's something that kind of
Hier, der rechte.
picked up. To
Mit ist Angel Boy.
They're going to be like, oh, I tell you what, we've got Angelo, why not pair it with Amina? But, you know, picking it up early shows some more confidence from FUT at that.
I think maybe the windmill just to establish a little dominance.
Was?
Pearl coming out here too. So, especially with all of these sharpshooters gone, I think it's not going to be that long-range kind of affair. To them, it's what can we do to get the most well-rounded comp. No Gene, especially with brawlers like maybe Leon on the table. Now they have coverage for that too, because Pearl, especially with that incendiary gadget, can be able to bake those cookies, dish them out, and have complete vision on Leon at all times.
Yeah, well, we'll see. What Tribe go might have to fight.
Ja, Shadow. Ich glaube, ich weiß, was die vorhaben. Ich glaube, die wollen mit Mina rechts hochdashen, die dann nach links drücken, weil da ist halt eine Mina. Du zwingst die Gegner nach links zu gehen und Pearl wird halt da sein. Das sind 3 Leute gestackt. Ich glaube, das haben die vor. Alle Mappen.
I think Rage Quit makes a lot of sense. I just think to defend themselves from the Mina, one culprit that's typically on this map is Brock, and I'm curious
Hyperbun, by the way.
The team elects to go that for the wall break to get themselves up the middle, because right now, Tribe Gaming have that. They have somebody that can get over the swamp, so they can get early positioning at least through that, but I think that's something that at least on the left-hand end, they're considering a lot to account for, though. Obviously, ooh, and Fang coming through, so this is
Was?
under the radar brawler. I would say on knockout
In der Pearl?
several teams across
Eine Mina? Und auf den Pick?
I think it can do quite well into something like a Pearl. It does take a while to activate.
Sehe ich nicht.
For Mina, I imagine it does pretty well, especially with the roundhouse kick stun and then combo there.
Sehe ich nicht.
Working out for now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been showing its face here and there, as you say, in a few modes. I think we saw it
Ist auch nicht Sandra. Die haben irgendwas vor. Die kennen irgendwas. Und ich denke, wie gesagt, die wollen mit Mina hoch, rechts. Die Leute nach links drücken und dann mit der Pearl. Stimmt jetzt sie.
Heal on Amina. And Angel Boy on that brawler in an aggressive position with heals in his back is dangerous.
Set 3 is going to be a marquee moment of Group D. Either FUT Esports can live up to the hype, despite losing a roster member in a fill-in. They still can take advantage. Meanwhile, Tribe Gaming have a lot of history in this tournament. Unfortunately, I guess I should say for better, they don't have a lot. 0-2, they have yet to win a Brawl Cup match in our 2 years so far, and now they're tasked with EMEA's #1. Let's get it, Brawl Cup. Set number 3, Foot Esports, Tribe Gaming.
Straight down the right side, Angel Boy using that maneuverability, and it's actually going to be Meeple's Mansion, so not going to have the rage quit to stop Angel Boy in his tracks. And he's straight away pushing Diego Gamer all the way back. Takes a heavy hit to the face though, a Nob requiring some heals towards Angel Boy.
They just got to keep an eye on Luffy, make sure they're not feeding too many kicks to the face, otherwise they're going to get a Thing supercharged up rather early, and that would give them a huge advantage. Angel Boy once again unafraid, going
Die wollen Fang gar nicht feeden, ne? Die gehen gar nicht in seine Range, die wollen seine Ult nicht. Hätte ich auch gerne gesehen, Revan. Danke dir, Lux. Stark, ne, Digga. Angel Boy, nicht der Name. Ja. War ganz gut von ihm, war ganz okay. Das kann er nicht verlieren. Also wenn er das verliert, hat er nicht verdient. Mina ist cool.
The really good decision, but unfortunately just didn't pay off. Lenane turned his focus quick to the other side, and a good round there from Foot. An unfortunate Meeple's Mansion, kind of seeing the demise of his own teammate, but at least they eventually traded Angel Boy out, but it's back to this position of full control for Foot, even though it's Tribe with the brawler who's going to be able to go over the water.
Luffy lurking, he's been flashing that super button several times.
Was hat RBM versucht? Ist er kurz vor Ult?
Trying to figure out where exactly he should help the teammates out. Now finally Luffy shows himself. Lina gonna be fully aware of this.
Well, some more good hits from Angel Boy on the right-hand side, just keeping Angelo back. But as I say, you kind of got to keep your eyes on Luffy here, and the fact that he might go for Lenane, but he'll end up bouncing towards Nob, which would be probably his desired route. There's the Mansion again, going to give some ground to Luffy and allow him to rotate a little bit, and a super use in the backlines by Diego Gamer too.
Great team play coming out of Foot, but Nob now weak, isn't going to be able to assist as easily. A complete misconnection there for Lina, who's getting killed. The dive away. Luffy goes for the double.
Ist winnable.
Boy, though, if there's a 1v1 artist out there, it's going to be him. Now looking
Jetzt hat er ulten sollen.
Super goes down, makes one. Low HP.
Da hätte er auf den Angelo ulten sollen, damit er seinen 4K-Schuss unterbricht. Hätte ulten müssen. Oder für Gadget, ja. Ich hätte geultet.
Advantage for RBM and the teammates. Now they've gotten rid of the walls and they have complete possession. Diego Gamer has that hypercharge.
Aber Nob hat Hyper. Eine gute Hyper ist ein Kill.
That valuable utility. You'd rather get a kill or at least take advantage of some damage.
Nob has hypercharge here as well. Finds a shot onto RBM and Angel Boy just goes after the right-hand side of Diego Gamer.
Punkte durch Zuschauen. Ab und zu mal musst du eine Nachricht schreiben, damit der Bot weiß, dass du da bist. Um die Punkte zu bekommen. Aber sonst nur zuschauen. Was macht das Publikum? Das Höhlenmenschen? Fang hat Hyper. Wenn er es gut macht, ist das ein Freak. Okay. Nee.
I mean, he had to make the play. He really did. Had to try and lunge towards him there, but just a perfect dodge from Angel Boy on the Mina. Sends him packing, and he goes straight past him. Really good from Foot again. I won't lie, Tribe had the moments. Great round 2.
Ja, hätte er es gut gemacht, dann wäre es ein Triple Kill gewesen. Nob war One-Hit, hätte die Ult zurück... Ah, warte, ich bin Submarine. Ja, trotzdem, ein Triple Kill, sage ich.
Now it's Foot Esports retaliating, pressing up against the wall. Long range to fair on the right hand side. Angel Boy though, watch the smoke up.
Stark von Angel Boy. Unfassbar stark.
Diego Gamer diving. Angel Boy relentless, looking for blood as Lina's taking on the left hand side. It's a trade. Red roster down to 1 just.
Angel Boy ist krank.
Isn't there to survive.
They just don't care. Like, Angel Boy's just beelining straight into the spawn. He's like, alright, 3 of them around me, I'll pop a gadget, I'll be fine with a few heals from Nob on the way. Really good stuff. Good trade from Lenane, I think it was, on the left-hand side for Luffy as well, or could have played out differently. Meeple's Mansion, Lenane all alone on the left-hand side here, and it's kind of gone unpunished.
Confidence exuding out of Foot Esports right now. Now they've got two supers of their own as Diego Gamer works the right-hand side, fanning shots coming out of Knob. They've done their scouting report. They know where RBM is. The Knob
Angel Boys
maintaining distance as Diego Gamer goes low, super goes in, a bounce away. It's a back and forth the whole time. Now tags going down onto RBM.
wahrscheinlich der Beste in diesen 2 Tagen. Ehrlich. Vielleicht Tensei, aber Angel Boy gefällt mir am meisten.
Now becomes a 2v1 RBM. A Meeple, what on earth can he do into a monster like Angel Boy? Hypercharge going down. He's just gonna stay in these walls. He's holding as firm as he can.
Bobby auch sehr gut. Bobby war sehr, sehr gut. Aber gegen Ende hat er gefrowt. Hello Tahar. Mein Lieblingsbrawler? B.
I was asked what kind of player is Angel Boy earlier today by our media crew. He is a dog. D-A-W-G. A loud bark on that guy. Just fearless.
Der Nob hat gut geheilt.
This week, especially having the hand he was dealt. Him and Nob both for that matter. Luna stepping in immediately in that set really showed the synergy that this team had. The Byron heals plus Mina up in the faces now for 2 straight sets. Learn your lesson, Tribe. It's gotta be a ban.
Yeah, I think you'll find you did it a lot more American than what you came across there. You were like, he's a dog.
I mean, I can't change what I am.
Laut ist nicht dabei, nein, Luis. Laut hat sich nicht qualifiziert. Hat mich auch überrascht. Aber die waren nicht dabei.
Even with different teams, and you're not against a bad team either. And they're still getting wins on the board. They're 2-1 up, and they've got the capability of closing this out in 4. Tribe,
Ich weiß es gar nicht, Darkness.
but just left a little bit to be desired.
Ich glaube.
I think that's a very important thing to harp on. Sometimes in matches, it's a one-sided affair.
Das ist, ich glaube, das ist RBM. Oh.
It may only be Tribe gaining down 1 set, but they're playing well. So the fact that
Das muss Mitski sagen. Mitski?
just goes to show the quality of team we've got. RBM was 0. I'm not
Die waren, nee, ich glaube, die sind Dritter in der Region. Und die Top 2 kommt weiter. Glaube ich. Bin mitentscheidend. Ah, es ist der mit. Dann war das Love hier. Der war da, Gott sei Dank. 20 Minuten. Na, mach mal halblang. Humble ist dabei, ja. Humble sehen wir morgen als erstes Spiel. Humble hat sich gestern schon gequalt. Die sind morgen dann wieder. Gegen Only Realm. Gegen Bobby. Wer war noch? Gegen Bobbys Team. Man bekommt einen Pin, wenn man vor Ort ist, ja. Voll schlecht, Gott sei Dank. Hier ist offen. So, ich habe mich angemeldet, ja. Ich mach Comeback, Gott sei Dank. Ich komme in die Top 24. Wann ist Uhr? Sonntag 20 Uhr. Ich weiß nicht, was du meinst, Kona. Viel Spaß, Nico. Ich hab Timo und Zen. Ich glaube, ich habe das beste Team. Shade!
But it seems like FUT Esports just don't want to take that route today. They're going to pick up the Shade, and it's worked well previously. And I think it's fair to say there's been a few sets where the Shade hasn't really worked so well in the Brawl Cup. But I think I've got faith in this FUT Esports team to be able to make it.
Look, if it's in Angel Boy's hands, I'm not ruling anything out. Now they pair it with an 8-bit as well. So the one thing I will say about this Pierce versus 8-bit matchup is advantage to 8-bit for damage you can do on the opposing heist safe. And then on top of that, it's going to take a lot of ammunition. And Pierce can obviously cycle through that rather quickly.
Das hat auch Crazy Raccoon gedraftet. Kann das sein? Nee.
Is now you have 2 brawlers who really rely on their super, and especially for somebody like
nee,
that
Quatsch.
really relies on
Oder?
positioning. If you're not getting to the other end, you're just playing entirely defense, which is not what you want in this game mode. If Shade can't get supers quickly enough, I could see this going awry.
Nee, die hatten Kase 8-Bit. Sergeant hat der Shade.
Hard Rock Mine in Gem Grab right at the start of this series, so haven't managed to get any sets on the board for a couple.
Digga, Fink sieht man überall! Auf Heist! Bridge! Jungs, chillt! Publikum! Hard Rock Mine! Out in the open! Bridge to far! Aber nicht in Hot Zone?
I'm kind of with you. I'm neutral on this.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just not. It's not heist, right? I think if you are,
that is
that's exactly where I was going.
There he is.
Heist safe damage. They had to have. Oh, he's.
War not so Bur.
Bro, you better get geared up and ready to go. They're calling on you.
Stimmt.
Get ready to head to bridge too far, buddy.
He said, "Oh." He said, "Oh, I gotta
better get running." On to the last pick now from FUT Esports. It's a question of whether or not they want to kind of double down on this aggression or have another one of these long-range brawlers to be able to fight off the
Immer gewonnen?
and
Nee.
Finks at a bit more of a ranged area, but they might want to just have something defensive yet again. To be fair, oh, I completely forgot.
Oh
this
mein Gott.
It's been global banned for pretty much the entirety of the Brawl Cup, but it's found its way through.
And it was the 6th. That's wild that it escaped that far into the draft.
Ich darf den Pierce mit Spaß haben. Ja, erstes Mal Nadia. Nadia war immer Permaban. Erstes Mal ist sie durchgekommen.
Starting to see the bigger picture with FUT Esports.
Yeah, absolutely. Got good range.
Ja, 100%
I
I mean.
to prevent a lot of the opposition getting the supers and having those really influential ones like Melody. That's their entire damage win condition.
Nadia ist gut
Pretty
gegen
much on
Pierce.
that one brawler. So we'll see
Okto.
how this one plays out. Tribe Gaming in need of 2 sets in a row, but FUT Esports can
Nadia ist
close
sehr
it out
gut
right
gegen
here.
Pierce.
Left-hand side, Knob going to be taking the long distance versus mid-range Finks as Angel Boy is getting bombarded with shots. This is the worry.
So, Luffy kann nicht mal Damage machen. Stark gemacht von Lene.
Have a fighter's chance, and now Lena, right-hand side, operating one of the best, if not the best brawlers in the game.
Nee, Finks hat gewonnen. Heute. Auf Hard Rock Mine. Von Tribe gegen Foot. Das war deren Win. Jump Carry. Was gegen Melody? 8-Bit.
Knob just staying back now and actually gets the kill on Diego Gamer, but RBM's going to go and add some more damage to the safe, whilst Angel Boy and Lenar forced to defend RBM, and that took a while.
Yeah, Angel Boy exhausting a few
Guten
shots
Damage.
there. Would like to see that a little sooner.
Ich glaube, Finks ist wegen Shade.
To now get the super, and once you get one, you have to cycle them carefully, but it can be off and running. It's a little race car now driving up the middle of the map. He's got his first super, looking for a second. A beautiful teleport, a takedown as well. Excellent stuff from Tribe.
Well, Knob choosing to hold on to his super this time instead of using it to tank. Lane gets a good kill there with the help of Angel Boy.
Also Finks gegen Shade. Dreimal angreifen, Gadget dreimal angreifen.
No poisoning found onto RBM.
Nice dodge from RBM, who's trying to maintain against 2 brawlers. FUT Esports overcommitting the left-hand side. Meanwhile, Angel Boy 1v1ing Luffy. Don't like his odds. A haunted hug going down, but Luffy getting some musical notes all around this. Won't quite hit that 50% marker, but nonetheless, is FUT Esports currently down by a mile.
Yeah, it's not looking good for FUT so far. Hasn't even managed to get that first crack. 3% to be fair, never mind the first crack. And RBM making a move here. Lenane having to run all the way back. And these Finks supers down the left-hand side. I'll say, listen, I didn't love the pick, but it's working.
Was nervous that FUT were going to have a hard time getting the other side. They have to take advantage of the purple button rotating around Angel Boy right now. As Luffy rotates right-hand side. Have to watch out for that super. Already half HP. He's getting some tags out now. It's raining in, not pouring in shots as well. But Luffy doing the exact same on the bottom. And there are several heist tiers up. Hypercharge going down. Plenty of snakes going in. But there's poison damage. It's not enough. RBM still remaining as well. Couple extra tags. And Tribe Gaming will grab one in set 4.
I mean, as much damage as an 8-bit does, a base race when you're 50% down, probably not the best shout.
Was schreibt Maple da?
FUT Esports know better than me, and maybe just kind of chalk that game up, want to move on to the next one, because it didn't seem like they were going to be able to win it. Weren't really able to get any time on the opposition safe until they were just kind of allowed to.
I think FUT Esports' road to victory in this set is just going to be a little more difficult. It's a lot of control-oriented brawlers on the left and mid lanes coming in from Tribe Gaming, but Luffy was just able to escape their clasp several times and get onto the enemy end. This is better, though. Angel Boy survives the start, gets a couple tags. You just got to work your way to that first super, then your job becomes so much easier.
Yeah, RBM doing a great job here, going really aggressive, knowing he can just turn back the clock and TP away. A super used defensively again for Angel Boy. He's now trying to move over to RBM, who shouldn't have a gadget and doesn't manage to get away. And a much better start in terms of damage. Yeah, they've only done like 10%, but that's a better start for FUT.
They need to find a way to walk Knob up the map, but a perfect slowdown there from the Time Warp, as now the right-hand side is clean.
Just by FUT?
Diego Gamer still holding down the middle. RBM rotating away. Oh, a nice tag from Angel Boy. Perfectly executed tag, and now this is going to be the whole FUT roster up the middle. This is fantastic. Shots pouring in. The first high safe. Pierce, good stuff from FUT.
And a wasted Fink super before he went down there as well. I don't think he thought that Angel Boy could reach him. He's slowed by the Pierce shot and forced to run away. Lene knowing he can't do too much damage, just getting the kills, trying to get the teammates to come up. You can hear the Vases break up top, and the damage followed suit.
Lenaz been doing a good job in this game in particular, really occupying space on the right-hand side, getting kills, and now Diego Gamer close to one of them, not quite, no turret going down, Nob letting loose with the gadget, and another high safe tier going down, well below 50%, but Nob pouring it all out for Foot Esports, now down to the final life of that high safe.
Yeah, Diego looking like he's going to burn here as well, and does. Luffy on the right-hand side, can't get across to stop Nob and Angel Boy just yet. There's the turret.
I'm the one.
Extra credits thrown down
Nice.
too, and that's going to be match point. Up next.
A lot of EMEA fans in this building cheering on Foot Esports. All the fans of SK Gaming, Reply Totem, Big, all the like that we saw even in our show match in the arena today. Really hoping that EMEA can help grab those spots. It's something that's very important and what we're all looking towards. And meanwhile, Tribe Gaming, they had a hot start. I really thought this might be the match for them to finally reclaim their status. To get back. But Foot Esports on match point might keep Tribe Gaming
Digga, Banane. Ehrlich, du bist so ein kleines Kind, das ist unfassbar. Ich bann dich jetzt.
Even worse start this time for Tribe Gaming, which isn't boding too well. But Luffy, early super, doesn't even get away as Angel Boy will get the kill. But RBM, free reign of the mid now, but it's the same for Lenane on the right.
Not overly worried about Finks, at least for Foot Esports, because up the middle of the map,
GB design macht this.
ice damage. Angel Boy, of course, rotates forward, now up the middle, does have a little assistance from the turret. This is going to allow Nob to expand with space. Pierce from the long distance, trying to range shots down, but Angel Boy is speedy, quick, lightning fast. Lenaz still hitting tags on the right-hand side, doing a great job of puppy guarding Luffy from moving up.
I mean, Nob just stopping everybody from coming down this left-hand side, and Luffy being kept at arm's length now by the Naja on the right. The Nane doing a great job here. Has been given pretty much free roam with the right-hand side for the most part. Hypercharge on the left-hand side. RBM not going to be able to TP out of reach, but still doing a great job here and finds the kill with the help of his super.
This is a good start for Luffy. Gets a few tags. RBM there to close out as well. One extra, now down to 75%. It's only a few percentage points remaining. They're on the same tiers as high safe positioning for Tribe, or at least was past tense, as now Angel Boy is able to go.
Well, the snake's back again, trying to find the poison on Luffy, and does. That should be a kill for Angel Boy. And Hypercharge will follow as well, just narrowly survives.
Ja, Melody wird so gefiedert gerade.
The slither of HP on the left-hand side stays on his feet.
They're gonna hold firm in the mid. Little breather here as Foot releases, hypercharge middle. It's gonna be a trade on both ends as now Luffy goes down the map.
Das muss doch jetzt carryen.
This is truly doing the
Oh Gott.
Hypercharge from Melody is so coveted for this game mode, and Luffy ran it to perfection.
Well, that's what he needed, and that's what Tribe needed as well. There's the super 2. Angel Boy's gonna go down, and all of this map is being controlled by Tribe Gaming. Diego Gamer going to burn down, but not without getting a final blow onto the safe. Up comes Luffy.
Sieht nicht gut aus mit Foot, ne?
Another super and forced to defend.
Tribe muss gewinnen, wenn die Crazy Raccoon dodgen wollen.
This is getting rather close. They still need to get that 50% marker. RBM dashing out trade.
Guter Hyper. Sehr guter Hyper von der Nane.
That's gonna get them that 50%. All of a sudden, Nob with a fighter's chance. Left hand in, extra credit. Body blocked entirely by RBM.
Noch Damage.
Defense with 10 to go. Angel Boy not within striking distance. RBM holding for
Verloren.
Luffy diving down.
3-2.
Of the map, and Tribe Gaming will go to 5. They'll finally have an opportunity to conquer demons from Dallas.
Amazing from Tribe, and Foot Esports could only sit and watch at the end as that extra damage piles in.
HGF hier 0% Winrating kommt.
I think Nob really wanted to close that one out there, kind of head in hands at the moment.
Hat so, weiß
Still
nicht.
got another set to play, and you've got to think mentality-wise, Tribe are in a stronger spot.
I think we're in a real treat for this group stage. Foot Esports and Tribe Gaming going head to head. We still have
Volleyball, ja. Oder Basketball, eins von beiden.
A lot on the minds of Tribe Gaming, but right now the focus has to be on the present for a set number 5. Anything can happen at this point. Again, just a competitive set. I've got no complaints. Both of these teams are playing super well. I think this has been one of the better ones we've had the entire weekend. We were due one for crying out loud. It's about time we got to a set 5 today.
Absolutely, we desperately
gelegen.
need these
Draft.
kind of games in. A Brawl Cup that's been quite sweepy so far. It's nice to see Foot and Tribe go the distance. Really, really good stuff from Luffy, I will say. Getting so much damage, just picking his moments well. And to be fair, he got controlled for quite a lot of the game. You know, he was kept at bay, but when he got those supers, when he got those hypers, he made them count.
Weiß nicht, Gott sei
And
Dank.
also, I want to
Bestimmt.
say on the other side as well. I love these replays of just signs in the crowd, of just random memes. But incredible stuff from the Finks as well. I doubted it. You know, we kind of were like, hey, it's fine, it's fine. But
Present
I think he's proved
Flounder.
a point.
I think especially when you look at the stat line too. So we see 11 kills, that's excellent. 267 DPS, keeping up with the rest. But honestly, damage to high safe, way higher than I would have thought. I mean, I think overperforming, if you will, the expectation I certainly had. Something I commented on before, but I just thought FUT Esports draft right there was manageable, certainly winnable, but tough. And we've shouldered a lot on Angel Boy. He has his entire career, and now once again, the young man will be tested. Here we go to Layer Cake for a set number 5. We've seen some interesting stuff. The band stage here is always a variety pack of brawlers. Sometimes you're going to see the throwers go down, the tanks go down. Then you got to keep the ones like Anti-Tank and Chester in mind, especially with our global bans. None of those super duper apply, I would say, to this map all the time.
Well, looks like they're not going to let Naja slip again. It kind of was on the losing side there as well. So the one time we've seen it, it hasn't won. But I don't know if I want to see it twice. And even in FUT Esports, yeah, they don't want to give it to the other way. Gene and the Kit, along with that Naja ban from the side of FUT Esports. Over the other side, the Fang out of the way, along with the Willow and the Meeple.
Wieder First Pick! Jungs. Band diesen Edgar, bitte!
Just gets a little louder. Just some serious joy. It's a universal language. Everybody loves this guy, or hates him, depending if you're playing against him. I think FUT Esports, that's certainly going to be the case.
Absolutely. It's now a question of what you kind of pick into it. We saw them take, you know, the stews in the past. The Mina seemed to do an okay job against it, getting away and staying at arm's length. So it's the brawlers with mobility, or that kind of instant shutting down that you need. Wouldn't have said that was one of them, but obviously he's got the ability to dash away, so the mobility is there. Should be able to get that blue star as well. So it'll mean the Tribe have kind of forced to play into FUT's hands.
Back-to-back beloved brawlers, and Mortis is at the tippy top of tier list right now, especially in pro players' hands. I can't fault them for this. If you let it escape, Tribe Gaming might not pick it, they might, but double assassin rare, but nonetheless, just put it in their hands. Honestly, just a nudge, I think, to somebody like Gessi too, who normally would be piloting this brawler.
Shadow wird das picken, 100%. Ich weiß jetzt schon, dass Shadow, je nachdem was wir spielen, welche Map, G3 spielen wird gegen uns in Bur. 100%.
Well, Lumi comes up then for Diego Gamer. And that is a brawler that they've championed a few times as well. And Chester rounds it out. Really nice pick. I really like Tribe's draft here, I'm not going to lie to you. The ability that Chester's going to have to shut down the Mortis. Yes, okay, Mortis is going to be able to dash away from the Edgar when going in, but you know, really got that chase down ability now with the gadget as well as the super to just be able to be relentless and carry on running after them.
Chester, like you mentioned, an excellent way to deal with somebody like Morris in particular.
Wieso kriegt Tribe 3 der 5 besten Brawler?
That's why they were hovering over it in the left-hand side as well. Something they were certainly considering in the final.
Ja, einmal auch da. Oder zweimal. Einmal, glaube ich. Direkt gegen Humble 0-3. Die holen Blue Star. Blue Star bekommen die. Und danach verstecken die sich.
Esports with this substitution of Lenane desperately want to get on the board because neither of these teams will want to be at risk in the next.
Muss man verstecken, ja.
1 year ago, disaster in Dallas for Tribe Gaming. FUT Esports facing disaster earlier this week. How will these top teams adjust to the adversity? It's time for set 5. Angel Boy off to the races up the middle of the map and now continuing to apply pressure. Normally when you grab that blue star, you dip. You get back to the same side, but instead he's trying to catch all the smoke.
I'd say it's actually not even Lenane on the Morse either, which you would have expected.
Oh, we're trade! Jetzt versteckt sich Tribe!
He's going to come out on top of Lenane on the right side, just trying to get some supercharge, but Chester gets there first.
Hallo, Ruda.
Heal coming out of RBM2. Nice roll of the dice there in terms of what he could have gotten out of that hat. Luffy, though, has finally charged up that super, and he's lurking. Top right-hand side. They haven't quite scouted him out yet. He's going right at Lena. He has a super available, but knows it's not enough. A nice dive. Angel.
Oh my god, retired Mortis!
Can't even boast a kill.
I mean, incredible. Just jumps over that super, prevents him from getting the heals. Really nice stuff. There's the penny turret down though, and now.
Oh my god!
Straight over Angel Boy again, and he's not.
Wo ist Gessi?
No, not at all.
Wo ist Gessi?
He's just been cycled out so many times. A disastrous DPS for FUT Esports right now. No kills at all. Lena maintaining, but Tribe Gaming perfectly comfortable, especially with Chester on their team, of holding the backlines a little bit. Diego Gamer with the gadget available. Finally, Lena's able to do something about this. Tries to hop away.
Ja, Luffy fickt die so sehr. Hey, töte doch, Angel Boy! Hallo?
He's been cut off by Diego.
So difficult to do anything there, and the penny turret getting brought down to Nob should only be a couple taps off the
Bro.
supercharge, so might hold off on this.
5 Sterne plus Blue Star, tötet ihn nicht.
He's gonna throw it really aggressive into the top right-hand corner with only 30 seconds left. Work to be done.
Luffy has been a star of the show here in set number 5, and now Angel Boy trying to match it. The star player of his own team going back and
Digga, ist das schlecht.
get the job done. Luffy, of course, can heal
Wirklich.
those regular shots. Diego Gamer pursuing a kill of his own. Lumi being rather aggressive when not, even if he grabs this kill.
Hat mir heute am besten gefallen von allen. Er hat mir am besten von allen gefallen, aber das ist ja nix.
I mean, about as smoothly as it could have gone for Tribe.
Er hat eigenhändig das Game verkackt. Der hat ein Lied, einfach hin, chill. Blue Star holen und chill.
And then continue to go after them and was just getting bullied by the Edgar.
Das muss er besser machen jetzt.
Is really not panning out well.
Und jetzt chill. Nicht in einen Rennen, 3 Leute.
Right now, this is another time where maybe they
Er macht's
thought
wieder.
they had an answer to the Edgar, but Luffy has been a problem on this brawler. This time, Angel Boy, like you mentioned, not going to go nearly as aggressive. This time, backline. Let's take the blue star, change up our strategy. We're not going to go overly aggressive. Let's be a
Mach mal das so an. Hat man Judge für nächste Runde fahren, man.
The thought process to use, and Edgar gonna be getting a bit of passive super along the way, so you definitely kind of need to think about that. You know, he's always gonna have that upper hand on you in that 1v1 situation for Angel Boy. He's going.
Ich meine, chillen ist alles schön und gut, aber Penny Turret wäre auch nicht schlecht, ne? Nope.
Especially now into Chester, this is an intelligent rotation coming out of RBM as Luffy is going to be in the middle of the map. Diego Gamer is going to outrange Lana this whole time. He just has to rely on a little cheeky tag or maybe just charging up that super by pressing up against the wall neutrally.
I mean, I think it's a smarter idea to force Edgar to come into you and try and, you know, play
Ja, viel besser. Blue Star holen und chillen.
when they were going towards
Viel
him,
besser.
bullying them, evading everything that they had, and Nob still deprived of a super. As I'm saying it, he gets it, and it's a defensive one this time.
They've established the turret as well.
Und jetzt können sie nicht verlieren.
Fully off the gas pedal.
Wir haben Cordelis gegen einen Edgar und sie kann nicht reinpushen wegen Penny Turret. Sobald Chester Lumi alleine lässt, ist sie tot wegen Mortis.
This may come down to literally 1 kill within the last 15.
It literally is just going to be Edgar going in, and if he gets the kill, he gets it, and if he doesn't, Foot should run away with it. Big stuff. Shut out too. Angel Boy only narrowly survives, and now they've got 30 seconds to make the big play. Angel Boy trying to get up the right-hand side, super available for Chester, but it's a question of which one he's got, and that might decide this game. Lane with a super on the left.
Let's see what the Mad Hatter has in his pocket. Lana takes the victim down to the Shadow Realm. It's Diego Gamer waiting patiently. 15 on the clock. Tribe Gaming have waited for this date for a straight year, trying to right the wrongs and atone for the sins of the past.
Mein Gott.
Now a cut off on the
Ihr müsst nein!
Angel Boy needs to dash forward. 1 star being the separator, dives in, but can't quite get it done. North America, Demons conquer. EMEA's #1 slain.
Set 5 is all that could separate these two monsters. Foot Esports falling short, but Tribe Gaming come out on top, and that is huge for them in this group. A really
Foot wird gegen Crazy Raccoon. Foot gegen Crazy Raccoon. Das war's mit dem Meer.
Excellent showing.
Foot gegen Crazy Raccoon.
Easily one of the most entertaining matches. By no means are Foot Esports done. Regardless of who you're a fan of, this is still our group stage. Still a lot to prove. But for now, let's go down to the winner's circle. Can't wait to see what Tribe have to say.
Ihr könnt MVP voten.
Welcome back. What a match that was. Can we make some noise for that match? That was insane. Let's make some noise. Wow, that was the best match that we've seen on stage so far. So, I just have to say, right, last year you guys put so much pressure on yourselves coming into the Brawl Cup. Is that something you guys just like try to get out of your minds now to like come into this and to just play your game? Because you played incredibly well.
Die verlieren eh gegen Revenant. Halb so wild, Chat. Das war's mit denen, die fliegen.
Sí, yo creo que.
Warte!
We have been like preparing our matches.
Ich wollte gerade sagen, wie spricht er mit denen im Call, wenn er nur kein Englisch kann?
We felt more comfortable.
Well, you look more comfortable as well, and being able to bounce back from being at a loss and going ahead, it was an amazing match to see, that's for sure. Now, I need you to kind of think forward to your next match. You're going to be against
Ich gebe ein bisschen kleiner Bruder-Vibes.
That was a big moment in the Brawl Cup, let's be honest. Do you feel mentally prepared for them? And, you know, what's your thoughts ahead of that match?
Bueno, vuestra próxima partida es Black Lotus, es un partido muy importante, fue un gran partido en el pasado, ¿cómo sentís? We feel excited to have our revenge. We are prepared and we will do our best.
I love that. It's a good answer.
Ja, Kunde.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time.
Und dann die drei gehen so in den Ausgang, sind die coolen. Und dann ist so der kleine Bruder, der mit darf.
The redemption arc for Tribe Gaming and NA as a region has begun to actually take this win 3-2.
Kann nicht sein.
Banger coming out of the two of them. Finally, we get a close match today. I'm super happy about that. At the same time, you got to feel for Foot Esports.
Wer spielt jetzt?
Already had the 2-1. They were in the lead.
Ich glaube, Tribe gegen Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, the ambiance in the stadium was honestly electric. So much support for Foot Esports despite obviously not having their full roster. And I think with that in mind, a really great showing regardless. They'll be kicking themselves a little bit for that fifth and final set.
Oder Foot?
Definitely had,
okay, Foot gegen Toxic Lotus.
Game considering the first one was going so heavily against them. And definitely some thoughts here on the desk regarding
Wenn Foot verliert, sind die raus.
I mean, I'm quite impressed with Tribe. Their drafts
2 Games noch, ja.
have improved, and I'm a little bit surprised how Edgar just kept sneaking in and it wasn't getting counted out. I mean, it might show that Edgar was a bit too strong, but at the same time, I think Tribe were just playing brawlers that they're really comfortable with, and it clearly worked out. You could see by the last game stats as well. I mean, it just didn't look comfortable for Foot. It was a bit of a draft diff, but at the same time, we didn't really have any.
Stimmt, warte mal. Riven hat recht. Foot könnte immer noch Erster werden. Warte mal. Foot kann Erster werden. Wenn Toxic Lotus gegen Tribe gewinnt und es kein 3-2 wird, ist Foot Erster. Warte mal.
The thing with Toxic Lotus is it's very similar to Ace Zero from yesterday in the fact that we don't really kind of know.
Tribe kann auch rausfliegen.
Coming into this event. For me, I've always thought to myself,
oder?
hanging about like Ace Zero is the #1 seed.
Wenn Foot jetzt 3-0 gewinnt.
That doesn't necessarily mean that
und Toxic Lotus auch 3-0 gewinnt.
They've been dominating for the most part, even on the world stage.
Da sind die raus.
At BRAWL Cup, Toxic Lotus did the unthinkable. They beat Tribe Gaming. You know, that's the level that we've got.
Foot kann auch rausfliegen, ja, natürlich. Noch ist alles offen. Toxic Lotus muss gegen Tribe gewinnen. Guter Call.
So they are still that same squad in my eyes, but we'll have to wait and see how they'll fare against it later on for sure.
A huge storyline for Foot Esports today as well. Guesty isn't here.
Nicht passieren. Kann sein.
Coming in, and it looked insane what those three players have actually put together within just a couple of days.
Denke ich auch nicht, aber kann sein.
Coming into this, Lena arrived just this week, and they scrimmed for the very first time together in this roster. And I think for that, it looks fairly good.
Honestly, big props to them. I expected it to be close, but I think their team synergy with how little time, how little practice, it did look pretty good. It seemed near enough seamless. I mean, their name was playing absolutely fantastically. I think the biggest problem that they probably would have had was just figuring out who was going to play like the role of Guesty. There was probably like a lot of confusion about that.
Wer spielt bei Toxic Lotus?
I thought maybe Lena might have been on the Mortis and Angel Boy on the Cordelius, but
Ist das Team von U? Also OU?
I think they might be able to figure something out for this Toxic Lotus matchup.
What is super interesting in this roster now, they usually just speak in Russian together.
Talk OU Engine.
And Guesty. Now Angel Boy as the IGL is kind of coming in and talking English to Lena, Russian to Nob, and somehow
vielleicht wird das doch kein 3-0.
This is so interesting to me. So really, props to them. They made it super close. That could have been their match as well. And we're going to see them again in just a couple of minutes. By the way, I always think it's above getting a Swiss person on your roster, so
Rede mal!
On that stage with them, not a bad thing.
Eine der einzigen Male, wo ich ihr zustimme.
I mean, they've already done better than they did last year. So there's definitely a great amount of prep going into this. And we were impressed with the drafts. We were saying, you know, how Killer has been really nailing.
Ja, das stimmt, Juni. Die sind nicht eingespielt.
Solid.
Also, die haben es trotzdem gefraud im Draft. Das hat nichts mit den Lane zu tun. Die haben den Draft verkackt. Also, wenn du gegen Finks auf Bridge to Far verlierst und gegen Finks auf Hard Rock Mine, bei aller Liebe, völlig verdient.
Liebe Leute, wir wissen, ihr wollt auch was mit nach Hause nehmen. Wir haben ein bisschen Merch für euch. Nicht hier bei uns, sondern da hinten bei Barney. Wenn ihr euch ein Brawl-T-Shirt abholen wollt, geht doch einmal nach da hinten. Er wird gleich ein paar T-Shirts in die
Ich habe heute noch 2 Games.
Barney, I heard you have something.
Morgen ist dann K.O.-Phase.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have some urgent news.
Natürlich Meppel.
They were looking for a t-shirt cannon,
Eingestreamt?
and this
Nie.
is the only cannon in this room. Right here. Oh my goodness, it's like zombies attacking me. What is going on? Okay. I have 4. Are you ready? I said, are you ready? Okay, here comes one. I'm going to try and not punch the camera, but here we go. There's one.
Das ist krass, Riven.
I know they call me
Okay, warte mal. Maybe. Na? Ich denke, Schwann mal. Ich denke, ich mach noch diesen Boost, diesen Trophy Boost.
Don't hurt yourselves, don't hurt yourselves.
Aber keine Ahnung.
In the middle. Boom. I have one more right here. Who wants it? Ladies and gentlemen, down there. Enjoy! Thank you so much. Let's continue with today.
It really is worth it to come out to any
Ja,
event
super Mob.
you get t-shirts,
Und ein
you
60.
get
Timer.
beautiful postcards to send to your
Die
loved
Spieler brauchen
ones.
auch eine Pause.
So make
weißt
sure
du.
to get to the next one. We already know where that one is. There's also a little guesswork going around right now as to where World Finals could be, but LCK
Ja, Angel hat mir
confirmed
gefallen.
already
4
it's gonna
Sets
be
hinweg.
China.
Das 5. Set hat er ja wirklich
And
verkackt.
I saw your little tease starting as to where we might be thinking.
Ich bin ein bisschen Bobby-Vibes. Bobby hat gestern unfassbar gut gespielt, übel gecarried.
Maybe we might. First up, though, we're gonna
Und in
find
den
out
Setpoints
who
hat
will
er
make it
einfach
through Group
Kacke
D.
gemacht.
Next up is Foot Esports. They step out onto stage once more versus Toxic Lotus.
Toxic Lotus, I'm excited to see these guys play again. I mean, again, they've got a few question marks, not even winning
So,
their
jetzt
final
3-0
in their region.
und danach
I
gewinnt
can't doubt these
Toxic
guys.
Lotus
After
gegen
what they
Tribe.
did to my own
Krass.
team at Brawl Cup, I can't forget. And to be honest, I want to root for them secretly because they are the underdog. So, but to be fair to their team, they play so well together. And I really believe in them. I really believe in them. If
Gegen
they're
Tribe
to
Octo.
qualify, they need
Das
to
ist
be
meine
good right
Hoffnung.
now
Ich denke
because
nicht, aber es ist
what
meine
would be weaker
Hoffnung.
than this? I mean, no shade to Lenane.
Was, Ruby?
You know, they're without Guesty, so you need to strike now.
In Brawl Cup 25, they knocked out a couple of the biggest names in that tournament. They faced Loud, the #1 seed of SA, knocked them out, eliminated Tribe Gaming as well, and nearly also defeated SK Gaming. So let's see if Toxic Lotus can repeat that.
Nee, wenn die
also
beides
now
gewinnen, dann spielen die
against
gegen
the
Revenant,
first
oder?
seed of EMEA. Foot Esports
Welche Arena? Ich
discussed it
weiß
already,
nicht. Irgendwo in
not in their
Berlin.
usual roster, but they should still be the favorites, or not?
It's very tough to say, you know, because I think that the way that we've seen Foot Esports come into that last
Allianz
was
Arena.
actually a lot better than I
Erdbeerstadion,
was
Bro.
expecting, to be completely honest. I think that things are working pretty well with what is a really challenging set of circumstances. You know, historically, any kind of substitution coming into a squad has not fared overly well. I think Patchy really is the best example of a player that, for me, just came along with Elevate and really elevated that roster to another level as a result of that substitution. But as Sonny, you already said, language barriers, you know, your role, as you rightly said, Spen, and how you fit into that squad, it's all things to consider. And we've got some global bans here as well, Spen, to discuss.
Yeah, the kit ban, I mean, probably the map set might favor the kit ban. I mean, normally that screams to me they don't want to get cheesed. They don't want any unpredictability with kit, what it brings to knockout, to bounty, etc. So, I mean, pretty standard overall. You got Naja, you got Mortis. That's
open.
Naja's actually open.
Again, it seems like Foot clearly like Naja.
Global-Ban erklären. Also vor jeder Begegnung musst du einen Blind-Ban machen. Du bannst allein, ohne dass der Gegner es weiß. Diese 2 Bans pro Team strecken sich über alle 5 Sets hinweg. Egal wie der Draft aussieht, über alle 5 Sets werden diese 2 Brawler, beziehungsweise diese 4 Brawler von beiden Teams über alles gebannt sein.
The poll also said they're going to win against Tribe Gaming, though, so I don't know if our viewers are correct on that one.
Yeah, like I said, this is the first showing of Toxic Lotus in this event. So I think it's kind of tough for me to kind of side with that poll in that regard, because I think that it could be unexpected and we may see some upsets.
Now let's see if Barney already made his way back from t-shirt throwing back to stage. Bring them in.
Thank you so much. The last team to make their debut on the main stage at the Brawl Cup have been dubbed the Emperors of Upsets.
So mehr Leute auf Toxic Lotus gegen Foot gesetzt.
And so, as they step out onto the stage, I want you to
Ja,
all remember
die Asiaten
that
halt, ne?
it ain't over until it is over. And so, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Toxic Lotus and Foot Esports.
Das ist viel Kau. Trey Mackie, Meppel. Genau, Ang, wir machen ein TikTok-Video daraus. Nee, klar, macht Sinn. So, jetzt knackiges 3-0, komm. Idee? Ja, klar.
Like I said, last year's Brawl Cup was crawling with upsets, and Toxic Lotus were at the heart of many of them. But let's not call anyone.
Ich sag, das war wirklich eine... Oh mein Gott, Ang, maybe ich mach das als Turnier.
Still one of the most dangerous teams.
Maybe ich mach es. Klingt lustig.
Of, let's face it, a devastating
Meine Verlust für 20.
map 5. This could go either way. This is Toxic Lotus's debut right here as well, so it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. And so, with that being said, it is time for match number 5 of day 2 of the Brawl Cup. Let's do it.
Hä? Bro. Heiliger Ragebait. Nah.
Angel Boy. Lenon. Engine.
Engine? Nicht Engine? Nee, Engine. Engine? Oh, you.
Heading into draft now, it's the second time we see Foot Esports playing on that stage. Toxic Lotus didn't really get to warm up too much on the stage itself, but they have been scrimming just seconds ago, still warming up for their opponent now. Spen, you as an ex-pro player, is it an advantage that they come out of a 5-set match already, or a disadvantage that they're tired now?
It can work in both ways.
Imagine.
It depends what type of player you are. If you let the previous loss bother you, it might affect your gameplay going into this, but I think they should be able to put it
Nee,
behind them.
Meppel.
So we've already got a few picks in here. Colette first pick on Gold Arm Gulch. Oh yeah, Colette just sneaked in somehow.
Woher Delaney?
Angelo, pretty standard response, because with Colette, normally a bit of range, especially a knockout, can normally
Colette
counter
offen,
it, but
stimmt.
Colette's just so strong.
Serious global ban.
Going through as a speed run of a draft right now. We were discussing the potentially as well. Colt is being played quite a lot here, and we saw Sands on it yesterday. Kind of an interesting brawler that's kind of rising forward slightly in terms of the picks and the bans. I think Gene is actually still open here as well. Very safe one that Tox already picked up on the right side. Ross kind of come in now, and we know what that supply drop can do, especially to hand over the hypercharge to Colette. It's quite dangerous.
Okay, so with Foot's comp, I think they're lacking maybe a little bit of health, especially once the gas starts to close in. They've already got something to do with Gene with the roughs, with the sandbags. They've got Colette with wall pressure. I mean, they even go with a sniper. They don't really want to open up the map into the Angelo. They want something that can be aggressive. So Ollie, perfect pick right there. Ollie's going to be able to hook the walls a lot, create a lot of pressure, and
Meppel!
yeah, let's see what
Augen öffnen.
Toxic Lotus respond with.
That's an interesting one, because I see Toxic Lotus actually likes to play
Gotcha!
on this map. Let's
Augen
see if they
öffnen.
pick her up into that Ollie, or if they have a better idea. So far, we don't really have anything to open up the map, except maybe Ruffs. They could also still go with a thrower as last pick. Also would work just fine. Let's see what it's gonna be with 4 seconds left on the clock. They're gonna use Rico here, of course, with the wall.
Wieso kein RT? Hä?
Rico's always an option. If this was your ranks match, which one would it be for you guys out in the crowd? As oh look, Uber brought his son to work.
All right, man.
Go on, son.
We'll bring everyone in. I'm so, I'm so happy I finally get the opportunity to bring everyone in. This is a ridiculously amazing match. Foot on the cusp of defeat, in fact, against Toxic Lotus, the Grim Reapers of North America, in the last Brawl Cup, making top 4 over there. Foot Esports, anticipated to be the front runners here, now find themselves as passengers, possibly to their own doom.
A couple things to look out for here. 2 hypnotizers at long range available to Foot Esports between the Gotcha Gadget and, of course, Lenar. His all eyes on me Gadget if he's taken it. Might have fancied the extra mobility for Dire, but I suspect it was more the former. So see how that plays out. Both sides also have good
Das ist das erste
healing
Set,
around
David,
their
ja.
support brawls. We've got field promotion and magic puffs.
All of Toxic Lotus backed up into their spawn, but it's only temporary. Engine also really confidently taking this sight line down the right side. Gonna get a super as a result. It's gonna be valuable for the later stages. And everyone from Toxic Lotus working together to deny Lina value. It's a big responsibility to put on a substitute player here, as Ollie has the sole responsibility of— whoa! What a hypnotize from Lina! Well, this round's a wash. I can't believe he pulled that off.
That is wild. Yeah, Lina obviously, not with the catches I expected him to have brought in here. Engine's in trouble, can drop super, sure, but then it's going to get flipped on out of it. That's rough stuff. He tried to jump away, and now Tok is going to be solo into this.
Wieso ultet noch?
For that final show.
Wieso?
Was possible for Tok there, really. He'd gotten the takedown onto Angel Boy, then it was very much in the cards. Utility
Für Aura?
Esports, they have a hypercharge to hand over to Lina. That will be their win condition.
Also Nob ist heute, also sorry, aber Nob heute ist schrecklich. Wirklich.
Could get it off of Tok on the right side if they're able to find his position. Haven't scouted him out just yet. Still playing defensively. Once they get some better intel, that's when they'll spring into action.
Collect with the buffies, pretty powerful, especially the star power buffies, right? If it's mass tax, you can get a shield that persists after you use that super. Or Push It has a stun component attached to it now at the very end of her range.
Toxic Lotus creating pressure with this Gene super. No one from Foot can get too close. They've already used the bag, so they definitely can't push up now. Poison's bound to close in any second from the top first. In the
Johnny, danke für den Raid!
Early on in the round, Engine is trying to hang on to his hypercharge and super as well. Best case scenario, OU gets a super for himself. Nob is going to see about that though. Lina on the right side gets a hypnotize.
No damage.
One more shot to finish off. Tok falls in unison.
It's kind of the problem when you lose the collect.
Hello, Johnny.
You do not have the damage.
Wie geht's dir?
If it's just Ollie, you can't even take a Rico down solo. You need.
Was meinst du, wie oft, Jesse?
You need 3 players.
100% bis zum Rank? Ja, ist doch stark.
Playing on the backlines here, letting Foot make the first move. Lina gonna come in with a hypercharge and super. OU tries to snap him out of it with the super. You either pop it or you drop it. That's another hypnosis onto Tok, but he stays alive. 2 versus 3. They knew that they had to go into action then to hopefully equalize things on numbers, but it's just not happening. Best thing they can play for now is Tok
Miteinander.
super.
Morgen kriegst du ihn auch nochmal, Jesse. Heute Morgen ist garantiert. Alter!
Gets it done with 44 HP, just out of range of Angel Boy, but Engine, no, not taken down.
Okay, Delaney, ich lass dich kochen.
Lina's got to be kicking himself after that one. His opponent was at 44 health. They've located Tok, finally brought him down. Hyperactive for Engine though.
Wieso ultet er nicht? Wieso ultet er nicht?
This one out. Engine's going to hold on to that super, but now
Wieso ultet er nicht?
Angelo for the final fight.
It's going to be a lot
Bro,
of tankiness over here for Nob as he soaks up both of those arrows to finish off the game. Not a 1v1 you are slated to win when Ruffs has the bags to soak up non-piercing damage.
Möchte er nicht gewinnen? Ich zieh bis zu viel
You know that at some point throughout that sort of 3-game series within a set, you're going to be able to give someone a hypercharge.
Nicht so. Ah, aber jetzt hat er sie doch schon benutzt.
It's basically a guaranteed stun, especially when you have the jump gadget. There's almost no way of escaping it. And so in one round, you have a deterministic almost 3 versus 2 set up.
Yeah, that's the win condition right there. It's really as simple as that, honestly. Pretty good damage for Tok immediately. It's going to crunch Foot Esports into this back left corner where Engine can fire some pot shots away, just looking for this little corner.
Dead Ausrufezeichen Mattis.
And the sandbags. Tok continues to clear these out also, and OU just gets a visual on where they are in the bushes. If Foot Esports sink deeper into this corner, then they are just guaranteed to fall. Angel Boy going to come out here with a couple of nice attacks on a Tok. He's forced to retreat.
Okay,
the rest of the world
okay, warte. Ich stelle euch kürzer sein.
Have to keep poking at this because field promotion can get out of hand if you simply don't damage your opponents. It can give you overhealing and increase your max health pool as time goes on. Each tick is only a small amount, so it takes a while to get there, but you still have to respect it. Lina jumps in, OU flattens, no chance for a hook there at all. Now Engine surrounded, knew his goose was cooked and held onto his super for the next round.
Tok a Deadman here on the right side. Foot Esports remain 3 strong. Toxic Lotus simply got encircled. Once the poison forced everyone into close quarters, Ollie was able to profit massively. He needs shorter sightlines.
Okay.
It's just a game of survival.
Ich kann jetzt Ausrufezeichen Mattis spammen.
Plays for super early on. Has the super. Again lasered by Tok actually. Tok wasn't going to get that kill, but he has forced everyone back into the left side once again. Now 3 super.
Okay, der Bot kommt nicht hinterher.
Best case scenario would be Nob getting that supply drop. onto Lina.
Der kommt nicht hinterher.
Actually be a hypercharge. Would allow them to eliminate the entire
Die
Toxic
GBDs.
Lotus roster.
OU's got to find a magic hand here. This feels like the win condition for Toxic Lotus on this round. Decent damage, respectable for Tok, but Footer playing one of the safest parts of the map against Rico. And OU's not really in a hurry here to try and overexpose himself, especially not to the Ollie, who has Gadget and Super at the ready.
Ja, passt schon mal.
For a pull on Angel Boy, I think that's the best target. Lina also could get caught a little bit too aggressive. Toxic Lotus testing the waters, sending Tok and Engine on the aggressive. Gonna be hit temporarily hypnosis onto Tok. Same move from the top this time. Nav and Lina both hammered down. A hypercharge towards the center. This one's for Lina. If he can converge with it. Engine over to the left side. Manages to keep it secure. Tok the last one. Needs to hit the zipper. The strike.
No way.
7%.
No way. Ja, Maple.
To secure set one.
And a reverse situation of what happened to Lina in that first game, where his opponent 40 health left, but managed to stay alive. It's hard to predict the damage that comes in from that Ollie. It's a little lower than you otherwise would expect, but there, one shot was enough to win it out. A very close end to that round, but honestly, in general, that set felt like Foot had a chokehold on it from start to finish. A powerful composition that featured a lot of crowd control. And even though already it was a little bit lower on the damage front, when the gas started to clear,
Ey, wieso Grimmmacher getimoutet?
do the fight in their favor every time.
That's what Knockout's about. It is about the setup and then the execute. Each round just follows that same pattern over and over and over again. But you can deny that utility.
Was passiert?
You can keep Lina from getting
Spam mal Ausrufezeichen Mattis, Titzi.
good job.
Switch verloren. Rede mal, Joni.
In some cases, which impressed me. I feel like putting Lina on a
Darf ich
team
nochmal?
is
Darfst du nochmal?
definitely the correct match. However, as a substitute for the team, that is a a pretty tall thing to bear.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the best tank players, I think, globally, is generally what his reputation was, which is
What
kind of why
kaputt?
that previous matchup was fun in many ways. This matchup, obviously, promises to be pretty spicy as we go forward, because this Toxic Lotus team, mechanically, are considered still that best team in mainland China.
Bro, Grimmmacher.
The consensus is that they were outdrafted by A0 on multiple occasions. But if you get Toxic Lotus on a good comp, then they're a team to be feared. I will say that they used the Miko comp on
Hat der Bot noch Puls? Bitte noch?
frequently last year, right? With the first to really bring it onto the world stage, Miko has a star power that lets him do more damage to
Hallo, Tim!
non-player entities.
Kein Puls.
So a bit of a
Schade.
no-brainer there. That cat is out of the bag, and some teams have figured out ways around it. It's still
Lebt.
scary
Nee, ist der
to
falsche.
run into a heist game in this set. If Toxic Lotus can last that long, expect to see that be banned out against them. But this is a team who've worked very, very hard on that individual level. The coaching's been solid. Star Dragon is someone who's been pretty vocal about there's a lot to be excited about.
Yeah.
Coming out of that mainland China region.
Don't skip. Ey, nee, klar. Ich skipp meinen Song. Keine Sorge, Bro.
Out of the competition, but Toxic Lotus now have to basically carry the expectations of that entire region alone.
Putting that on everyone's radar may have been a mistake. Not that it's Star Dragon's fault. Is it their fault for winning and showing everyone that they have the skills that they deserve to be respected? It was pretty quickly adapted to in the subsequent months, led to them not making it all the way to the World Finals.
Yeah, losing out at LCQ was heartbreaking for this team, right? It's kind of not what we expected after Toxic Lotus had such a strong finish at BRAWL Cup, but I mean, Crazy Raccoon almost didn't make it out of LCQ either. It is really
Nee, das klappt nicht, Joni.
rival esports team that gatekept Toxic Lotus.
Yeah.
It's a new year though, same team, same expectations here at BRAWL Cup.
Digga! Joni wird gebannt! Mein einziger Chatter wird gebannt von Stream Elements!
On Ring of Fire, you see
Hallo, Sayu.
anti-cheese strats from Foot. They are just not interested in facing any of this stuff with Draco or Grey.
Mein einziger YouTube-Chatter wird gebannt. Vom Autobot.
Pro as a first selection, I think, is basically the best thing that you can go at this stage. The response from Toxic Lotus into something that they knowingly left open. Look at also the respect. Mina ban. They witnessed Angel Boy on that Mina earlier, and they said, no thank you. Yeah, well, we've been talking about it since the beginning of the year. He's just a legend, and I think it's completely worthy of a target ban.
Some sharpshooters are
Bei dir wurdest du nicht.
Pierce obviously being
Hier steht,
banned, though.
Joni-N1X2E was banned from this channel.
Ooh, this is a throwback. Okay, obviously, so Meg pretty effective at covering, you know, a lot of space.
Yoshi.
The map. She could be quite good against Finks, even if Finks is sort of banned out.
Red Yoshi macht Name Change Zu mir sein Yoshi und seine erste Nachricht ist YouTube Downfall. Finde den Fehler. Sven guessed. No, Guesty was not able to go to Berlin. So Foot had to bring in and sub, you know? That's why Lene is playing.
With this B, are you gonna out sniper or are you somehow gonna circumvent her? Well, hey, guess what? You can't alley here. Are you going to?
Ja, stimmt, Juni. Außer David hat sich entbannt. Weiß nicht.
It's gonna blow right up in your face, literally. That is how you approach the Mortis. Penny's gonna be here for control. No wall break just yet, so not really something that can be boasted here. And I can't really think of a wall break brawler that would be too phenomenal for a final selection.
Ist auch das sehr gut.
Honestly. Yeah, but I don't know. I just don't like how he fares into these matchups versus
C, also C2.
Bro or Penny.
Yeah.
It would be bad if they were forced to go that direction.
I wonder if there's like thoughts to try and fold a tank.
Wurden gelöscht. Ah, wurden gelöscht. Okay.
Out, but Kenji is an option here. Okay, Chester just really potent, obviously amazing in his own right at dealing with those tanks himself. And with the hypercharged super, that will clear the point sort of 9 times out of 10. Just don't want to roll too often into the pop rocks. Otherwise, it can be a little bit more difficult to assert yourself.
I see 2 anti-tanks. I see a mid that's a sharpshooter, yes, but you really just play her for the turret. Maybe also the potential to like pierce through any spawnables. At this point, they could honestly go another sharpshooter for Toxic Lows. They're gonna play for control. Control is always going to beat anti-tank. You know, there's sort of like a triangle, sometimes a square if you want to look at it, like what counters what. You play control into tank.
Quick B, man!
So far, I think Meg is going to have a rough time. She's not going to be able to juke the Chester shots. It's not really something that you do, but she will have some pretty good survival. You have the long-range enforcement from B, where if she's not contested by another sharpshooter, I wouldn't consider Penny to be a fair matchup for her. Then she can pretty much sit around and auto-aim for the majority of it. Pretty easy brawler to play, and if you're in a losing position at the moment, you're down 1 set, you want something that's consistent, not a bad direction to go.
Meg does offer you pretty good
wirkliche Kabi, warte mal.
You functionally have 2 lives. Getting knocked out of the mech means you can continue to stay on the point and accrue that capture percentage. Then a little bit short-ranged here into that B matchup, so Angel Boy looking to assist. Red Chester, of course, was at large, so you got to respect it.
Okay, noch kein Neckar.
Yeah, give a bit of ground here on this left side, but that squeak is always going to be a pain for Angel Boy.
Nee, David.
I guess OU feels like he has to contest Knob here on the right side so that Tot doesn't get pushed too hard, but a lot of times you would run Meg up mid and just utilize the HP. It's going to be more difficult into Lena on this Crow. As he gets pushed back, OU going for the matchup on the Knob. Knew not to waste his ammo on the turret. Knob survives, but only for a moment longer.
Wieso lebt er noch?
So that Lena can push up in mid, and it works. Knob straight right into those shots.
Aber Lene macht mir ein bisschen zu viel. Also,
Need to do it, but Lena is just so quick. He's outrunning every single one of these Bs.
Yeah, fantastic dodge work here, of course. If you're a consummate tank player, you definitely know how to use your mechanics to avoid these shots that come in. Angel Boy is a problem. He just dove deep onto the B, and now there's no room to get
trifft aber nix.
on that angle. OU here.
Tut Arsch.
Finds a super swing, but Nob simply steps up.
Genau, spreche ich nur aber richtig aus, Lux?
Angel Boy deep in the enemy bushes. This one's just unwinnable for Toxic Lotus at this point. They are outgunned. OU expiring on the point as Foot Esports sit in the zone and fire at their logo. Another game for Foot as they outplay systematically Toxic Lotus. And perhaps an outdraft. I think Pro is just too quick for B to run at this rate. There is potential, of course. You still have to execute on this. On the Brawler head-to-head, this is often the discussion.
High base move speed and access to flat damage reduction. Off that shield, Crow is a real problem, even for high burst damage brawlers. In fact, that's where that shield is its best.
Hä?
Okay. I kind of get it.
Ja, ne, klar, ne. Also wenn ich alles verfehle, würde ich auch aufgeben.
On stage for those that are wondering right now, so that's
Nee, macht Sinn.
players are sat still. So we're going to see this round get rolled back, I imagine. There's the game admin up there right now, just trying to make sure everyone's
Hätte ich auch gemacht. 1:1.
are appropriately plugged in. Now, what we saw in that previous round, I think I want to address because you think the B in general
GG's 3-0 weiter
a
ab.
fair bit of work at long range, so you outranged every brawler on the Foot side of things, but able just to walk up, you know, as the Chester. And we saw them just dive in, get aggressive with a more of a mid-range brawler. We're just rehosting the lobby right now, is what's going on. Not sure. Nob is feverishly opening star drops, I assume.
Or maybe just like smearing any grease
Einfach
off of the
Stecker ziehen, wenn man
tablet that's
verliert.
accumulated over the course of the day is they have undoubtedly
Taktische
used
Versprechung,
every
hä?
single second to prepare for this moment. You got to slot a new player into your roster. They took Tribe all the way to the final set. You would expect that at least they can take down Toxic Lotus, a team that has struggled in their home region versus a team that already folded on day one.
There's a challenge here because we are one game in to this set. So when you rehost the lobby, we can't necessarily roll back to a 1-0.
Ah, die wird gehackt. Ah, klar.
Foot just had to win one
Nicht
more round. I
aufgeben.
think
Nein,
we cut
Double-Fehler.
the game off there would be my expectation.
Irgendwas ist kaputt bei denen.
There was a player on Toxic Lotus who was unable to move out of spawn at all. So we've been resolving that. It looks like, from what I can tell, our players are just redrafting now, so we shouldn't be too far away from running this back.
For those not in the know, in the industry we consider that a big issue when someone's not able to move out of spawn.
Was passiert, wenn man Draft dodgt? Strafe, I guess.
I mean, yeah.
Ich denke, Set lose.
Obviously, I could see why they wouldn't want to play too much when they feel like they've been out-comped, but
Cheats haben zu langsam geladen.
you gotta have faith in Toxic Lotus. They have had more
Hat sich nicht mehr gelohnt zu
opportunities
spielen.
than the rest of their region. And also, you get a decent amount of land experience playing out in China. Your qualification process for events like this is usually much harder. It's like a road to Brawl Cup-esque process. But there are quite a lot of lands at the end of these qualifiers in mainland China. They always make sure the players have a chance to turn up in person to compete for those international spots. That's the same, obviously, for what we've seen.
Ich glaube ja,
in the
Krimbacher.
last
Ding
couple of
first und
years.
last pick.
So that's kind of why Toxic Lotus came to LAN, and sure, while they had jitters, like everyone else did, were able to find a lot of success at Brawl Cup. They knocked out Tribe. Loud, I think, also fell to them. Some big names notched into their belt. But since then, they've not really been able to reassert themselves. We felt for a while that mainland China was coming. Like the global, I guess the complexion of Brawl Stars was about to change forever. Like that's still up for grabs. It's still a possibility. Here we go, folks. One round in favor of Foot Esports.
Already the adjustments from Toxic Lotus, they put priority on getting this residue at mid to halt Lina's progress.
Jungs.
Mid. Oh, looks like they've gone idle once again.
Ja, gut gemacht noch. Ja, super noch.
To get your opponents to freeze, but we're going to get that resolved.
I've been just confirming though that
Jungs, 3-0 ab. Ich gewinne den nicht. Bitte. Ich gewinne doch eh nicht.
We'll be live very shortly, folks, is what I'm hearing. Should be simple. I think they, jumping back into the draft very quickly could also be an issue of, needing to give the win to Foot to properly simulate the 1-0 lead, right? Because we restarted the lobby. Technically, it was at 0-0. So Foot, we need to give them the first round.
Ja, fast. Ja, reden wir, Sayo.
And then we could jump in.
Ja, das wenn die tot verlieren.
So hang tight with us, folks. We're just getting the game state back to where it was before our tech issues crept in.
There'll be a pause, but the Foot crowd is still here to represent. They may have fallen just a moment ago to try, but people have turned out in droves. They turned out to see Guesty in a large way. His teammates, of course, Angel Boy and Knob. However,
also E-Sport ist ab 16, also ich denke, er ist älter als 12, ja.
In EMEA. So I'm looking
Achso, du meinst die. Ich habe nur die. Steht gerade 1-0, 1-0.
We'll see if he's just as evasive as earlier when it comes to dodging these bees.
This one is for real, folks. Already a residue once again deployed on the point early. Rattled Hive thrown out for some zone control. Lana getting some damage on OU there. Barely going to be able to walk away. And actually desuited.
Hey, der letzte Kill!
OU out of mech now.
Erster B-Kill.
Make as much of an impact. Not fighting 1 versus 2. Eventually he's going to be brought down, and OU actually gets back in the mech.
Whoa, that's pretty
serious.
Talk needs to find that final shot. They can't get the takedown on Lana. Rotates back towards mid, threatening a press up on the left side where O is continuing to march forward. Now turret in position. This is going to be a high priority for Meg. Yeah, go ahead and use the super there. A couple of blast bullets, but look at the aggression from Foot. As they hammer down these two brawlers, it's a full team wipe.
Du verlierst gegen eine One-Hit-Penny auf Rage?
Yeah, this is where Angel Boy wants to
Hallo,
be. He was here in
Brunaka.
the previous round. Engine, though, this time's going to stop by and clear him out. They don't know where Lena is, necessarily. He's about to walk up on Engine and ruin his day. Dive in the direction of Tok here. It's about shutting down the B, making it impossible for Tok to get control.
Previously, it was 50% to nothing, and now
Nix.
It's a tied up brawl game. OU, however, has a hypercharge.
Also,
Gonna push
ehrlich,
it versus
klingt dumm, aber
some of
nix.
that with the salty barrel. It just barely escapes the range.
Die hat nichts getroffen letztes Game, ohne Scheiß. Also wirklich.
Disrupting the stronghold for OU.
Also,
Cycles it forward,
wirklich
but
nicht
can't
getroffen.
hit Talk.
Grenade war die ganze Zeit nur so. Danach hatten die dreimal Probleme, mussten dreimal neu starten und jetzt kriegen sie wieder auf Chance.
A lot of damage raining in autonomously, and Foot Esports look like they can
Soll
easily
ich
go
lohnen?
around
Keine Ahnung.
EG. This is Toxic Lotus's last chance to make a play
Die
here.
Hexe nicht
on Ring
angegangen.
of Fire.
Lenard just got that super, now using it hypercharge style to get more damage on Talk. It's an elimination at mid, and Foot Esports count up to 100.
All das, um zu verlieren.
A brief pause put on this steamroll through, but they've still gotten a couple sets under their belt.
Welche Hexe? Ja, von B.
Movement speed is so hard to deal with. If you're B, so many of those shots are dodged away from. Leonardo spent most of that last round playing side lane against the mech, just putting some damage down, really trying to limit mech's effectiveness, don't let her run up on you. And so Nob
Irgendwie, seitdem ich Nob kenne,
your penny, outside of having the salty barrel,
Toxic Lotus die Antwort. Seitdem ich Nob kenne, das ist 2021 oder so, er hat immer diesen Pickel, immer den gleichen. Geht das nicht irgendwann weg?
And just pressure Talk every time they come off spawn. There was no chance. Look, like just like this. Angry Boy and Lenard just both diving on the B every time she tried to come off spawn.
Gessi konnte nicht einreisen, Budinaka.
B here a lot of times can be a great selection. You know, you're playing into
Woher kann sie antworten?
snipers. You just have to hit those shots. So the deal is though that compared to other sniper shots are
Ich
quite
bin
slow.
Lexikon.
He's on Crow, tied for the fastest speed in the entire game. You're able to juke these out. You're able to play well. Look, as a tank player, just kind of comes with the territory that
Wo?
when
Der
you're
Pickel?
playing a
Am
brawler
Kinn.
that has to fight and weave and bob and dodge its way into range, yes, you're going to be able to juke out those B shots. Though, had to hand it to Talk, he did get the most kills on the team.
Digga, 181 DPS auf einer B. 181 DPS auf der B. Unfassbar schlecht.
That is history. It's all about this third set now. And the last chance for Toxic Lotus to assert themselves for their first time on stage. And they're starting to sweat. Because Foot Esports are giving them absolute hell. They're looking down the line and seeing Tribe Gaming wait in the wings.
That's right, they'd have to do it for a second time. Managed to do it at Brawl Cup last year.
181 Redfix. 181. Der nächste Fragaway. Sind wir bei 47, David? Ich sehe es nicht.
On the map in terms of the regional rankings. Another
2 Likes. Noch 2 Likes.
Toxic Lotus aren't too intimidated by it, instead prioritizing some other brawlers, Edgar being one of them. Mortis another one. I guess they feared the Mortis first selection.
Okay, Chat. 2 Likes auf den YouTube-Stream.
Throughout the weekend.
Und dann mache ich ein FL-Giveaway am Ende des Streams.
There is a reason that you see Crow basically permabanned. He is really that good.
Er ist ironisch auf Phoenix. Er hat nicht Gag, alles gut.
That is wide open and pretty reasonable on this map. Chester picked up, of course, as a very serviceable anti-tank option. But with Mortis and Edgar both being targeted alongside Colette, this has left Foot Esports open to bring in a lot of really powerful brawlers. We haven't seen Lily much lately. She's still conditioned. Can work on a lot of these gem grab maps.
Nee.
Open and can be taken.
Bro, Ellie ist open, Jungs.
Meter if you're concerned about other tanks. Yeah, the world is, I think, your oyster. Stu also, you can sort of bring that
Ein Like noch, dann starte ich Giveaway.
Start to pressure the Naja down, for example.
Viable mid option. See what Foot decide to go for. They have a way of clearing out these bushes on the right side. Totally outmatches the Chester. Phenomenal anti-tank, by the way, so already preemptively accounting for anything as that 6th selection. Lily now making an appearance.
Weiß nicht, ob Lily mir gefällt.
Exactly what you need to do.
Maybe.
Because Naja just doesn't have the defensive capabilities to deal with. Yes, she has spawnables, but it takes kind of a while to deploy them in close range. So I guess she'll have to not play mid. Maybe they'll have to set a Chester over at mid so that they're safeguarded against the Lily.
I mean,
50.
That really loosens up the side lanes a lot.
Haben wir's?
We have both Nita and Lily picked up here.
Okay.
Hinted at least, you know.
Ich hatte kurz das Giveaway. Nee. Wie nee?
You've got something that could
Sie
answer a
likes?
potential
Okay.
tank pickup. Especially she's
Sekunde.
very impressive when you play the right side of the map with her. If you're able to play Bruce, you can basically get into your weak side for free, tank up a lot of that damage, and be a real problem. And we've not even talked about the Crow here. So good at scouting out those bushes. I like the Sandy here, but there are a lot of compromising matchups. And, you know,
Okay, falls ihr mitmachen wollt,
Otherwise, she's going to
Ausrufezeichen FL in den YouTube-Chat. Dann kommt ihr in den Pool rein. Am Ende des Streams lose ich aus, ihr müsst einfach anwesend sein, damit ich euch dann schicken kann. Wenn ihr nicht anwesend seid, muss ich rerollen. Voraussetzungen sind natürlich ein Abo auf YouTube.
In fairness, it
Macht
does
Sinn.
outrange most of Foot's comp just in terms of how their brawlers work, but yeah,
Jungs,
not great.
ist das krass.
Sandy at range. Here we go. Nope, going to be a nuisance. Start to reveal players inside those bushes, and Angel Boy's already going deep. It's all about going after Tok here,
Meine Streamende.
who has
Jetzt.
the stun gadget at the ready, and Angel Boy respects it. Funny bit of damage, but now these pesky snakes are going to emerge from eliminated brawlers.
Foot Esports getting pressured into
Reicht
the
einmal?
bushes.
Na, ja, einmal reicht.
Position does manage to get
Liken
his
und
first
Abo.
super kicked off, and
Mehr
it's
ist
so
nicht.
much visibility inside of Foot's bushes.
So was schreiben. So wie jeder andere auch.
Engine's gonna pick up the first kill as a response to this Lily aggression.
Okay, so the Sandy super gets online pretty early. I do like that. It kind of allows Toxic Lotus to start to snowball a bit of a lead. Angel Boy, all he needs though is one connection, one good way in on the enemy gem carrier, and it's over. Sandy's out of the picture now. Entrance taking a little bit too much damage. I don't like this at all. And there goes the Chester. 3 gems dropped. OU, though, would in theory be the designated gem carrier, but look at how much map control.
Toxic Lotus gefällt mir nicht.
Esports. They are at 9 gems ready.
They're all pressured
Was
out of
auf
their
Dislike?
bushes, and Angel
Ist auch
Boy
okay, ja.
with a hyper
Einfach was
go
machen.
for it. He manages to steal away this gem. It's what Foot Esports needed to begin the countdown, but none of them can afford
Ich
to
bin slow
die.
auf Crow.
10 seconds to go, no utility.
Ja.
Toxic Lotus, all
Frag mich nicht,
battered,
wieso.
beaten, bruised. Talk gonna look for someone with this gadget. Can't find Lana, can't find Angel Boy. As he pops out, OU into the gadget.
Weil die slow sind. Ja, rede mal.
For him to do in close range.
There's just no pressure from this Toxic Lotus composition. You see, the utility is quite helpful.
Denkst du,
They do get good map control.
EBS
on
kein
this
Draft,
super,
hättest du mindestens
but none of the
anders
stuns are
gemacht?
really impactful. And okay,
Damals
stop
gab es
only
keinen
once,
Draft, Doktor.
Twice. Okay, fine.
Als ich
As soon
gespielt
as
habe.
Angel Boy walks back in with a hypercharge. The gem carrier.
Das gab's nicht mal. Waren nur Blind Picks.
Well, Lily's used to this. The entire game for Lily is
Roher Skill wurde gefragt, Doktor. Und ist so auf in der Stream.
Because you can't dodge it. You can unless you seriously screw it up. Look, Angel Boy already has.
Ja, ich finde die auch schrecklich, Rapid. Ab 2020. Ich hab davor schon gespielt.
I just don't really get it, but Toxic Lotus seemed to believe in it. We'll see if Tok is fed his super quite early on. Lina looking for the wall peek. Tok probably just one shot off of his super. Gonna use it on the next pitch, but despite the best efforts of Toxic Lotus, despite them taking 2 brawlers that are supposed to fare well into tanks, they're being walked all over.
Now, Naja, look, annoying, but slow projectile speed and can only fire 1 at a time. So overall, her DPS is not great. It's how she
Ich
operates.
will nicht abgehoben klingen, aber mit SKI haben wir keinen Draft gewonnen. Ehrlich, kannst Victor fragen. Frag Mutz. Frag Küken. Also wir haben keinen Draft gewonnen. Also ja.
Angel Boy thought about going for the last one, but Lina picks it up instead on those 2 brawlers, retreating all the way towards the back. They have enough gems to keep this going, but it's a
Mit viel Glück vielleicht.
inside of the rune sands. They can't heal any HP. Lina opts to drop these where Angel Boy's about to respawn. Angel Boy's considering getting all the rest and then disappearing. No vanish. Lina now picks them all up once again.
Nochmal dein Gem. Das ist schlecht.
How long can Toxic Lotus persist? They've got 10 seconds to act.
Yeah, at best they go 1
Das ist
for 1
nicht gut.
here in many of these situations. Here's Tok for the hypercharge super. No stun, Nuck jumps out, still on the root sands, and he escapes with a sliver of health. That'll do it, folks. Toxic Lotus wilt under the pressure of
Oh mein Gott, no!
It's been a bit of a
Wie schlecht!
week for them, and they've had to make substitutes, but they certainly looked a better team in this series. And now Angel Boy.
Er ist so kacke heute, ehrlich, sorry!
Yes, a brief countdown interruption, but the result is the same.
Er hat in 8 Sets locker 8-mal gefloat.
Foot Esports now on equal footing with Tribe, the team that they lost to just 1 match ago. Now it's on to Toxic Lotus.
Hat ja immer noch 100% gut. Ja, die wird auch schnell gecountert.
To have a fully tied round robin stage.
Yeah, it's the only way that Foot get kept out of day 3's play. Toxic Lotus, unfortunately, don't get to show us much in this series. Last year, what had worked for them was a bit of innovation, the surprise factor, maybe being underestimated. This time, teams are ready for them. Foot Esports certainly knew it was do or die to take this game. Let's head down to the stage with Barney and the victorious Foot Esports.
Ihr könnt MVP voten.
Esports get a number on the board. Congratulations. Angel Boy, you know, a tough game by
ist
in your
Hölle.
first game and then readjusting,
Ligi ist
resetting
nicht
the
schlimm,
mind and coming out here. How was it coming out here and getting that win?
Nee, Nob ist nicht 1,50. Angel Boy ist 2 Meter. Und Lenan ist auch 1,90. Er sieht einfach klein aus im Verhältnis. Er ist vielleicht 1,70 oder so. 1,2 Meter. Ja, Bro, schau dir an! Lenan ist 1,90. Er ist 1,90. Und Bro, die sind also... Ja, okay, auf den Zentimeter genau, doch. Der Geier.
Okay, that's okay. I have to talk to you about communication. Because to a lot of people, both at home and here in the arena, if you're unaware,
Interview wird auch
you're
groß sein, ja.
actually communicating in 2 different languages when you're in the middle of a game. How is that? Is that adding more stress, or have you got used to it now?
I mean, on this stage, particularly today, we didn't speak Russian whatsoever. We were speaking English, so it's fine. We don't see any problems with communication.
Well, fair enough. I stand corrected. Lenan, I really want to quickly ask you something. Stepping into this roster, yeah, come on over here, man. Come on over. Stepping into this roster, last minute, you know, you came down on a Wednesday, you guys scrimmed for a bit, you've had to adjust a lot. All of you have had to adjust. How has it been, and how's it been on stage once more?
Well, it was Tuesday morning. I woke up and then I saw the message of Angel Boy. I was like, oh, really? It's kind of sad for them, but I take that as an opportunity. And yeah, I feel like All Might, you know, a superhero. I came to save them.
You are a superhero, Lenan. Well, everybody, I'd like you to give a huge round of applause. It's BRAWL Esports. Congratulations, guys.
1,70. Ist doch groß!
He's All Might. A little bit of a hint towards the last collab in Brawl Stars with My Hero Academia. But yes, Lenan stepping in here and stepping up now in the second match. They bounce back and they make their way. At least one win now for them on the board as well. Toxic Lotus. I don't know, last year they had the surprise factor. Is this the only reason they won? I don't think so.
They've always been
so, jetzt Toxic Lotus gewinnt gegen Tribe. Und dann ist Foot weiter als Erstplatzierter. Toxic Lotus muss gegen Tribe gewinnen.
2 double match points against rival esports meant that they would not make the world finals. And it just feels like to me the region as a whole has kind of come down a little bit, and it goes back to what I was saying maybe yesterday that being behind in the build is starting to catch up. Maybe these new brawlers and the way that they are just so aggressive. They're getting their hands on these things a bit too late. They're being just a little bit too behind when it comes to the main stage.
They did pick up Naja though in that last set and played her well, I feel. In the end, it was not enough to beat Foot Esports. Now up next against Tribe Gaming once more.
442 TPS auf einer Lilly. Ist dieser Typ krank? Was? 442 TPS auf Lilly.
So for the sake of Luffy, you know, because personal bias, I live with the guy and I see how hard he works every single day. All he does is play Brawl Stars, eat, sleep, I assume briefly, to play more Brawl Stars. And he's a top North American player. I just want to see the guy succeed.
Kacke gedraftet, kacke gespielt, Ben. Wirklich. Also Tribe hat es verdient gewonnen. Es tut mir wirklich leid, das zu sagen, aber Foot war nicht gut. Die spielen jetzt Pelikan. Jetzt spielen die.
Yeah, they too still have in store for us. Group D is our last group of the whole tournament. After that, we're gonna head straight into our playoffs tomorrow. The last match of the day. I kind of hope it's gonna be another close one, but if they can't beat Foot got beaten by Tribe, this basically means it should be another 3-0, no?
This is the thing, isn't it, really? When you look at the matchups in that regard, the Toxic Lotus, this is now really going to be a massively tough affair. I've got to praise Tribe for how they've come in to this competition. Again, it's kind of interesting to me to think back to how Tribe have been over the years. This is the weakest on paper that we've ever seen them over the past kind of like 2 or 3 years. So to come in like this and as strong as they have, but I think it's really, really commendable. On the other side for Toxic Lotus, over the monthly finals that they've had in the Chinese mainland region, they started by at least making the grand finals, but then the month after that, it was making just the semi-finals, and then after that, just the quarterfinals. So it has been getting progressively worse, unfortunately.
1,82.
And now it's time for NA versus mainland China. Tribe Gaming versus Toxic Lotus. Last year, it did go the way of Chinese mainland. I am so excited to see if Tribe Gaming has improved. Now with the addition of Diego Gamers, who's not in the roster anymore. On the side of Toxic Lotus, no changes to roster whatsoever. But there are a couple of changes to the region itself. Toxic Lotus completely dominated 25. Now this year, it's looking a bit different than A0.
Der kleine Bruder.
Their main competitor in their own region is already out of the competition.
That's true. You're looking at the team that lost to Ace Zero after Ace Zero folded on day one. And Ace Zero, admittedly, look, they lived up to our expectations of them. They had pretty solid drafts. Toxic Lotus, same deal. Mechanics look good. Drafts, you know, not that great. So hopefully they have better prepared drafts for this upcoming match. They would have to deal the same fate to Tribe Gaming once again, like they did in Brawl Cup last year. It's how they made a splash. It's how they put mainland China on the map.
And like many other regions, they have two contenders to make it through to day 3 and potentially win a world final slot for the region. For mainland China, this would go a long way.
Yeah, it would go arguably the longest of ways, I would say, as well, for sure. I mean, it's just on this stage, with all the regions now coming together, you know, EMEA is just such a titan and just so domineering over everything. I mean, it's very tough to break through. I think for North America especially, they've been really showing up as well. And I think for teams like Tribe, you know, they've gone through the motions in the monthly finals, getting like full reverse swept by Only Realm. You know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I think coming into this competition, they've had at least a couple of upsets like that in the first month, going out in the semi-finals as well. So Team Electros, that was not on the plan. That was not on their bingo card.
Hast du einen Account nicht wieder, Henny?
Performances for years. These are the things that shape teams that make them stronger. They're like diamonds in that regard.
Die sind auch nie live, Gunnar. Leck Eier. Die sind nie live.
Of the regions. NA has already sent one team through. Mainland China, sadly not. So they are really trying to get one in there.
Ich sag, bei mir kriegt man 400k, bevor man bei Joker gefällt. 100%.
Wait. Oh. Yeah, I think so.
Nein,
100%. It's a best of 5, so I would hope a 3-0.
I see what you mean.
Joker Predictions? Ja, okay, ohne Predictions.
Something to win for all of you watching event.brawlstars.com to get that trophy gems.
Ja, ohne Wetten.
I got it, and Spin was like, "How have you got it already?" It's like, bro,
Ach, Red
we know how it is on the desk.
Well, you get more points for an MVP vote.
Ich aufs WC, was machst du jetzt, hä? Wenn ich jetzt aufs WC gehe, was machst du?
I'm secretly pressing it behind the scenes.
Sorry, chat.
I'm like, you guys are just missing it. I'm just taking advantage of the ban. That's what it really is.
Was soll ich sagen?
Have a quick look also at the global bans. Do we see another Naja ban? No.
Edgar Global Ban. Toxic Lotus checked. Miko?
But Group D just doesn't care about this brawler.
Are we gonna talk about it?
Wieso Miko?
Address me!
It is the elephant in the room.
It is quite funny. Go for it.
Yeah, Miko, the thing that upset Tribe last
Ja, macht das, Sandra. Macht Brainrot für YouTube. Auf Brawl Cup. Ist okay. Wie der? Ja, auch doch.
We have learned our lesson, and it is something which, yeah, it's like sticking out for me. I feel like that is Tribe, you know, learning from their past mistakes.
Sandra, google mal auf YouTube, oder gib mal YouTube River, wie heißt das geheißen? Geburtstagsparty, das, warte mal.
So. Now without the Miko, maybe we're going to see something completely different. We're going to kick things off on hot potato. So what could be that secret really?
Okay, Chat, wollen wir sonst schauen?
I think for me,
Komm, wir schauen sonst
it's a map that screams tanks, you know, and no, Tribe haven't really.
Wir schauen sonst warte. River Birthday. Hab's.
Ich habe heute Geburtstag und wir haben Ich habe heute Geburtstag und wir haben meinen 25. Geburtstag in Brawl Stars gefeiert. Viele Gäste sind gekommen und wir haben gefeiert ohne Ende. Ich habe heute Geburtstag.
Bro. Es gibt auch Grenzen.
Then hopefully we're gonna have some closer matchups. But yeah, 17% say Toxic Lotus still have what it takes this year as well to be Tribe once more.
Considering some of the polls that we've seen today,
macht diesen
I feel like
Content.
that's pretty generous, to be completely honest. We've had 94, 94
Was
to
hat der?
6 and 96
Viele.
to 4. I mean, like we've had some
Er hat
really
früher auf
good
Twitch
polls.
gestreamt, ganz normal.
One of the more normal ones.
So wie ich. Er hat Turniere gemacht. Er hat Kill dich reich gemacht in Showdown. Je mehr Kills du machst, desto mehr Geld hast du bekommen. Er hat ganz normal Content gemacht. Ganz normal. Dann ist auf YouTube geswitcht und seitdem macht er diesen Content.
Stage. And so I think it's about time to find out who that is going to be. Berlin, make some noise for
Also ehrlich,
Toxic
Margi?
Lotus and Tribe Gaming!
Das ist echt nicht meins. Ja, ja. Alles gut, Margi. Soll ich nochmal abspielen für dich? So komm, Toxic Lotus win. Sing für Margi. Kriegen wir ein paar Leute hin zum Singen? Kannst du machen, Ruby.
That's what makes moments like this so unbelievably powerful, because pressure, it doesn't just present skill, it presents character. On the one side, we have Tribe Gaming looking to have a clean run through the group stage, and on the other, fighting for survival, tooth and claw, we have Toxic Lotus. And so to both teams, I would like to say, trust your preparation, trust your teammates, and give it absolutely everything. Game on!
Aktuell nicht, Tweak.
Luffy.
Wenn ich mich wieder reinfuchse, ja.
RBM. Diego Gamer. Engine. Talk. OU.
We are in hot potato for our first map of the last match of Day 2, Brawl Cup 2026. The bands are in already. Naja made it through the global bands, but is
Hätten wir genug Leute hin zum Singen?
regular bands alongside Lumi and Colette, some of the best brawlers on this map. Now, what I immediately spot here, Colt for me.
100% Doktor. Also todsicher.
Any heist map because he has so much damage to dish out. He can open up the walls. He's still left open. BB is gonna be the first pick instead
Ja.
here. We were hoping for
Ob wir
something
singen,
aggressive.
ob wir genug
You
Leute
got
hinbekommen,
Orange
um alles Gute zu singen, Redfix. Für Amarki.
They're looking for the BB Berry combination on the right hand side there as well, which could be the follow-up pick.
Ich kann singen. Einer, wer noch?
Lock in just yet, but the BB is definitely a concern for Tribe that they've got to kind of like match.
Ich singe, Mattis singt. Okay, 3.
Looking through what
4.
we've got going on here. The Otis band's quite smart. Edgar band out as well. I love your Colt shout, by the way. I think it's the one that
Wie
I'm
3?
thinking most
Du,
of.
Mattis und Nico. Dann 4
If
Ang,
they can open up some of these
5 Sandra.
Can't you just griff here? Okay.
Or
Yeah,
pair it,
Colt,
yeah.
Colt's the method. You just gotta break open the walls and you gotta have enough DPS to do
BB first? Oh mein Gott.
ways to go for the hard CC this early on. You still have the last pick opened up.
BB
Something to
first.
base race the BB if it gets really desperate, but this is a long play. They're keeping themselves quite flexible, going for the wall break with Colt. He's gonna have lots of DPS.
Sandra, du
Same
musst.
goes for Kaze. In
Du
heist,
musst.
generally speaking, it's always a good idea to have brawlers that fulfill the role of playing for control.
Du
playing
führst die
play for
Kette an.
map
Wenn du
control,
singst,
as
singt
well
Kona,
as
dann singt
damage
auch
to the safe.
Redfix und dann singt auch Octo. Dann singt auch Proline.
Melody also a mainstay on Heist left open. Gonna go with Cordelius just to make sure they have something to defend their Kaze.
Muss auch
It's been a great pick for their opponents to defend their own baby. So I quite like it, what we have here on the right hand side. I just fear so far Tribe has a lot more damage in their hands. I really need some more DPS on the side of Toxic Lotus.
And a lot more flexibility in terms of the map and how they want to shape it to their advantage as well. Amber going through as well.
Toter Draft. Wirklich. Unfassbar toter Draft. Unfassbar tot. So schlecht.
I feel like this could be outdone by Kazi. Like, it's tough, but I
Vielleicht kann ich doch draften.
do it. I expect him to be the one executing on this brawler. I think generally this can be outdone. Amber is so much weaker than she was before. Generally, the approach with Amber is you don't want to be run down by something that doesn't have movement.
Nein.
I look at plenty of movement.
Naja, wenn ich mir das anschaue.
Diego Gamer, as evasive as Colt can be, should be evasive, but Bull.
Ich glaube, das ist der erste Bull im gesamten Brawl Cup, der erste Bull.
RBM on a bull. We get to see it after all. Really what we wanted. What I want.
RBM ist ein geisteskranker Tank. Unfassbar guter Tank.
You've got it, Sonny. We are ready to go. 1 year ago, Tribe Gaming
Sicher,
fell
Pauline?
short. A Cinderella story
Kriegen wir
unlike
jetzt?
any other
Wenn wir genug
in
Time
Brawl
bekommen, ja.
history, and it was none other than against Toxic Lotus.
Deswegen
Now the last
stimmt,
holding their
Pauline.
banner, the last
Hast recht.
bastion of defense
Wir
for
müssen
Chinese
Tank.
mainland
Aber
as a
ja,
whole.
genau.
But Tribe Gaming
Wer geht heute noch?
ravenous,
Das ist das letzte
craving
Spiel hier.
revenge and on a roll to start this day. One more match to go from our group stage. Let's see how
Zweiter wird
this
auch
match
geholt,
goes
ja.
for NA's finest.
Also wenn Tribe verliert, fliegt Tribe raus? Nee. Doch. Wenn Tribe verliert, fliegt Tribe raus. Foot wird erster, Toxic Lotus wird zweiter. Nein, warte. 3-0, 3-2. Kommt drauf an. Nee, kommt drauf an, wie das Resultat hier wird. Kommt auf die Sets an. Stark von Engine. Sehr, sehr stark von Engine. Aber die haben halt keinen Tresor mehr.
Breaking the map, getting rid of some of the bushes when it's kind of already out of hand with only 25% left. Straight back into this longer range form as well. Luffy with a super in hand. Might want to get back into this geisha form and throw up the Fanstorm.
Diego Gamer hasn't quite broken the walls on the right-hand side. It still allows for RVM to march up, and now a dodge. Shadow Realm available.
Da sollte daneben.
All alone, Diego Gamer firing bullets, a storm up the middle, and it's 30% plus of the lead, and that's quite enough. Tribe Gaming will take game
Sind gute Spieler, aber der Draft
So
ist...
wrong that it went right. Completely missed damage-wise, but stopped people from being able to see the Colt coming in, and they got the damage regardless anyway. So nice stuff there from Tribe Gaming. I won't say it was the most crisp and clean game ever, but you know, a lot of the time Heist never is, especially when you're base racing just like both of these teams did, and a BB is not beating a Colt at that.
BB, Bull, Kaze expects some close
Jungs, nein, Jungs. Ihr könnt nicht ein Bull... Nein, stopp, Jungs.
Engine backing down Diego Gamer on this bottom left-hand side. Meanwhile, Talk and OU working. It's a 3v2. This is now even.
Yeah, this Colt's gonna need to rip the best defense of his life.
Colt?
Diego Gamer coming off spawn, misses his first
Colt?
hit, but now the second bit of damage comes through, and Tribe only just get through that third crack. Probably not Tribe's best idea, to be honest with you, considering they had such a heavy lead in the Colt. Defending alone is never gonna go well.
That was some great Brawl Stars math right there. Clearly, they passed the 101 level for that curriculum. It's just all they had to do was go straight down the map. 3v2 situation. I'm no mathematician like you based on the accounting work you've clearly done with that suit on, but I know enough to say that it was all them.
Well, Luffy going straight up towards the safe and a defensive ball.
Ah, Colt hat gecheckt, dass er vor muss. Okay, er hat's gecheckt, okay. Jetzt haben wir eine Ember, eine Bibi dran gegen einen Bull und der Colt ist dran. Oh, Schild ist nicht raus, 51%. Boah, das wird teuer für die. Okay, gute Bubble. Sehr gute Bubble. Boah. Verloren.
Big damage as well, and all three members of Toxic Lotus drop back to spawn. One crack left, and Tribe Gaming are gonna get it done.
So quickly how things can turn. Look at this bounce on the right-hand side as Luffy tries to deal with the bubblegum engine with a nice swing.
Ja, warte mal. Aber die haben kein Damage. Die haben jetzt zwar die Kills, aber die haben kein Damage. Das ist kein Ding. Hat er gehabt, die...
Completely missed. Has a super available, tracks down RBM, but the damage might already be done. OU trying to ensure some defense on the right-hand side, penetrating shots. Now the wall break, piercing through it all is Tribe Gaming, who takes the first set.
I'd need to see a
Digga.
but I think the cord through
Es ist mein Burmate.
into the wall instead of hitting the
Gewonnen. Also morgen ist gecallt Humble gegen Only Realm. Dann Crazy Raccoon gegen den Zweitplatzierten aus dieser Gruppe, was jetzt spielt. Dann Zeta gegen Bounty Hunter, südamerikanisch. Dann haben wir Revenant gegen den Gewinner aus dieser Gruppe. Die Gruppe ist noch offen. Warte, Timo. Timo, warte. Ich habe das Kleingedruckte nicht gelesen bei den Bua-Teams. Du gehst saufen? Ich muss Comeback machen, Bro. Ich habe mich gefreut.
I didn't have the most faith in Toxic Lotus coming into this one today, so Tribe Gaming just taking advantage of what.
Wie viel hat Cola dir gezahlt? Sei ehrlich. Und eine Bar. Also ohne Karte. Dann ist gut. Nicht okay, dann ist gut. Wir müssen Shadow besiegen, Timo. Wir spielen gegen Shadow. Wir müssen ihn auseinandernehmen.
And the shock of Dallas now down 0-1. A solid showing though. I mean, it wasn't a sweep by any means, but that
MVP ist egal. Kannst einfach voten.
I feel like once the mechanics were really what decided it instead of a
Ich weiß es nicht, David. Mal schauen.
It truly favored Tribe Gaming.
Well, we're keeping up with the fast-paced action. We'll be going into Brawl Ball next on Sneaky Field, so a lot of bush action, just the same as in Hot Potato. Should see some close-range matchups.
Nico Global Man.
Bit of an odd one, I will say, for this map, but Pierce and Naja as well.
Yeah, it might be a different map than maybe Flash there. Curious to see what goes down, because I see GG and Gene makes me think more knockout, right? So I was with you. I was, wait a minute, but Kit, Doug, I think this is all making sense. A lot of cheese being moved on the right-hand side, more traditional on the left.
Yeah, definitely seems to be
oh,
a different map considering I was like,
die Chinesen wissen Sachen, das ist krass. GG Duck Kid One.
On Bell's Rock then, and that is going to be a big one for them with how strong that brawler is at the moment. It's scary.
Was meinst du, David?
They are doing
Von den Leuten? Nee.
Though. I was the one that selected Doug gets drafted, and this felt like one of the times that this might happen on this particular map and mode, so instead, I'm going to be quite disappointed alongside Brawl Nation. I'm trying to complete a bingo card out here, guys. I mean, it's bingo card versus match. I guess I'll give it to him.
I think bingo card's more important, Kenny.
You know, you're a real one.
Well, the two picks came in from Tribe Gaming here as well. It's going to be the Rico and the Brock. So a bit of wall break. And a brawler that does quite well with the wall.
Hey, warte.
So, kind of
ist jetzt Sneaky Field oder ist jetzt Bellstroke?
Pretty okay out in the open,
ich kann nicht draften, Timo.
You know, against the likes of a Colette or something like that. It's not the worst matchup in the world to be out in the open on.
Wieso wird dann Sneaky Fields angezeigt? Ja, okay, dann macht Sinn. Da macht der Brock Sinn. Ich dachte Sneaky Fields. Kann sein, Akasa.
Maybe something like a Bell, like I could see a damage marker being really good and then also outranging the Colette. That's kind of what I'm thinking off the top of my dome, but I don't know.
Es wird angezeigt, Okto.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they've just got a really well-rounded draft on the side of Toxic Lotus, to be honest with you. I like what they've got. They're going to go with the Charlie, so something a bit more defensive, mid-range. Pretty much going to tickle people at range, but once you kind of get up close and personal and the yo-yo starts bouncing back and forward a bit faster, you're going to be in a better position, and especially when the ult comes in, you're going to be able to cocoon that. And to be fair, same with the Colette as well when supering.
Should have come to mind more quickly, especially with the Spiderlings into Colette. Plus, it is now going to be a way to deal with Ollie if he's incoming. Throw that cocoon down, like you mentioned. Down 0-1, our Chinese mainland Starlings. They've shocked the world a many of time, including the roster staring them down on the other end of the stage. It's been a great day for Tribe Gaming so far, significantly better than last year's start to the Brawl Cup, especially in a season where expectations lower. They don't even have a grand finals win under their belt. They were undefeated at this point in the stage last year. It's amazing what a year can do.
Yeah, well, a few quick swaps here.
Digga, diese Musik.
The Colette into kind of this left/mid portion. Engine's getting hit hard here as well. Just the incendiary.
Oh, warte mal. Colette Gadget into Ollie Gadget. Okay, das ist geil. Ich habe einen neuen Club gekauft, wenn du da joinen willst. Kamelbazar heißt der. Ich bin gerade dabei, ihn aufzubauen.
Oh, I mean, that would look like it was going to be an absolute beam onto the Colt on the right-hand side from the Super. Pinch coming in now, and Engine in a lot of pain here, and he does fall. Coming up, Diego Gamer, Super into the back lines, breaks up some more of those walls and gets OU along the way. Tok, the only one remaining, and he will head to the gas, and that's going to be Tribe winning again.
Ja, stark,
Stellar round for Tribe Gaming. Up 1-0 in the set. And I'm curious to see if they make any other decisions with Wahlberg. Yeah, they're just continuing to work on their own side. I like this, but the risky run is obviously Luffy's going to get in position every time. He still has this entire middle of the map. There's a whole game you have to keep in mind. Either TL need to win early or they need to keep removing walls so they nerf Luffy a little bit.
Yeah, Colette's not really getting into the
Ne, Olli ist stark, David. Die machen, schau. Die machen, also die haben vor, mit Colette einen Pull zu machen, der läuft entgegen, dann kommt der Olli-Pull und dann, also, das ist einfach ein Gene-Pull. Alle 10 Sekunden hast du einen Gene-Pull.
For sure, this is the brawler that was the dagger into Tribe Gaming last year, and they're still making it work in 2026.
Toxic Lotus muss gewinnen.
Right-hand side, the back lines. Now I'm curious how they address the early game. They're going to send Ollie towards this right-hand side wall, the little staircase there that you see alongside OU, facing down Diego Gamer. Not fun for Colette, but they might be more playing towards these in-games. I think the biggest thing is just keeping an eye on this Rico, because now he's going for a super. Doesn't make a lot of contact, though. Same can be said for Tok, though. Just a couple wasted supers.
Yeah, just throwing them out, hoping for the best. I think both quite optimistic with those, but I think you got more chance of randomly hitting a Rico super than a Colt super. Good shots down the middle low. Engine already has the super, but RBM ready to shut him down. Hypercharge available for both Tok and Luffy, but as we said, just kind of wasted the supers.
I think it's a wise decision for Tribe to just play it patient because they have a cocoon available. So if Engine dives in, if Colette dives in, it's a guaranteed one of those brawlers going down, assuming RBM makes the connection. Tok operating on the long right-hand lane. Rocket Rain, lightning bolts flying down from Zeus.
Also Kasa, wenn du eine Jessie im Gegnerteam hast, du kannst picken, was du willst, das ist eh gewonnen.
It's a close call for both ends, but no cigar.
Yeah, I mean, Luffy will just rip a multi-ball launcher there to try and keep Tok low.
Stark von Tok.
Pops a hypercharge moving up, gets clipped by one of these yo-yos.
Aber die müssen langsam raus, langsam muss die...
There's Engine, great super and hypercharge there. Diego trying to find this one and does. Tribe gonna get this first game on the board. Very scrappy, surprised 3 survived, but they get it nonetheless.
The Charlie Cocoon doing exactly what we anticipated, especially towards that end game. All they had to do was get the survival. It was a close call. I kind of feel for Toxic Lotus there because I think they made some good decisions because they go for that Colette dash. They hit the shot, but 47 HP. I mean, what are you gonna do about it? That's a quick math equation gone wrong, and instead another member of Tribe survives. So that's a 3v2 that easily sways how that game would have gone.
Absolutely disappointing for them, but something you have to take into account. RBM getting hypnotized very early on and looking for the pinches. Engine RBM just juking it out, but actually eats the entire clip instead.
Wichtiger Kill.
And a much better start for
Charlie.
Tok exuberating confidence there. That was unbelievable just to pursue that kill and ensure that they take the lead. Those are the risks you need to make. Way to capitalize on a big heads-up play, and now he might be hungry for another Diego Gamer low HP. Tok has the super line.
Digga, Tok kocht, warte mal.
And it's a death for another Tribe member. It's now Luffy left all
Timo, morgen musst du auch so kochen, ne? So wie Tok.
Toxic Lotus.
Yeah, really nice for Toxic Lotus to be able to get that win on the board. And there was a slight break here and there, and they do keep on coming down with the silver bullet. Tok just sculpting this left-hand side to his liking, but wants to be kind of away from this Brock, and Diego Gamer, for the most part, did a decent job of following him around, but just kind of allowing it this time, it seems. Well, now making the move.
To the matchups, OU is pretty useless in these early games, just has to try and make contact with any brawler he can, but it's going to be difficult to get a kill unless he uses that super, and a complete miss like we saw earlier can be very devastating. Engine taking a lot of heat right now. There's the dash and
Tok spielt heute gut.
response. Now Diego Gamer's going to line up the shots. Tok knows this though, tries to get around the corner. The slowdown was there.
Auch schon gegen Foot.
Managed to escape.
Did Diego not have the ammo for that? I was sure they were going to be able to get that kill, especially when he was slowed as well.
Ja,
Another great one from Tok, and he gets the same
ich hoffe
kill as
doch.
last time.
Ich brauche die Punkte, Timo.
Gamer left, but in a 3v2, what can they do?
Numbers advantage for Toxic Lotus for sure. Now a dive forward to hypnotize the inevitable as Diego Gamer.
Die machen's gut. Toxic Lotus spielt sehr gut.
But doesn't have a hope of taking on an entire
Musik im Hintergrund. Ja, sag ich auch die ganze Zeit, Tweak. Das fuckt mich so ab.
I feel like these guys are playing well. The set's not over. Feels very even, but they've shown flashes of life a lot throughout these couple sets.
In der Bank sein gesagt.
I can't help but feel that Diego should have finished that Colette kill off.
Weil die Bugs weg sind, oder?
He was cocooned, slowed out of it, and I don't know if he just didn't have the ammo, but I felt that should have been a secured kill. Nonetheless, still 1-1 now in the knockout set. This one is going to be a very big one for both of these teams. Try either go 2 up or Toxic Lotus bring it back and get their sets on the board.
Reset in the new game as Tribe Gaming get hypnotized early. The Spiderlings there to protect. Oh, another one as well. Engine doing good work, but falls low. They can't pursue this kill. It's now Talk. We're getting a duel alongside RBM. One of the benefits of this Charlie is going to be the peak shots that you get to. Notice how this intelligent player in RBM will use a shot, throw it out, and the yo-yo can clip through the wall. It's almost like a Carl pickaxe.
I mean, Talk has been exuding confidence on this left-hand side against pretty much anybody who ends up going there, just running up in a straight line and trying to get some work done. Diego game with the super on the right, same for Engine. You've got to be really careful about these hypnotizers. He gets hypnotized twice and a super wasted because he's cocooned too. Real tough stuff for Tribe, and it seems they're falling apart.
Engine left all alone, does make the juke as Diego Gamer now turns his attention up top.
Ey, Chat, Toxic Lotus spielt verdammt gut, ne? Die pinchen gut, die... Also, ich finde das top.
Doing very well, just
Hallo, Maria.
1 round away from tying the sets.
Absolutely not looking good for Tribe now. Few mishaps here and there, and they're trying to move Diego Gamer back over to this Colt side. And Luffy through the mid. Obviously a few of these walls broken up thanks to that super that Diego Gamer sent out in the previous round. But not really going to be the desired situation. Another hypnotize coming through, but that's a big rocket rain over
Digga, wer ist Talk?
Raided out as Talk gets another one. Luffy goes down, and it's a 2v2.
Scheiß mal auf Sergeant!
Excellently for the mechanics. I mean, this set, he has lined up some serious shots from the distance, and now Rico is out of the equation. In the 2v2 situation, Engine is just going to hold on. He doesn't operate well in the open space. He's going to try and get to this indestructible, the L-shaped wall on the left-hand side, and he has to avoid RBM, who has a hypercharge.
Yeah, they're going to
Nicht splitten, Jungs. Das war schlecht. Jetzt können die pinchen. 2-1. Der Talk ist krank.
Diego surely can't win. Throws the rocket rain down, but Angel avoids it completely. And that is a gift from Tribe to Toxic
Okay, krank.
Great bounce back from Toxic Lotus. Started to question it after set 1. I won't lie, you could tell based
Kann Tribe noch rausfliegen? Könnte Dritter werden?
The mechanics clearly still there too. I thought the Colt was so good.
Die brauchen noch ein Set, ne?
Several bullet storms lined up from the distance. Good playmaking, especially into a decent sharpshooter in Brock. I mean, I felt like Brock was making some good plays.
Toxic Lotus muss jetzt alles gewinnen. Sonst sind sie raus. Wenn sie ein Set droppen, sind sie raus. Kann das sein?
I mean, absolute donation of a set there, in my opinion.
Und wenn sie ein Set droppen, dann werden die wahrscheinlich sogar aufgeben. Weil bringt ja eh nichts mehr. Es ist aufgeben, nicht mehr 100% geben, weil es eh verloren. Ey, ihr könnt Talk voten. Eine Umfrage. Jetzt wurde gegen Tribe verloren. Foot hat 2-3 verloren gegen Tribe und Foot hat 3-0 gewonnen gegen Team Toxic Lotus. Ich glaube, wenn Tribe ein Set nachholt, das sind sie raus. Glaube ich. Verboten wo? Auf der Webseite für Punkte. Aber ich denke, jeder wird schon durch sein. Ja, ich sag's trotzdem. Digga, Toxic Lotus muss jetzt Back-to-Back gewinnen. Das wäre so tough. Tribe raus, obwohl sie gegen Foot gewinnen. Wie geil wäre das? Nee, mach ich nicht, Sandra. Nee, David. Der Fall, schon, ja. Es gab viele gute Gruppen. Alle Gruppen waren gut. Außer das von Humble. Humble hatte 2 Ops. Das ist schon krank. Ja, genau. Wie viel Gruppe hatte? Extrem. Wirklich.
Kind of got to disperse a little bit when that happens. So good to see it banned out of the way, and it kind of provides a bit more kind of oomph to this Gene pick. Over the other side, going to go for some heals of their own with the Byron. You compare that with something aggressive now or wait a bit longer. Because you can just play as a sharpshooter in general if you don't really want to go that hyper-aggressive route.
On one hand, there's the healing that you mentioned. On the other, there's poison. So Magic Hand gets a little more neutralized if you got something like that too. Makes a lot of sense. I think Byron's just going to be continuing, like usual, a staple in the pro diet in the meta. Just somebody that's very versatile. Gus, another one of those that's more down the tier list, especially now that you see all these sharpshooters being banned out. You might have to dig a little deeper if you want some range.
Well, a great shout then on the second pick of Toxic Lotus, bringing in the Roughs. Very well-rounded brawler at the moment, has been banned and picked a lot throughout the last couple of days. Sandbag's going to be able to tank some of these Gene hits and obviously more importantly the Gene pulls, which can sway the game heavily if hit.
Not a lot of aggression so far for either of these teams, and if Tribe Gaming want any of their own, they're going
Welche Webs sind Bur?
turn. Mortis out of the way, Leon, Edgar, Shade. I mean, I wouldn't expect to see a Shade here, but Miko, anything like that. You're just running out of options for Assassin, so Kaze going to be a great one at that. So Blue Star is now addressed. Top of that, it's a little more of a hyper in the sense that she has mid-range function, she has the daggers that can fly out, and she obviously has the dash, which is Mortis-esque. That's why they're going to be able to get that Blue Star.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good shout from them, and they played the Kaze pretty well in that first set that they did manage to win as well, so can't blame them for it, and brings the aggression.
Es gab viele spannende Games.
Mid-range brawler that can transform into as well, so really well-rounded for a game and mode like this, cleaning up in the last few seconds as well. And the Jae Young, that's another kind of healer on the map. And I do quite like it. Slipstreams as well, going to be able to provide some speed to the Kaze and get her in those aggressive positions.
Really curious this right side. Just
Tribe Draft gefällt mir nicht. Ist das nicht ein Free Crow? Hat Crow nicht Triple Matchup?
Is somebody that doesn't love a lot of health points. I mean, it's a Sash and it wants to capitalize on these squishy brawlers, and that's exactly the direction Toxic Lotus go. We know they're great with this brawler. We've seen them use it this year, last year, regardless of the meta. It's one that they're clearly comfortable with, and now it's going to be empowered by a Byron.
Yeah, really solid shout from them, and surprising that Tribe didn't account for this a little bit more, considering just being beaten by it in the previous set. You would expect them to think about it at least and try and prevent it, but maybe they kind of already had, and Toxic Lotus were just like, you know what, we'll go with it anyway. But I think they kind of lacking quite a lot of DPS to deal with this Ollie.
1-1 in our closing match of the group stage. It's been an excellent Brawl Cup so far, but Tribe Gaming want revenge. Toxic Lotus want to end with their heads held high as now they dash to the middle. Blue Star going as expected. It's going to be in Luffy's hands. Engine in the middle alongside Tok. They're going to be glued together this whole time. Colonel Ruffs is going to have his hands full on the left, though.
Yeah, I mean, the speed that RBM's got and being able to pivot into healing when he needs to as well is going to be a bit of a risk. Similar range, I'd imagine, though, between the Ruffs and the Jae Young, so a bit of a stalemate at the moment, but he goes and pinches Engine for a little while. But obviously Blue Star with Tribe, so they're in no rush.
I imagine Toxic Lotus have to play around in Ollie Super.
Ruffs sollte nicht auf einer Jae Young Lane sein.
Positions just to try and charge up. Needs to take some tags, of course, and hits a gap.
Gar kein Fall.
There's a kill
Stark.
at the end, though. Now a little power up going down. Sandbags there. Luffy diving in.
It's
a perfect tag onto all three sandbags, but not a single.
Digga, Toxic Lotus ist wirklich stark, ne?
Very rough. No pun intended with the Ruffs going down, obviously, there as well. But heals going back and forth between RBM and Diego Gamer, keeping each other in the mix. Now speed being
Muss aber auf Gene-Pull aufpassen. Der wird nicht so viel fehlen.
Well evaded by Engine, and he still does have that super as well. Hypercharge drop being provided, and that makes it even nastier.
Yeah, Engine just got powered up, and he's going to be deadly, especially now with the hypercharge super in the pocket. Tok needs to be careful in the right-handed. RBM going for a play there, and I just don't think it was a good decision, especially with OU and Engine working alongside each other. Sure, they're chipped down, but Luffy still doesn't have
Snaglo, wieso hielt er nicht?
This Engine has to be super careful now. The pull going through. Oh, he lands it on OU.
Hä? Das sah aus, als ob er auf den Sack geht.
I mean, completely through the sandbags he grabs.
Ja, genau, Dave.
Lovely stuff there, but Engine's still holding on to this hypercharge and super. RBM coming around the side now, providing some heals. Then Weekend Warrior follows up.
Und Tribe fliegt raus. Gutes Timing. Digga, ich bin so gut.
Drops the super and now can heal up Engine 10 seconds.
That's Circle.
Gaming have to make a push. A little Weekend Warrior coming out, hypercharge going down, and he's cycling everything. The work-life balance not enough so far from Jae Young.
Also, wow.
Gamer goes for the pull, but doesn't stand a chance against OU, Chinese mainland's finest, taking advantage of the set.
Absolutely finest as well. Really good gameplay from them, I will say. You know, evading that Kaze super really changed the game. He might have gone down by that. But that Gene pull as well through the sandbags, couple of notable moments from that game. But in the end, Toxic Lotus continue their winning streak of games. And Tribe kind of in a position they haven't felt today.
Another blue star for Luffy. Now Tribe Gaming just going to sit idly by. These early games are going to be all about landing some shots. Even one, just one at a time.
Wenn Toxic Lotus jetzt 2 Sets gewinnt, ist Tribe raus. Dann ist Tribe Dritter. Tribe braucht das zweite Set. Wenn Tribe das zweite Set holt, ist Toxic Lotus raus. Also Toxic Lotus spielt hier um alles. Entweder Zweiter oder Dritter werden die. Hochphase, ja. Boah. Wird das safe? Nee. Ja? Doch, Foot ist safe. Foot ist 2 oder 1, ja. Tribe ist 1 oder...
Hill for them to climb now. 5 stars down and a lot of control needed to get back. Yes, Engine does have a super OU. Can't provide that hypercharge drop to him this time though.
Tribe ist 1, 2 oder 3, ja? Nee. Hä? Toxic Lotus spielt um den dritten oder zweiten. Je nachdem wie das hier endet, kann... Warte. Wenn Toxic Lotus jetzt 2 gewinnt, ist Tribe letzter. Toxic Lotus zweiter, Foot erster. Wenn Toxic Lotus 3-2... Wenn Toxic Lotus 3-2 gewinnt, ist Foot erster, Tribe zweiter, Toxic Lotus dritter. Wenn Tribe gewinnt, ist Tribe 1 und Foot 2. Egal wie. Das heißt, Tribe spielt um den ersten oder dritten. Die können gar nicht Zweiter werden. Die kranke Gruppe. Wirklich kranke Gruppe.
Working though, to be honest with you. Diego Game has been sent packing back to spawn at the moment. And Engine trying to get a few shots in. He's been pretty successful at getting supers, to be honest with you, and making them work. And there's another one hypnotized there.
Stark. Sehr stark von Engine.
Almost gets the kill, but he uses super to get away. This time the escape route pays off.
Byron muss healen. Heal dein Mate, Bro. Geht dann nicht. Heal dein Mate! Bitte! Byron. Stark von Engine. Digga. Die Klotte ist gut! Der Motor noch Dampf. Ja, ähnlich.
Absolutely great trade from Diego there to be able to get one back. Hypercharge available from Engine though as well. Clearly has the power up above him as well. Glowing purple. Luffy trying to bait a few shots.
Boah, da sehe ich eine Byron Hyper.
Super for Engine. Gets it off being hit. Weekend Warrior
Ich hab keiner... Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh, oh. Oh mein Gott. Na, Byron Hyper daneben. Wenn die jetzt verlieren, sind sie raus. Ein Tod und sie sind raus. Gefühlt. Oh mein Gott, Tok. Tok hat Eier aus Aluminiumstahl. Frag mich nicht, was das ist. Engine! Ja, Chat. Wie gut sind die? Digga, Engine!
We knew this group would be interesting, but I mean, this is crazy.
Digga, wie gut!
I don't think we've ever had a situation where 1-1, 1-1, 1-1 for everybody in the group stage has really ever happened. And right now, it's looking like Chinese.
Okay, all or nothing. Wer jetzt gewinnt, ist. Wer jetzt verliert, ist raus. So. Wer jetzt verliert, ist raus. Krank. Kranke Gruppe.
Tribe Gaming, yet it is Toxic Lotus pushing for a fourth, and Tribe Gaming begging for a fifth set.
I mean, it just goes to show how tight this Group D was. And it was super surprising in general to see Tribe Gaming take down Foot Esports. That seemed like a bit of an upset in itself. And it would be a massive upset now if Toxic Lotus managed to take down Tribe after losing to Foot. So a very close group in Group D, and it just seems like, depending which team you are, you've got another one of the team's number.
It's definitely been a lot of fun. Been a great time at the Brawl.
Nein, Pauline. Weil sie haben 3-0 gegen Foot verloren. Deswegen fliegen sie raus, wegen Sets.
In Brawl history, trying to make magic happen once again for this event. Look at the kill count as well.
Wieso, Teddy?
Even footing across the right-hand side. Meanwhile, Luffy clearly carrying on the left. That is his role after all. I think Jae Young and Jean clearly there to power him up, to enable him to be the man. But it just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, I mean, it's good, but not quite good enough, unfortunately. 2 teammates only with 1. And it is hot.
Der kommt bei 3-2 raus. Wenn hier 3-2 wird, ist egal für wen. Toxic Lotus ist raus. Wenn hier 3-2 wird, ist Toxic Lotus ist raus. Also Toxic Lotus muss jetzt gewinnen. Die müssen jetzt gewinnen. Obwohl Tribe nur ein Set hat, aber sie müssen jetzt gewinnen. So sind sie raus.
Mortis, Crow, Griff on the top left-hand side. Meanwhile, Pierce, Lumi, and Colette. So some interesting ones. On the right-hand in, we're certainly throwing out some range, a little bit of a control.
Warte, bedeutet das Foot is safe?
Mortis no longer, no wall break from Griff as well. So
Foot is safe, ne?
Going to approach it because with dueling beetles, if I see a Griff, I'm a little bit thrown off because it's not a typical
Foot is safe.
plan, so clearly there's a vision here for Tribe Gaming and something they're very much intending.
I mean, this is the thing as well. If
Ems
you're doing
first.
something a bit bold,
Je nachdem was gebannt ist, ist das okay.
It's a huge risk, and yes, it can pay off massively, but it can also just, you know,
Etwas Global und Mortis Ban.
first pick, definitely not a bad one at that. I do quite like it. It used to be very solid on this map, I'll add as well. So, Griff, it baffles me a little bit as well, and it absolutely is absolute cinema. Can't deny it.
Well, maybe they wanted anti-tank.
Nein, Nico. Wieso denn?
It's just their best bet, so you throw out Griff, no piggy bank, which means Ims has a little bit easier.
Tribe muss jetzt gewinnen. Tribe muss jetzt gewinnen. So sind sie raus. Als Gruppenletzter. Obwohl sie gegen Foot gewonnen haben. Ja, die offen. Stimmt. Poco gefällt mir nicht into Ems. Das gefällt mir nicht.
Maybe they're just going to go triple heal, but even that wouldn't be great against the Ems. So slightly baffled by what they're trying to do here, but I think that's kind of the name of the game with these two teams. You don't know what you're going to get with the draft.
I'm not sure either. Is this maybe a tuning fork play or just trying to cancel out something?
Vielleicht haben die was vor.
From the other side? Yeah, that's exactly
Lu.
So we get Lu freeze and Poco, not normally going to be something that you would say hard counters, but because of that gadget choice, it entirely changes things.
Ey, kann sein, die gehen noch Ding last. Kann sein, die gehen Nadia last. Und Poco hätte gegen beides Matchup, gegen Lu und gegen Nadia. Die können jetzt keine Nadia gehen.
They're going nowhere. Like, they're going nowhere. They need control throughout the entire.
Die haben Nadia gelöscht durch den Poco-Pick.
50-50 in the mid. If they go back to spawn all at one time, it's going to be super tough to break past an Ems with those two.
Kenji.
Kenji going to come in then? An aggressive pick. And I do like it, I must say. Kenji is one of the brawlers that
Kenji ist
I do
gut.
enjoy seeing.
Kenji ist ein guter Pick.
TL better nail this 6th pick, but they're going to have to wait to see what Tribe do with their last remaining. So Kenji, in this early game, is going to have to be careful, going to have to dodge out some loose shots, but Lu is not an easy brawler to pilot. I mean, those shots are a little staggered. It's not just a straight line of snow cones going your way. So I think Kenji, especially with his maneuverability, just being able to dash up the map, somebody with a little control, and we still haven't seen any signs of wall break, I think partially due to that. Now we get a Clancy as well, who I think I really like Clancy.
Werfer! Gib Werfer! Bitte! Gib den Werfer! Gib den Werfer!
Absolutely is, yeah.
Ihr habt genug gegen Kenji! Ihr habt den Lu Mitte! Bitte geht Werfer!
That kind of possible aggressive brawler they might have wanted to go at the end as well, because
ich schwör, Tick ist gut.
into a Clancy, you're feeding both of them, and it's going to be super hard to kind of pair that with the Poco. So we'll see what they do choose to go for their third and final.
Ich schwör, Ticker klappen.
It gives them a bit of power, but as you said, I really like that Clancy. I don't think it's going to be difficult to play into here.
I think Tribe just thinking through all their
Mach
options,
es.
because with the 4th and 5th,
Nein.
they're just trying to make sure you can't get beat by a 6th pick, and I think that's about as good of a well-rounded comp as you can do, especially given the bans, and I guess if you're going to pick Ims first overall, they're doing their best along the way. This is a little unusual from them used to. Amber in a 1v1 matchup into all of these outranges the Clancy, outranges the Ims, but I'll stand by you. There's not a lot of aggressive features. There's no wall break to move them up the map more quickly. These aren't mobility brawlers, so if they lose the early game, Toxic Lotus are in deep trouble.
It's going to be super difficult to get past these walls if they are pinned back in spawn, as we kind of both said. Gonna need to be a mid-battle for them or all-out control. Don't want to be feeding this Clancy at all, I'll tell you that. Luffy starting things off, super aggressive through the mid, just beelining for the back lines of Toxic Lotus.
OU already has super charged up as well. Rotating fire going around engines, dancing in the flames as Talk operates on the left-hand side. RBM up the middle low.
Stark von U.
Needs to fade away, but still being
Stark von U.
So I think just trying to stay alive as long as possible to build those percentage points.
Stark von denen!
Now this is exactly what we were looking out for. Toxic Lotus.
Und sie feeden nicht.
Now they've gotten around these walls and OU.
Control und der ist immer noch Silber. Bronze.
Super and hypercharge for him, as you've said. RBM coming in now, just catch.
Ah, wird ein bisschen spät. Aber Ems wird sterben. Und Clancy wird Silber. Ah, shit.
Shows how good of a first pick that is. Diego Gamer now on that second tier, which is very important. Clancy at his third stage can be rather lethal as OU tries to get around this. Luffy doing a great job of making contact. Talk
Oh,
has
die
the
gute
ice ring
Schnauze.
available. Being patient.
Ich glaube, eine Lure muss langsam kommen.
Now Luffy goes the other way with an engine with a nice dodge, a little flamethrower out the middle as OU sweeps away with a little guitar stroke, and it's Tribe Gaming still with the lead, but DLO taking control.
Need to be cautious of Diego Gamer here with the super in hand. Be a tough move for them if they feed him up. Luffy with a hypercharge too. OU needs to work for another super of his own. There's the super collected by Luffy as well on a hyper.
Engine off.
Engine might have caught them both in that, and Diego in a real precarious position, just burning up that
Gute Sketches von RBM.
Good gadget through the wall, gets them back in the mix.
OU now
muss ulten.
super available, goes out with it as Luffy goes with a hyper.
Ja, RBM macht das gerade gut. RBM macht das sehr gut. Kenji tot, das ist wichtig. Hey, die gewinnen das, die gewinnen das, die gewinnen das, die gewinnen das. Die gewinnen das, Chat.
Dancing flames around Engine in the lead with Toxic Lotus. Luffy on the right hand side.
Ems sind aber hyper. Ems sind hyper. Wenn die jetzt gleich... Oh Gott. Sie feeden nicht. Doch.
Now Tribe Gaming engulfing the middle of the map as Talk tries to work on this left-hand side. This is enough of a percentage and enough of a stronghold to where Tribe Gaming might be able to turn this around. Gasoline
Die Ems
going
Hyper
down on the ground.
gekracht.
Going against OU straight up.
Es war nur die Ems Hyper.
Diego Gamer as well. It's three
Das Game gewonnen.
standing tall, and Toxic Lotus can't do a thing about it.
Such a close match between these two teams. Tribe managing to get it done in the end, but Toxic Lotus in the driving seat for the majority of it, or at least for kind of 3/4 at least. So they've definitely got a chance here. There were a few slip-ups here and there and gave quite a bit of value to the M's on occasions. So that's something they've got to clean up. But this could be done in 4 if Toxic Lotus just polish up a little more.
So up the middle of the map go Engine in OU. Talk on the right hand
Der
side.
Start war gut. Das war wirklich nur die Hyper von Ems.
OU healing gadget goes down as well. Has the Poco super available for heals as Diego Gamer wants to get any shots he can. The earlier he can get to this silver tier, it's going to be better for the roster as a whole. Even if it costs him his life, I think it's okay depending on how this result goes.
Much better, I will
Schlechte
say.
Poco-Ult.
Toxic Lotus at the moment, Diego Gamer gets his second tier, but
Okay,
Ems
passt.
pinned back into the Toxic Lotus spawn, and a much better percentage-wise for Toxic Lotus. There's a great gadget again, though. Earns RBM is super OU, just trying to stay alive, trying to stay in the mix. Gets the hyper super.
Nice.
Diego Gamer should be stunned down.
Zonchen, Zonchen. Jungs, Zone.
I mean, the red roster's just
Good.
not falling down. Diego Gamer and Tribe Gaming are
Guter
falling
Kill.
like flies, just one at a time. They need to rotate in together. It hasn't been a push in unison. Meanwhile, Toxic Lotus are doing so.
Stark von Engine. Ems töten. Das war schlecht von RBM. Das müsst ihr ausnutzen. Das ist ein Fehler. Bitte. Die Lure-Ult.
I mean, she's going to throw it onto RBM here, get him stunned up, and should be pinched in, but he was just kind of stunned in a really tough spot, and he gets so many heals out
Oh
here
mein
as well.
Gott. Das ist ein Heal.
And Luffy with a bit of
Oh
help
mein
puts
Gott.
Tribe back on the mark.
What a turnaround. M Super for the win. It looked like a guaranteed kill. A couple ice rink, a gadget even in there, and M survived it all. Great heads up play from RBM as now his teammate puts up work on the top. Blue Super doesn't
Blue
make
Hyper
the connection, and now
daneben.
it's going to result in Luffy staying alive and the hypercharge
Clancy hat
being
immer noch eine Hyper. Oh Gott, der Chat, das wird eklig.
Need to get them off the point now and start ticking upwards, but Diego Gamer at level 3 with a hypercharge in hand is not what you want to be looking at. Great stun by
Nee, schlechte Ember Hyper.
even on percentage, but Diego Gamer in the back, great heal from OU, but the same from RBM, he just can't die.
Oh mein Gott.
Eventually goes down, couldn't get the second super off, and Luffy going straight onto the zone.
Oh mein Gott, warte mal.
The Toxic Lotus have, but they finally bring them in.
Fancy Hyper Waste. Fancy Hyper Waste.
Left-hand side.
Fancy Hyper Waste.
Stats from the hypercharges. OU falls rather weak. there's RBM once again rearing his ugly head.
Oh mein Gott! Tok! Nein, Tok! Jetzt Pokeult! Die brauchen eine Pokeult.
No ammo to get Diego down, and Tokano, you were the only ones who could do it.
3 gegen 2. Poke-Hyper kommt. Tok ist one. Das wird... Oh mein Gott. Emma von oben. Emma von oben. Hyper! Oh mein Gott. Die sind raus. Die sind raus.
Something about these two teams, man.
Toxic Lotus ist raus.
Another year, another intense match. What a way to end our day number 2. A privilege to take these two squads all the way to a set 5. A lot of expectations on Toxic Lotus, a lot on Tribe. I would say less to lose considering they were undefeated, like I mentioned at this point last year, but I think they just want it so badly.
Nein, Mitski.
Of what
Natürlich
Dallas
nicht.
was in front of a home crowd. You can't help but feel disappointed.
Nein.
They came back with a new roster.
Die hätten Zweiter werden können. Und Tribe Letzter.
They have yet to win a grand finals in North America. That's all fine and
Das war jetzt der Lose. 2 Set-Drops. 2 Sets verlieren, gleich Lose.
Huge gameplay from them, and two incredibly close hot zone games.
Also Toxic Lotus ist Dritter. Egal ob sie gewinnen oder verlieren. Die sind raus.
Really good showing from both of them.
Und ist weiter. Toxic Lotus ist raus. Egal ob Win oder Lose. Die sind raus. Jetzt geht es nur noch darum... Nur noch darum, wer Erster wird. Nur noch um den Ersten. Nicht jetzt, Rapid.
That's crazy. I mean, Toxic Lotus just shaking their heads. What can you
Nein,
do?
Mitski.
Hands in fist. In another world, in a sliding doors moment, that goes differently. For the final
Ciao.
map, we will head to
Tribe gewinnt 3-2. Die droppen 2 Sets. What? Droppt gar kein Set gegen Lotus. Und wenn Lotus jetzt gewonnen hat gegen Tribe, wäre Tribe Letzter. Toxic Lotus wird Zweiter und Foot wäre Erster.
Well, Luffy is going to be selecting the Lumi. And it's a good first pick. It's been banned out for quite a lot of our Brawl Cups so far, so nice to see that being able to get on the board nice and early. Still, obviously with these bans, Mortis being banned out with the aggression, you know, I'm happy to see Cloud.
Das ist krass, Nico.
I really am. But am I right in saying Nah just slipped through here?
Yeah, I think that's a good observation from you as well. They're going to need some kind of mid, of course. They're going to need some way to deal with Lumi because Lumi is such a good cutoff brawler. So this wasn't at the top of mind. It's not bad, but the good news is I think this is going to be particularly
Wenn Tribe jetzt verliert,
at least in the range battle, right? Or if they want to empower a fellow teammate as well.
ist Foot Erster.
Throw a shield, so if something wants to
Wenn
at the enemy side, Gus can send them on their merry way with a little
Tribe jetzt gewinnt, ist Tribe Erster.
It's just a consistent
Oder?
brawler, isn't it, Gus? Really, you know, when you're under a bit of pressure, pop the shield, have the knockback. Kooky Popper goes a long way at finding some kills that you wouldn't otherwise expect as well. So
Warte.
the Mo will join the Gus on that side, and as you said, it's nice to be able to provide a shield to someone, especially someone who goes as aggressive as Mo.
Nee, Kau.
So 2 more picks for Tribe Gaming. Once again,
Wenn-
4-5 turn for the clock.
Wenn Tribe jetzt gewinnt, ist Tribe Erster. Die haben dann zweimal gewonnen.
They're gonna be in love with this matchup into either Mo or Gus. So I'm curious
Wenn
to
Toxic
see
Lotus
what
jetzt
they
gewinnt,
themselves with for our
hat
big-time
Tribe ein Verhältnis von
couple of these neutral ones are out of the way, like I mentioned before, so no
5 zu
they can
5.
play a side lane. I don't really know if there's a
Und-
one answer here that's particularly coming to mind. I'm kind of just looking out for these more meta brawlers, like you mentioned. That's
Foot hätte ein Verhältnis von 5 zu 2. Dann wäre Foot Erster.
I mean, we've seen Penny slide in this map a few times here and there. Gonna be able to tank out some of the Gus shots. Salty
Dadurch, dass Foot 3-0 gegen Toxic Lotus gewonnen hat. 5-3, sorry. Ein Verhältnis von 5 zu 3.
So Lily, Shadow Realm accessibility is a big deal, a large reason why she shows up in this game mode in particular. On top of that, she's a great duelist, one-on-one interaction, but I will say this isn't necessarily the easiest go at it. They have Mo who can kind of get an unnatural pushback. You got Gus who
Mitski, wenn du es nicht verstehen willst, dann versteh es nicht. Ist dir überlassen.
So I think this is going to really slow down the projectiles of the right-hand side as well. I think this turned out to be a great 3 picks from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I really like it. I mean, when you're putting Lily in Tribe's hands as well, it's gonna be a good time. Obviously, if you're massively behind, both of these teams now have that turnaround capability. You know, Lily popping up here.
Ja, aber bei Win haben die ja nie verloren. Natürlich sind die dann Erster, wenn sie nicht verlieren. Geht nur darum, ob Ding gewinnt. Toxic Lotus.
It's something.
The crowd gasped too. I mean, I'm shocked. That's typically a Tribe Gaming move. That's typically RBM piloting that brawler and Toxic Lotus.
Ja, Tizi. Also Toxic Lotus hat das echt nicht verdient. Wirklich nicht.
Trying to stay undefeated against Tribe Gaming. This has been
die haben wirklich gut gespielt.
2 years in a row. We've had these squads compete. Chinese mainland had a strong showing, an upward trajectory now for years in.
Digga, hätte Foot mal nicht gekackt. Hätte Foot nicht gegen Tribe gekackt, wäre Toxic Lotus jetzt weiter.
What a treat to end the day, Brawl Nation. Get on your feet for the set 5.
Nur weil Foot gekackt hat.
Well, a quick gadget up by both Luffy and Tok are going to meet in the middle of the map nonetheless, so seems like a bit of a waste on both parts.
Brutal start is now Luffy. Will dive forward, makes contact with that super, and OU going to be in a world of hurt as well. Somehow survives it all, but Diego Gamer there to occupy the space as well, replacing him, Talk diving in. Now gets a kill. Once again, a trade. RBM relying on that super.
Fickfoot, ja, rede mal.
Up and he barely does.
Yeah, just now
Ficknob
is alive. 789 on the HP bar. Engine super in hand on the left hand side. Tok just gets this as Luffy comes out of that realm, and a great Kooky Popper brings RBM low, but Tok not going to be able to get too much done here, being pinched in. Heals pretty much all the way up.
Ich hab schon gespielt, Kau. Foot spielt nicht mehr.
Diego trying to pivot around the side, but gets killed anyway.
The Assassins are doing a great job of getting some picks, but it's not been enough to really occupy space for the entirety. Luffy's got to be getting rather close, I would say, to a hypercharge as well. It feels like he's been in a lot of interactions, and especially if you're getting punches thrown, there it is. It's going to be able to charge it up naturally. But Tok gets one of the own too, so it's going to be up to these two tanky players of who gets the better of the other squad.
Engine ready to go, gets stunned out though, or locked in place by that Lumi super. Hypercharge on the buzz in the back lines, but one also for Luffy as well. 66, so pretty much an even game at the moment, but
nicht fair. Wieso?
Either side.
Eyes on Lily and Buzz as Engine dives in, goes underground to stun, doesn't quite make a connection and capitalizes. Luffy sees that he misses. Now a time warp being dropped as well. RBM trying to scoop these gems and does. TL delicately rotating on the left-hand side as Luffy disappears from eyesight. They have to keep an eye out for Lily.
I do think I always missed his super with the hyper, but RBM's gonna fall. 8 gems drop to the floor, and OU
geil, wichtig.
By Tribe, which was kind of caused by a big blunder by Toxic Lotus.
Oh man, Toxic Lotus certainly happy about the result of that. Now hypercharges his options. Luffy going straight at OU, knows where he is due to the callouts from the team, but now OU rotating left-hand side.
Wichtig.
Just slowed down super, but won't be enough. Somehow, some way, TL slide out of there with a match point.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I'm not sure if he was pushed out of position because he thought the buzz was coming in with hypercharge. He missed it and then got punished for being out of position. Real tough stuff then for Tribe Gaming. A Toxic Lotus now, just one away from the win.
Crazy stuff. A Group D 1-1 for everybody would be insane. As now Luffy, cross court, going up to this wall as Tok dives in once again, looking at Diego Gamer. A stun available for Tok, but he's playing it pacing. Gus does his job as well. Engine trying to do the long range to mid range fight against RBM. It's going to lead to Toxic Lotus scooping his second gym. A stun going through, a TP away, beautifully baited by RBM.
Yeah, but I mean, a really nice shield comes through from OU. Engine's going to go down now though, and Tok still in a good position. Lumi trying to pinch round with those Morning Stars, but doesn't find anything back from it. And now it's Tribe establishing themselves in a bit of a better position, but a nice
back
to
from
the
Tok.
backlines. But Engine has an answer, but it's just not enough.
Even fight, just like this entire match has been, as Tok finally falls. OU operating from long distance, just trying to poke away at Diego Gamer, who now is baiting, goes over here and is dropping these Morning Stars, leaving them on the ground and trying to get a surprise attack. That's exactly what happens. The ice rink will cut off Gus. They buy a little bit of time though. It's Tribe taking over the middle of the map, and now Luffy getting dangerous. Tok's gonna be right there. Oh, and they dive different directions as well. They pass, and now Luffy's gonna be able to get the kill. Engine cleans up. Tok somehow still alive amidst all of this, but doesn't do enough for a kill. All the gyms now with Tribe. There's some spilled out though, should be okay for TL.
Engine trying to protect, so he knows he can go in when he gets the hypercharge with minimal risk. But that one spawns on Tribe's side. Hypercharge coming in now, goes for RBM, but he's going to TP back up the map.
Na, hat er gut gemacht. Kann man RBM nicht übel nehmen. Oh mein Gott, der Engine ist so gut, ne?
Luffy picks up 6 into the realm, but Tok cleans up.
Digga, ist er gut.
They're gonna have 9 out of the spawn.
Gems being exchanged by both hands, and somehow Toxic Lotus once again Magicians, they get away with
Boah.
it. RBM though, another great play.
Die haben Countdown. Und die können nicht ausgleichen. Nee, nicht gut. Nicht gut für Toxic Lotus. Gar nicht gut.
Can't get it from the mid, so OU trying to do the right hand side. Hypercharge forced out early on. Diego Gamer won't get the kill, but no super there for Tok. But surely Luffy can just gadget away and just chill. But a TV back into the position. And Tribe get one on board and force double match points.
Would you believe it, folks?
Toxic Lotus muss jetzt gewinnen.
Unbelievable unfolding of this rivalry. 1 year later, Tribe Gaming still somehow in it. Toxic Lotus can still go undefeated against one of mobile gaming's biggest franchises. Incredible stuff. It's been scrappy to say the least. It has not been perfect, but Tribe Gaming and Toxic Lotus, nothing but entertaining.
Einmal, Nike. Die sind noch dran, David. Aber Toxic Lotus ist eh raus. Egal was passiert. Es geht gerade nur darum, erster wird, wer zweiter wird. Oder? Ja. Fliegt raus? Nee, wer erster oder wer zweiter wird. Ob Tribe oder Foot erster wird. Der Zweitplatzierte spielt gegen Crazy Raccoon, also es geht schon um sehr viel. Der Gewinner spielt gegen Revenant, der Verlierer spielt gegen Crazy Raccoon. Es ist ein Unterschied. Kein kleiner. Danke für Lokale. Sieht aber ganz nicht gut aus für Toxic Lotus. Genau, TC.
Scouts him out, but he's going to land pretty much straight on him. There's the super as well, and he doesn't have one in return. Luffy cycles out and Tok misses it as well. And only one more gem needed for Tribe to start the count. Tribe Gaming.
Nee, die haben noch ein Ding geholt. Das wird nix. Das wird. Digga, Luffy verkackt jede Ult, ne? Das wird nix. Wie gesagt, Ult. Es kommen jetzt 2 Leute mit Spawn-Shots. Das wird nix. Oh mein Gott. Er hat nicht geultet. Er hat nicht geultet. Er hat nicht geultet. Okay, Foot spielt morgen gegen Crazy Raccoon, Chat. Boah.
But Tribe Gaming hold on. And as you said, Kenny, 0-2 last year to 2-0 in 2026.
I think a major shout out to Toxic Lotus. Tribe Gaming deserve all their flowers, but what a competitive showing, especially after seeing yesterday go down. They did this region proud. I think Chinese mainland still has a lot of gas in the tank. Can't wait to see though how these
Können MVP voten? Ist eh egal, aber für mich. Boah, wer war MVP?
Oh my goodness, correct me if I'm wrong, but Group D has given us the best matches today.
Engine?
That was unbelievable. Luffy, I'd like to quickly say, revenge is a dish best served in Game 5. How did that feel?
Bueno, la revancha es un plato que se sirve mejor en un quinto mapa. ¿Cómo se ha sentido?
Me he sentido muy bien, tipo, nos preparamos, lo hicimos muy bien y nada, no sé qué vas a decir.
So I feel very good. We prepared.
Das hast du gekocht, Colina.
Yeah.
Ja, Colin. Du hast noch kurzer Fellausgleich.
More importantly,
Dann geh ich offline.
Finishing in this group as top seed coming into Championship Sunday tomorrow has put you in a much better position. How has that been for your confidence? Do you feel like all of you guys feel a lot more confident going into tomorrow now?
Bueno, salir de grupos con un seed 1, entonces poner una posición privilegiada para el Championship Sunday. ¿Cómo se siente eso? ¿Eso os ayuda a la confianza?
Me siento muy emocionado y tengo muchas ganas de jugar contra los mejores equipos, así que sí, se siente bien y estoy muy emocionado.
So I feel very excited. It feels very good, and I cannot wait to play against the best teams tomorrow.
Well, tomorrow can't come soon enough, but everybody please make some noise one final time for Tribe Gaming. Congratulations, gentlemen. And with that, Day 2 comes to a close. What a phenomenal day of matches we have had. We have said goodbye to...
Ich los kurz die FL aus. Falls ihr noch mitmachen wollt, auf YouTube, Ausrufezeichen FL. Ja, Gewinner muss sich melden, sonst mache ich Reroll. Hier los aus. Riven, du bist bestimmt da, ne? Da. Gibst du mir deine Supercell-ID? Da kann ich dich gleich adden. Oder du schickst mir, ist auch egal. Ich glaube, es ist einfacher, wenn ich dir schicke. Hier auf Discord. Ne, schreib's einfach hier rein. Das ist ein Civ. Ist egal. Ist okay für mich. Ich habe Kopfgeldjäger Discord-Profilbild, von dem her ist okay. Überlebe ich. Muss ich jetzt unbedingt mein iPad noch verknüpfen? Nee. Glaubt mir einfach. Apex King Legend. Gut, NXT Apex mit dem Adler. Hab sie geschickt. Passt. Scammer, Faker. Ist mir egal. Denkt, was ihr wollt. Denkt, was ihr wollt. Cat Vance im Hund. Echt? Egal. Hab's wild. Okay. Chat. Ich gehe offline. Morgen wird nochmal spannender. Also morgen kracht's dann schön rein. Also morgen wird das... Ja. 13 Uhr. Wer hat der Fall gewonnen? Riven. Er hat nichts bekommen. Ja, oder? Fuck dich. Nur eine Verlosung, Nike. Ja, so wie immer. Genau. Morgen nochmal live.